We got tons of hits yesterday on Twitter. It's great. Okay, mics are hot and processing. You got the music right. It's easy, no more. All right, we are pinned and ready to go. And good morning, everybody. Welcome to another edition of the Pete Sheppard Show right here on the Riptide Media Network. It is the last day of May. How about that? And it's Friday. Coincidence? I think not. I don't know what that means. Welcome to the Riptide Media Network here on the Pete Sheppard Show here from 7 to 10 a.m. As always, follow us on our Riptide Media Network video platform. Follow me on Twitter X at PShep326. The Facebook and Broad Street South Facebook pages, YouTube, Spotify, Twitch, LinkedIn, Brumble, and of course on Sports Radio, the app 102.9. Exec producer Angel Martinez in the house as I do the show once again live, not from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio. Hopefully we'll be back there next week, but from the Sola della Cucina here in my beautiful home in Fort Myers as the sun starts to come up right over there here. And it's depending on where you are, the sun might already be up or the sun might be going down. I just got word from Angel Martinez that we are now big in Tokyo. So Japan, I don't know, what time is it there? Or is it the next day? Or is that Australia? I get them up. But Japan, hello. Japan, hello. And we say good morning to Angel Martinez as well. What a show I got lined up for you today. The NBA Finals are now set. I don't know what happened to the Minnesota Timberwolves last night, but they got absolutely humiliated and destroyed. That game was over. It was 22-18. The Mavericks went up by 19 at the end of the first. At the end of the first quarter, it was 16, I should say, 35-19. Luka Doncic could not be stopped. The man was absolutely on fire last night. And the T-Wolves had no answer for it. Absolutely none. He had 20 points in the first quarter. 20! Yeah, it was crazy. He was 8 of 11 shooting in the first quarter alone, finished with 36, 10, and 5. And they just blew the shit out of the Minnesota Timberwolves last night on the road. Minnesota did not show up. So I said I love the Mavericks last night. The line went from 4.5 to 5. I jumped all over it. I couldn't believe they were 5-point underdogs in that game. They've been phenomenal after losses. The Mavericks have, and so for the third time in their franchise history, they will be headed to the NBA Finals. Last time they were there, 2011, Jason Kidd was playing for them. You might remember, and they won it. But we'll get into all the numbers. Kyrie was spectacular last night as well. 36 points, 4 rebounds, 5 assists. And it still amazes me. His demeanor after games and even during the games is just has just been fantastic. Something that and he's going to need to be great. Doncic is going to need to be great. If Porzingis coming back, this is going to be a long series with the Celtics. It's going to be 6 or 7 games, but I still believe the Celtics will win it. Don't get fooled with Dallas being a 5 seed, because they're better than that. They, I believe, had the last 20 games of the year, they were tied with the Celtics for the best record at 16-4. Obviously, that momentum is carried on through the playoffs, and the Mavericks are the real deal. Mavericks are the real deal. But I do think the Celtics are still a deeper team, and I think it's going to be one hell of a series. And I think it's a long series. It goes 6 or 7. We'll get into it. We're going to hear all the sound from last night as well. Florida Panthers, one game away from getting back to the Stanley Cup Finals. They beat the Rangers last night 3-2. Anton Lundell scored with 9:38 left, proved to be snapped the tie there. Rangers did score late with 50 seconds to go with a goalie pulled after the Panthers had scored an empty net goal, but they could not get it done. Could not get it done. So their back's up against the wall. The Panthers come back to Florida for Game 6 tomorrow night. Panthers can get back to the Stanley Cup Finals should they win. And the Florida Everblades open up tonight, going for their third straight ECHL Kelly Cup title. It's never been done before in the ECHL. Third in a row. They're at the Kansas City Mavericks tonight. Game 1 at 8 o'clock at Cable Dama Arena in Independence, Missouri. And head coach Brad Ralph, believe it or not, probably right before morning skate, is going to join us for a few minutes this morning via telephone at 9:05 a.m. And then after that, one of my favorite people on the entire planet, Jerry Thornton from Barstool Sports, will join us at 9:30 a.m. With that, we say good morning to Angel. And see, I'm paying homage. It's been, if you look at my shirt, yes, even though the Red Sox lost to Detroit 5-0 last night, but I'm paying homage to my last championship in New England, not including Boston College women winning the lacrosse championship, which I mentioned earlier in the week. But professional-wise, this was my last champion. It's been 6 years, Angel, 6 years since my last title, and I'm getting a little antsy. So I'm hoping the Celtics can beat the Mavericks in 6 or 7. Oh, I prefer 4, but 6 or 7 is fine. Anyway, good morning to you, sir. How are you?
I am very good as I'm trying to put stuff together here as we flow through the show this morning. Kind of coincidental, we've got blue shirts on. See, folks, I keep telling you guys, Pete and I do not look at each other's windows or wardrobes or anything else. It happens. The only difference is Pete is wearing his Red Sox one. I, of course, love my country that I stand for, so the great old USA.
Oh, it's not the U.S. Women's Soccer National Team's logo?
No, senor. That is not it. Although I hear they may be in a little bit of a sticky water situation because the pressure is on. But I mean, listen. It's stuff. It's been stuff that's been done and said in the past, and it's just a past, and people try to bring it back up.
Well, we don't look in each other's windows, but you have a bunch of people that look into your window.
Yes,
studio.
What they do when they pass by. I'm going to get one of these days.
I put a sign up. Live show in progress. You have to stick it outside.
I'm going to put I'll get one of those, the new ones now that they make it kind of like transparent, but I'm going to put a Bluetooth speaker outside so people can then they can bring their lawn chairs and sit out there and hear the show as it's going on in the studio.
No, in fact, I don't know, maybe get the local, maybe put some police tape around the outside, have some chairs in charge.
You could do that.
Charge people.
Yeah, that'd be good. What the hell's going on in that house? Just watch the show, folks. You'll learn something new.
And there's another idea, and I think we should implement this starting next week, if possible, as if you're not doing enough. We need woodpecker cam. We need the woodpecker cam on the top of your roof. As you say, he's been pecking at the gutter, which is really beyond annoying. It's bad enough on the wood or the roof, but the pecking on the gutter, that's just unacceptable.
Yeah.
But woodpecker cam would be great.
I'm going to have to put it out there because Debbie's on her way to Chicago when she's at the airport. So she's probably listening. Good morning, my lady. But,
hi, Deb.
At the corner part of the house here, he does it. And it's from this side to the corner side of the bedroom, then over by the kitchen. And finally like, okay, see you guys later. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Unbelievable.
So the owl that you stuck up there like a scarecrow is not working anymore. He's onto it.
Well, no, what happened was he had stopped. So we're like, all right, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to put it up there because we found one, but it's, like the head was still. And if you're going to do it right, you might say, I think we found one on Amazon where at least like the head kind of bounces on the owl. Yeah. So at least if the wind takes it, like we've seen owls almost doing a 360 with their heads there. That's what we wanted to throw up there, but it took a while for it to come in. So we're waiting for it still to arrive so we can throw it up there to see if that thing ends up taking off. But that and obviously, Drought 2024 is on as everything is turned into brittle as far as the grass. We keep watering it, but it's turned into like matchsticks.
Oh, man, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Luka Doncic last night was unbelievable. Hopefully that things will get resolved with the woodpecker. Is there a way to combine forces with the people who cut your lawn or the people that are out there cutting the grass all the time that you get annoyed with?
No, you can't combine forces. Those clowns, they didn't cut the grass this week because obviously we asked if they don't cut it because the last week they cut it short and some of us were getting our lawns back to being green. But we asked this week for them not to cut it. And if you talk to them, it's not. Listen, I've worked people. You guys are great, but when you talk to them, they give you that look like, huh? What was that you were saying? Like, nah, forget it, buddy.
Well, yesterday, finally here in Southwest Florida, and wherever you are around the country and around the world, I hope all is well with you. We got some much needed rain yesterday around 4:00, 4:15. Angel, it came down in buckets, and we needed it. The massive thunder and lightning as well for about 20 minutes, and the sun came back out. Actually, there's a gigantic rainbow outside my back lanai right after. It's beautiful.
Nice.
I've taken so many rainbow pictures, it doesn't even faze me anymore. These are the most beautiful rainbows I've ever seen down here in Southwest Florida since I moved down here. Just spectacular stuff. Because the rain, especially this time of year down here, lasts anywhere from 5 minutes to 20 minutes tops usually. Then the sun comes back out, and you get these beautiful, gigantic rainbows. Sometimes double rainbows. Spectacular stuff. Did you get the rain yesterday too up there in Tampa?
No, are you kidding me?
You didn't?
No, we were freaking waiting for it. Nothing ever happened. That's why I said it's dry as a bone. And again, my poor neighbor, where I feel bad is where she came out yesterday. Same thing with the hose, and you just see the water coming out at the end of the hose, and she's just kind of waving around the lawns and going back and forth. But yeah, it was just bizarre, just bizarre. That's a sample comment.
Okay.
Well, we do have. Let me post.
Is that what you put up there? Comments will appear here once the broadcast. Is that what you just put up there?
No, yeah, that's what you put up there. That's just the sample comment.
I put show. I hit. Should I not hit show?
Yeah, no, but we do have two though. We got Gas Pump Guy says, "Good morning, Pete and Angel. How are you guys? We are good." Gas Pump Guy, and Jerry from Rhode Island said that Angel wind chimes near the windows. Oh, you know what?
That's good idea. Wind chimes near the window. Is there a window up near your roof?
Yeah.
Wow, that's something.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. There is a private joke that I tell to Debbie all the time. Is a particular person that I could take a picture of and throw it up there, and no animal would ever come around. But I won't say it on air. Just saying. And by the way, for those who are watching on Goose's Money Crystal Lounge and Tobacconist, good morning, Tampa Joe's.
Hey,
my favorite spot, 9316 Anderson Road, out there in beautiful Tampa, Florida. And also, if you are an Eagles fan and live here in the area, yes, I know, don't shoot me, please. But if you are an Eagles fan and you guys go to Tampa Joe's, go and visit also the Philly of the South Facebook page. N'Kobe Dean from your Philadelphia Eagles, my Philadelphia Eagles, will be appearing on Father's Day because his dad lives down in the local area. So he's coming down for Father's Day weekend. And so he will be at Tampa Joe's. You guys go to the Facebook page. I believe it's $35 to go in and say hello and greet. And even maybe the folks in Tokyo and Japan are now listening into the show. Maybe they'll come flying in and go down there to Tampa Joe's.
Well, I'll have to come up your way someday, and we'll have to do the show from one of these fine establishments that you are talking about.
Oh, yeah. Either there or Hat Tricks. Hat Tricks is really nice.
Oh, Hat Tricks, I've been to. Hat Tricks is just off the chart. Do they open at 7:00 in the morning?
If I call them, they will.
That place is one of the best sports bars in the country, by far.
Oh, yeah.
By far.
Yesterday, I put a post up there for on my Instagram story, and the girls that work there, because I've before the former company I worked for, I would deliver over there. Very nice, and they constantly post stuff up there on Instagram, and people think like, oh, they're stuck up. They're not even hardly. They're really nice girls. So I put no captions needed yesterday, and a lot of people got a kick out of it.
That's great. That's great. 727-858-6650. That is the number to text or call. 727-858-6650. Got a couple of videos going to play today as well, Angel. I'm going to, if you want to get one queued up, I'm ready to go. The first one I have, I'm going to play another highlight first, just the sound, but we'll go to under awful announcing the TNT going to halftime when it was just an absolute debacle by the Minnesota Timberwolves. But before that, not going to play a whole bunch of. We're going to play the reaction from people and get some preview stuff about how they feel about the Celtics and the Mavericks. We'll get reaction from the Mavericks and the Minnesota Timberwolves side as well. But here's a couple of highlights from Luka Doncic, who just absolutely took over the game in the first quarter. It was ridiculous. Here's
14 for Luka on the logo. What is going on here? He is on one tonight. And poked away Anderson, controlled by the Mavs.
Here comes another heat check from Luka.
Doncic again, another three. Got it. He's a flamethrower. He is on fire. 20 points.
Luka Doncic putting on an absolute shooting clinic here in this first quarter. 8 of 10, 20 of the 30 Mavs points.
Absolutely sick. And I was going to move right along to the fourth quarter. And Kyrie Irving, he was also outstanding last night.
Play half the game, so you can play all out. You don't have to worry about all that. Step back three. Kai is feeling it. Delivers again. 34.
Thanks to TNT again with the call. Kevin Harlan, Van Gundy, Reggie Miller. Those guys doing a good job last night. But the Mavericks were out to a 33-point lead in this one. But if we can, Angel, if we go to halftime, that video and to hear the boys at halftime talk about this game, which was, it was really over in the first 8 minutes. It really was. But here's how it went down last night on NBA on TNT at halftime in the studio.
And they have opened up this can here at Target Center.
Can of what, Ernest?
Can of whoop-ass, 69-40.
Oh!
Man alive. Welcome, American Express halftime report. Shaquille O'Neal is here. Kenny the Jet Smith. Charles Barkley. You said you smelled a blowout coming, but this wasn't the kind you thought was coming.
Yeah, a couple things. Number one, I saw these other guys on other networks talking about all the adjustments the Wolves made against Luka and Kyrie. Yeah, adjust that. But also, it seems to me that the Wolves were content not to get swept. They were like, we didn't get swept.
They were satisfied.
They were
which is not what you thought was going to be the case. 100%. You said this place is going to be off the charts and they're going to run them out of the building.
They never gave them anything to get excited about. Luka came out and put his foot on their neck right in front of me. I'm totally, and I think Kevin just said it, that was so, Stan Van Gundy, excuse me. That was so disappointing the way the Wolves played the first half. They were content not to get swept, and they do not want to go back down to Dallas. That was one of the more disappointing halves of basketball I've seen in a long time.
Embarrassing, the word that Stan Van Gundy used. Here are your American Express teammates.
Yeah, cannot disagree with any of that. Now, after the game, Jason Kidd talked about, and Luka, by the way, Luka Doncic was the Western Conference Final MVP. Here's another play from Luka before we get here's Luka calling out a fan after a tough N1.
Think about that, Coach.
0 for 4 tonight. Well under 30%. Luka drives on McDaniels with a lean, a foul, and a deuce. County foul.
And look, he's having words with Snoop. He's loving it. Here's the move by Luka, the contact, the and one, and the words between Luka and one of the greatest rappers to ever get it done.
and let's keep in mind as we watch what Irving and Doncic.
And that was he was going at it in a kiddingly way with Snoop Doggy Dogg or Snoop Dogg. I lose track of all the nicknames, but it was that was something to watch. Now look at even in this blowout in the first quarter. Now this guy, as great a player as he is, I have never. You talk about people who complain. This guy complains every single play, and he's going to end up being the big villain when he comes to the Garden. Kyrie Irving, who has really not done well in Boston since the trade. He really hasn't. Now, he seems to have a different demeanor about him this year. So I'm not going about anything in the past, except all I can tell you is the results with him, and no matter what team he's been on, have been awful. He has really let the fans get to him They're all over him. But these fans are going to be in Boston. I'm telling you, they're going to be all over Doncic. Now, Jason Tatum has his dumb moments too, where I think he complains way too much. But that is nothing compared to Luka Doncic. He complains almost every single play that doesn't go his way. And he did it last night. He even did it last night. Now, the Celtics were 2-0 against, we'll get more reaction in a second. Celtics went 2-0 against Dallas this year. And the one game in Boston, I believe, they either won by 28 or 30. They blew the crap out of them. And everybody played. It was not one of those games where Kyrie and Doncic didn't play. Both of those guys played. Brown and Tatum played. So the Celtics blew them out by 28, and they also won in Dallas. Not by 28, but they won. Luka Doncic, after the game, talked about winning the Western Conference Final MVP. Says it's a team thing.
How's that feel? Yeah, that's a couple of things to celebrate. To have the Magic Johnson Trophy, but also you're going to the NBA Finals, Luka.
That's insane. But this trophy is the whole team, man. It's not me. It's the whole team. I see it. But no, this means a lot. We're going to NBA Finals. Just can't believe it, man.
Yeah, and I can't tell if they're going Luka or they're booing him or whatever. But hey, he just dominated last night from the get-go. They had no answers for him. Chris Finch is calling timeouts all over the place, trying to find anybody, any type of combination that could do anything. And I think Shaq was right and Chuck was right at the halftime speech there about they just didn't want to get swept. So it's a gentleman's sweep for the Dallas Mavericks. But I thought they would win the game last night. It's 5-point underdogs. I thought that was one of the worst line mistakes in the history of the NBA. Not that Minnesota couldn't win, but I figured it was going to be Luka down the stretch or Kyrie with a big bucket at the end of the game, and the Mavericks would sneak out with a 2 to 3 point win, something like that. But that couldn't have been more wrong. Or couldn't have been. Everybody thought the same thing. Nobody saw this coming. Nobody saw this game being the way it was. So if anything, as Charles said, people were thinking Minnesota was going to blow out Dallas. That's why you hear, if you go back and watch NBA Live or go watch on ESPN every day or go watch NBA TV, I cannot tell you the torrential flood of illogic, as I quote Mr. Spock, is absolutely fluid. It is unbelievable how people get caught up in a couple of moments here and there. Yesterday on Get Up, and I refuse to play it, one of their segments, Angel and Company, was with Greeny, was Jason Tatum didn't clap hard enough when Jaylen Brown won the Eastern Conference MVP the other night. And you see Jason in the background, but smiling, cheering. I mean, what do you want people to do? That's what the narrative. That's where people really start to reach in this business by talking about that kind of minutia. They ran segments on it all day yesterday on ESPN. Did Jason Tatum disrespect Jaylen Brown because he didn't clap hard? Are you kidding me? Enough of that. It's just nonsense. And I hate even having to bring it up, except I got to rip the crap out of the people in Bristol. That's what you're looking at now. You watch. They'll all pick the Mavericks, except for Stephen A. They'll all pick the Mavericks to win. They went 0 for 16. The last time I had 16 people pick in Game 7 was the Knicks against the Indiana Pacers. All 16 ESPN NBA nitwits picked the Knicks to win in 7. They got blown out by Indiana. So I hope all of them pick Dallas. I really do. I really do.
It would be. I mean, you would think. I this morning I did see on your Twitter page, and thank God I read it twice because I thought that Charles Barkley said that he doesn't see a reason why the Celtics can't win. Which I that's how I went back and read it. But he's right. I mean, there's truthfully, as you said, it's for the Eagles to lose the division. It's for the Celtics to lose the NBA Finals. There's no reason why the way that team is stacked up right now, and not taking anything away from the Dallas from the fans, but right now for the Celtics, I think they are the ones to be the contenders to finally hoist up.
Oh yeah, I mean they've been the number one team all year long, and it's like I said, it's damned if they do and damned if they don't. They're expected to win the championship, but Dallas is going to put up a fight. This is going to be a 6 or 7 game series. I will be stunned if it's not 6 or 7 games. Probably leaning more towards 7. It's going to be that way. It's going to be a dogfight. I think the Porzingis factor is gigantic, and he should be back, and hopefully for the whole series, he's going to be the deciding factor. Drew Holiday as well. I just think, even though Dallas is a pretty good defensive team as well, so the Celtics are one of the best. Dallas is one of the best, especially down the stretch too. But I just think the Celtics will wear them down. They're deeper when push comes to shove overall. And then it's going to come down to, what it's going to be Doncic. You're going to hear all series long Doncic and Kyrie Irving versus Tatum and Brown. Which duo is going to put up the better numbers? And I say, screw that. Yes, there'll be nights where all four of those guys may be mentioned in the same game. There'll be a couple of games where one guy doesn't get as many points that people expect him to get,
Right.
but maybe one of their teammates does, like a Derek White, or Al Horford, or anything like that, or on the Mavericks side too. They got some depth as well. But the Celtics have more, and they're the better defensive team, and it's going to come down to which stars make the biggest shot down the stretch. That's what these series usually come down to when it's like this. But the Celtics are going to be the enemy. Dallas will be the fan favorites, even though there's a lot of closet Celtics fans around the country from way back. Just like I think there's a lot of Philadelphia 76er fans and a lot of Laker fans all over the country and all over the world because of past history. But I'm really looking forward to it. Let me play another cut before we go to break from the Dallas Mavericks side. We come back, I'll play some stuff from the Timberwolves side. Jason Kidd, head coach of the Mavericks, by the way, was playing for the Mavericks last time they won the NBA title, as I said earlier, in 2011. Here's him on Luka setting the tone in Game 5.
Jason, when you see that full Luka sicko mode, like Jace, like Tim referenced, obviously the one that comes to mind is Game 7 against the Phoenix Suns. What does it remind you of? That does it remind you of other games that you've seen from Luka?
I've seen a lot of games, but Game 7 in Phoenix, and this one was very close to that, where he took the crowd out of the game right off the bat. And he let his teammates know that it's time, that we got to take it up a notch, and they joined the party. But he sent the invites out, and they all came, but he was ready to go. And so, as a leader, that's what you need on the road against a very talented team, to let them know that it was going to be hard tonight. And he definitely did that.
All right. Yeah. Thanks again to NBA TV for that, and TNT before for the play-by-play cut. So there you have it. We'll hear some other reaction from the Mavericks and also from the Minnesota Timberwolves. So that sorry-ass performance last night.
Pete, if you had the chance, would you bring in Porzingis Game 1, or would you wait until, I would say, like, at least Game 2, get him a little bit healthier?
No, he's got plenty of time to heal up. He's got till Thursday. We got 6 more days now. So, no, absolutely, the time has come. You cannot afford, if you're best, this is crunch time now. If you're 75% of yourself, you're playing. And it looks like, from all accounts that I've read and spoken to some people, he should be all good to go. It should be 100%. Now, could start off 100%. I don't know if anybody is really 100% at this point in the season, but there is no way Porzingis is not playing Game 1. No way. If there was a Game 7 in the last series against Indiana, he would have played. If that series went longer, even a Game 6, he probably would have come back. He could have come back in Game 4, but
Right.
I'm glad there was no need to. There was no need to. But he will 100%, absolutely, barring any kind of major accident, he'll be playing Game 1 on Thursday night at 8:30. Game 2, I'm glad it's 8:30, not 9 o'clock. Of course, by the time they get through all the BS, it probably will be close to 9 o'clock on Thursday. And then Game 2 will be Sunday at 8 o'clock on ABC. All right, quick break. When we come back, we'll more reaction from the Mavericks and the Timberwolves. Plus, we'll have the Stanley Cup Eastern Conference Game 5 recap. Florida beating the Rangers 3-2. Got some reaction there. That was a hell of a hockey game once again. It is the Pete Sheppard Show. We're here until 10 a.m. Later, after this show, Martinez and Company from 10 a.m. to noon. Today, no middays with Q, but it looks like he's been great. I'm really impressed.
He's going to have it today.
Oh, he's going to have it today.
See.
Wonderful. So middays with Q coming up, with Rich Quinones coming up from noon to 1 p.m. I really dig his style, man. He's a scene. He's happening, baby. And lots more. We're going to have some fun today. As I said, Brad Ralph, head coach and GM of the Florida Everblades, joins me at 9:05. And Jerry Thornton from Barstool Sports. Always fun time with him at 9:30. All part of the Pete Sheppard Show on a Friday, May 31st, right here on the Riptide Media Network.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class, let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to get through this thing called life. In the elevator, trying to bridge forever. That's a mighty long time, but I'm here to tell you, punch your higher
Oh, yeah. The late, great Prince. Outstanding. Outstanding stuff. God, went way too early. The guy played a gazillion instruments too. A lot of people don't realize that how talented he is. I got to see him, Angel, right during the Purple Rain tour at the Worcester Centrum back in the day, and it was one of the greatest concerts I've ever seen. He is just absolutely spectacular. I'd be honest, I didn't really care for the movie. The music, of course, was spectacular in it. The whole thing. And then the follow-up movie was terrible. But the soundtrack is one of the great soundtracks of all time. Absolutely. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
You know?
I agree. Under the Cherry Moon, I was not a fan when they did that movie. I just thought,
Yeah, I didn't care for it. I know it was a lot of it was because I know his parents they had some domestic issues. I think a lot of it was based on the way he grew up and everything else. I didn't think he acted particularly well. There was some really cheesy scenes. Morris Day was great. He stole the show. I thought if there was like, and that was his big competition in the movie. The music was spectacular.
Yeah, it was
spectacular. No doubt about it. Anyway, welcome back to the Pete Sheppard Show. Here it's Friday, May 31st. Check us out all over the place. First of all, you can call or text at 727-858-6650. Check us out also on the Riptide Media Network video platform. Follow me at pshep326 on Twitter X, on the Facebook and Broad Street South pages, Spotify, Brumble, Twitch, LinkedIn, and on Sports Radio 102.9 as I do the show right here from Isola della Cucina, my kitchen island here in Fort Myers, with the beautiful decorative artifact behind me. It is not a halo. It is actually a mirror. Actually, a mirror. Any texts that are coming in, Angel, because I can't see them for some reason.
No, give me a second. There's one that's about to come up, so let me do my abracadabra magic that I end up doing over this week.
Yes, see, for me, I mean, you can text in on all those video platforms, but I can only see the ones on Facebook, I think.
Yeah, you can see those, and yes, you can see those, and then I handle the ones over here, like the one that Gas Pump Guy just sent in.
Okay. Which is?
He says, great song. This song goes with what we've been talking about, living life, which is true because someone lost theirs yesterday. And this is why you have to enjoy every minute of your life, because you only guaranteed the moment and the past. You're not guaranteed the future.
Ah, yes, absolutely. Yeah, it was a sad, which I didn't mention yet, but Drew Gordon passed away in a car accident last night, played for the Sixers. Not a lot of games, but played for the Sixers back in the day and a whole bunch of other teams around the world. But I don't know how, he's the brother of Aaron Gordon for the Denver Nuggets. So he passed away in a car accident last night in Portland, Oregon. But I'm not even going to mention this nitwit's name anymore. I don't want to block him because it's like there is somebody who used to be on this network and is just adult, and really it's like small potatoes. I can't even call him big fish, small pond, that type of thing, because he would never get hired on any network that I ever worked for, and it's just stupid. And it's childish post. It reminds me of some other people, which I shall not bring up. But I'm not even going to bring up his name. But he used to work with some other people on this network before, and just like go. I say, stay in your lane. Don't even try to compete with me. You have no chance. You have none. Zero. My knowledge outdoes yours by about 1,000,000 times. You are belly button lint to me. So go away. Take your lack of talents someplace else where you will be even less appreciated.
Is that like the reverse factor when LeBron James, they ask him, so LeBron, where are you taking your talents to?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, he can try, Romper Room down the street or wherever else he wants to go. Anyway, back to reality here. Back to this great program here, the Pete Sheppard Show, with Angel Martinez, exec producer and co-host extraordinaire, and he'll be on today after this show. Martinez and company from 10 a.m. until noon, and then middays with Q today as well from 12 to 1 p.m. Glad third day in a row with Mitch Quinones. Absolutely. Getting back to some reaction from the Mavericks win over the Minnesota Timberwolves last night. Kyrie Irving talked about advancing to the NBA Finals.
You may have noticed that the finals will start in a place where you used to play, in Boston. You're looking forward to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Boston's in a way in between our goals, so that's it, man.
Kyrie, congratulations. And congratulations to everybody wearing the Mavericks colors tonight. The 2024 Western Conference champions heading to the NBA Finals against Boston. Congratulations, fellas.
Yep, thanks to Ernie Johnson on TNT. Meanwhile, this is an interesting quote right here, Angel. Luka Doncic explains why he couldn't watch the NBA Finals growing up.
For you personally, growing up watching the NBA from afar, maybe watching the NBA Finals late at night, what does it mean to you to reach this
I didn't
plateau?
watch. I didn't watch because it was
Too
4
late.
in the morning. I couldn't. I had school next day.
What does it mean to you personally to reach this milestone?
All right. Yeah, so that's really interesting. Couldn't watch the finals at 4 o'clock in the morning. The Timberwolves' Anthony Edwards talked about being eliminated.
Just that simple. He had like 3 shots from the logo, so pretty much nothing we can do about it.
What's your emotions as the season now comes to an end about what you accomplished and where it fell short?
I just said we'll be back next year.
Do you think this is something that you just have to go through experience to kind of build on?
Unfortunately, it's going through it with a loss, but I guess so.
All right. Thanks again there to NBA TV. Also from Valley Sports North, Carl Anthony Towns on the Game 5 loss.
What do you feel? Disappointed, or to take pride in how far you guys came this season, or kind of what do you feel at the moment?
Disappointed for sure. I think it's simple. Got to the Western Conference Finals, couldn't get the job done. It hurts, this team has worked tremendously hard. Not only improving ourselves as players, but as a team, collectively, just playing together, trusting the process through the ebbs and flows of the seasons and all the adversity. We found a way to always stick together and move forward together. So disappointed for us, we worked hard, obviously didn't get the result we wanted.
Mike and some of the other guys were saying, series maybe wasn't lost entirely tonight, but those first 2 games.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
That hurt. That 18-point lead in the second game hurt. I think that's the turning point.
Was it tough to come back mentally from those 2 games, even though it was still just a 2-0 hole at that point? Was it tough to feel like you let those slip away?
I mean, nothing's easy. Nothing's easy in the playoffs, let alone NBA basketball. I think that, I said earlier in the playoffs, we've always done it the Minnesota way, the toughest way possible. And I don't think mentally we were out or checked out or anything like that. We've been used to having adversity. We always find ourselves putting ourselves in a bad position and finding a way to get out of it. So it didn't work out, played with fire maybe a little too many times and played a great team who played amazing and hit shots when they had to hit shots. So I'm not going to come out here at all and say, it was just all us against ourselves that cost us. They had to make shots and play well, and they did that. That team was well coached. They got great players. Got to give credit where credit's due.
Yeah, part of that is true. Part of that is, though, you guys were not ready. It seemed, I agree, they seemed complacent to have not been swept. Here's Chris Finch, head coach of the Mavericks, of the lack of consistent offense.
Chris, did they take away what you were trying to do on offense, or did you kind of give it away to some extent?
I mean, their physicality really bothered us. Thought their physicality kind of just busted us out of everything we tried to do. So,
and do you think that's been part of a kind of a season-long? I mean, there's been a number of things that have plagued the offense, but
yeah. It doesn't feel like it's been a season-long thing. It's been certainly here and there over 100 games that you play. It's happened, but yeah. So.
That surprised you most, that their physicality is what got you guys out of it, and it's been the opposite for you guys all year.
Yeah. I don't know if it surprised me. Their defense has been, top defense since the trade deadline. They've done an incredible job of remaking their roster. 2 elite rim protectors. Everybody's guarding at a high level. Good schemes. But yeah, we were, we weren't able to apply the pressure at the point of attack with their 2 guys as we have been, and that feels like we spent the whole series on their hip or them getting biased a little too easily, and that's a tribute to their great skill as much as anything else. So.
All All right, there you have it. There's Chris Finch, and that about wraps it up for all the some of the reaction. I do, Angel. Gas Pump Guy says I can back Pete up on that. He has a lot of knowledge. I can't read; it's too small.
He says I can back you up, Pete, on that. You have a lot of knowledge on movies, TVs, and sports. I've been listening to Pete for at least 7 years. And then Jerry from Rhode Island, because he was going from the boat to the truck. He says, "Shit, what was going? I was going to the boat from the truck. Who challenged Pete?" And so,
No, it's no big. No, it's nobody. It's small potatoes. As Hyman Roth once said to Michael Corleone, "Small potatoes."
I need to start. I'm telling you, I'm going to have to load up. So as soon as you say, I got to get a bigger board.
Anyway, if we could, Angel, could we do another couple more videos I want to play from the NBA on TNT? We could stroll down a couple. I want to start with Chuck picking the Celtics over the Mavericks, and then above that is Shaq picking the Mavericks over the Celtics. But let's hear from Chuck first. NBA on TNT says basically, he's picking the Celtics over the Mavericks.
All right.
Do
the abracadabra and kapoof.
Abracadabra, kapoof.
Well, I still haven't seen anything to make me think the Celtics not going to win the championship.
You've always kind of hedged that with this if Porzingis does play or doesn't play.
What if he doesn't play? What if Porzingis doesn't? That's a great question, Kenneth.
Thanks, I asked it.
Good point, Ernie. We got another week. I still like the Celtics.
Without Porzingis.
Without Porzingis, I still like the Celtics. Stan Van Gundy and Reggie said something really important. They got 4 guys that can guard Luka and Kyrie. And Luka and Kyrie can't guard those guys on the other end, in my opinion. So I like the Celtics. I think it's going to be a hell of a series, but I like the Celtics. Well, I still haven't seen anything.
Yeah, and Charles is right. That's the problem. Luka Doncic, remember I brought it up after, was it game 3 or 4? I go, breaking news, Luka Doncic actually played defense down the stretch. He plays no defense. Now, he can still score, but you watch the plus-minus numbers with him, and I think that's going to be really, really interesting in that series when he's on the floor. Depends, because the Celtics have too many people that can shoot threes, and even if they're still talented enough and deep enough, they can go 15 to 35 and still beat you.
Right.
With Porzingis and Horford, they have the inside presence as well. So they are going to be extremely tough. Not that Dallas doesn't have some sort of inside presence themselves. Lively the second is a big 7-footer. He had 9 points and 8 boards last night too. But it's a different kind of toughness that I think Porzingis adds on both ends of the floor. So it's another huge advantage. I agree with Chuck that they could still win the series without Porzingis, but I don't see that happening. He's going to play. If he gets hurt in game 1, then all bets are off, obviously. But with him in the lineup, even if he only played half the game, it is going to be a big advantage for the Celtics, both ends of the floor. So we could scroll up to have Shaq. He's picking the Dallas Mavericks. We could run that one.
Although I also would like to thank the NBA for not scheduling a game on Saturday, June 15th. I appreciate the NBA for not doing that.
Yes, absolutely. And I appreciate the NBA scheduling the Thursday night before I leave a week from today on a nice cruise to Nassau, the Bahamas, and Key West. And so you and I will be off all of next week. So unfortunately, we'll be off to some of the NBA finals, but I'll be posting. The games will start. The first 2 games are 8:30 and 8 o'clock, which is not bad. All right, here's Shaq picking the Mavericks.
The Celtics do not have 3 or 4 guys that can guard Luka. I like Dallas in this series. I like the way they're playing. I think this is a little special for Kyrie, maybe a little special for Porzingis as he plays too, because I know he played in Dallas. But I think I like Dallas in this series.
So, Shaq, this is, here we had Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert, big men. This is not a big man series. So I'd like to see a big man's point of view about a small ball series.
I've been sitting on the floor, and I've been anxious to see Luka. This is like my first time seeing him a lot. Big body, bigger than I thought he was, stronger than I thought he was. Once he gets you on the side, sort of like a big man, he does whatever he wants, plays with poise, and he can't be shook. The fact that he's been a professional player since he's 13 years old, nothing shakes him. I don't see anybody on Boston dealing with that. Maybe Tatum, but if I'm Boston, I don't want to get Tatum or Brown in the foul trouble. And I think the other guys too, Drew Holiday is too little, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where he's coming from, but I don't think he's giving the Celtics defense enough credit. And you could say Drew Holiday's too little, but Drew Holiday will come up off a screen and steal the ball away from you. That's what he does. Same thing with Little Pritchard. Little Pritchard could do the same thing. He's like a little gnat. He's everywhere. You cannot take your eye off Little Pritchard because he comes off the bench out of nowhere. Not only was he making threes, the Celtics are unbelievable at offensive rebounding. They got arguably the two best offensive rebounding guards in the league, and Derek White and Jaylen Brown. I mean, they are spectacular off the offensive boards. Defensive boards have never impressed me, Angel. You want to put up some numbers, look at offensive rebounds. Celtics have been a great offensive rebounding team all year long and in the postseason. So, I mean, they can come at you. You throw up. I've seen teams even in the Indiana series, 4 or 5 possessions in a row, 4 or 5 shots in a row. Celtics get or Celtics miss 4 or 5 shots in a row, but they get the offensive rebound. They are really, really tough, and they're going to be tougher with Porzingis in there. So maybe on paper it doesn't look like it's going to be a big man series, but Porzingis, the big man, he is a shot changer. There's no question about it. And I can't wait to see Luka Doncic try to play defense against this team. He may score 30. He also may give up 45 when he's on the floor. So not every game, but I think that's something for Mavericks fans to be concerned about. I just do. It should be a hell of a series, like I said, going game 6, at least 6, and maybe 7 games. Should be a hell of a series. Do want to thank everybody at Total Sports Prep once again. Great stuff. For the best articles and audio, there's only one source that provides everything you need 365 days a year to satisfy your sports crave. It's Total Sports Prep. Staff combs through the best articles and audio so you don't have to. Sports and non-sports kicker stories will leave you laughing all day long. To get your free trial of Total Sports Prep, contact them. info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. That's info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. Total Sports Prep. The name says it all. All right, let's switch gears a little bit. Go to the NHL Stanley Cup playoffs last night, Florida, and the Rangers. Another great. This series has been just amazing. And the Panthers last night end up winning the game 3-2. Not in overtime this time. They had won game 5, a tough game 5. They went on the road. It is what they do. Let's give you some of the highlights in this one. The New York Rangers strike first in the second period. Shorthanded.
4 newcomers, and Ekman Larson will go off as Kachuk carries through the neutral zone. Matthew Kachuk turned it over up high. Chance for a break shorthanded. Chris Kreider in, and he scores! With Ekman Larson changing, Matthew Kachuk's got nowhere to go with the puck. He's got to get that in deep. He tries to force the pass. And when the puck's turned over, Zibanejad and Kreider have done this for so long together. Kreider doesn't wait for the pass. He takes off straight up the ice. He puts his head down, and he's at full speed.
Yeah, thanks to Sean McDonough with the call there on ESPN. Later on in the second period, though, the Panthers tie it.
These 6 shorthanded goals in this postseason, tying the most the Rangers have ever had in a single playoff year. They did it in 1979. And down low, Forsling scores! Gustav Forsling ties the game at 1. Panthers learning a lot about Gustav Forsling. Look at Sam Bennett's eyes. He looks out like he's passing this to the wing, and Forsling goes right between Lafreniere and Fox, and this backhand deflects off the pad.
Yes, it did. Meanwhile, we head to the third period again, and the Florida Panthers sealed it.
Played back to the near wall. Losterina got it out past Zibanejad. Fox, the defender back there now for New York. Here's Bennett with a net empty. Sam Bennett
shoots and scores. An empty net goal and a 3-1 lead for Florida with 1:52 to go. And the Panthers dominate the period. Strong board work. Losterinen first. Bennett runs into Zibanejad, and then he's got the loose puck, and he buries this into the net. In the playoffs this year, the Panthers have 53 goals. They've got 23 of those 53.
Imagine that, 23 of those 53 in the third period. That is an amazing number. But the Rangers tried to make a game of it. They played their guts out right to the very end.
Backed off. Zibanejad has a broken stick. He has to go to the bench for a new one with under a minute to go. Centering pass. Here's Zibanejad with a new piece of lumber, and they score on a deflection out in front. Zibanejad had to go to the bench for a stick. He stepped back into the offensive end, put it on net. Dad's going to come off the bench with a new stick. You see, he's in two pieces on the ice. His shot is deflected by Lafreniere coming out of the corner. The skate of Lafreniere deflects this in.
And again, Lafreniere did get credit for the goal, but and the actually Rangers might have had even another chance with the empty net at 6-on-5, but they had a bad icing call within the last 30 seconds of the game, and that kind of sealed it. So Florida wins 3-2. They take a 3-2 series lead after the game. Anton Lundell on his go-ahead goal. This is NHL.com.
Yeah, that was huge. We had some good chances in the third, and we were playing really good. Felt like we just had chances after chances, and just kept grinding and trusted that we're gonna get the chance and the goal. And when we got it, we really just tried to stay on top of them and keep the lead.
Lundell also post-game talked about how Sasha Barkov helped him to adjust to life in America.
Right. Anton, I was joking with you the other day about the whole, baby Barkov thing. But in all honesty, how big of a mentor has he been for you? Like, I know that when you first got here, you lived with him, but it just seems like he is the perfect, person for you to be an understudy for.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I could have had a better guy to be here for me. Coming here, had a hard time with the language. Hard time with everything. How to live in America. It's a lot different, but he helped in small details outside hockey even more. But overall, he's been a huge factor for me and the whole team as well. But we also have so many great guys during these years that I've learned so much about small details. But yeah, I have to say he's special. He's unique. He does a lot of things that I don't think works for anybody else. He has his stuff he does, and probably the hardest working guy we have in the team. So it's fun to follow him for sure.
All right, great stuff. Meanwhile, Paul Maurice, by the way, his son Jake, will be calling the Everblades Game 1 tonight at the Kelly Cup Finals, as the Everblades are in Missouri to take on the Kansas City Mavericks, another Maverick team. But Paul Maurice, head coach of the Florida Panthers, talked about seeing these teams playing their best late in games.
We have a good understanding of the style of hockey that we'd like to play. And I almost thought it took the third period to get there. I found it to be an unusual game. Like in the first period, it looked like if you could just get a handle on the darn thing, you were going to get lots, right? We had 2 2-on-1s. We're in alone. I think in the game, it's probably 5 times we're in alone. But we just couldn't get a handle on some of the good offense. And then I thought our game got very simple in the third period, and that was the key to it. Not trying to break the game open, not trying for the killer play, just grind. And then eventually you'll get a partial rush. Vladimir Tarasenko is a big part of that goal, right? The mid-lane drive.
Mm-hmm.
So it was as the emotion increases in the series, and they all do, the closer you get to the end of them, every play, right? It's every single play, every small play. We had 20 shot blocks tonight. That might be the story for me. They had more zone time than they've had, I think, previously. I don't know, maybe game 2 would be different, but when you're in your end, you're going to have to block shots. We did get some great blocks.
And finally, Paul Maurice also got a chuckle after hearing that the Panthers only had 1 turnover.
Paul, you guys, according to the stat sheet, had just 1 giveaway tonight. Is that something that you...
That is awesome.
Is that something
Just don't tell me Bobrovsky had it.
No. Do you want to know who it was?
Yeah, who was it?
Eki.
Oh, he's out.
Is that something that you guys talked about? Or, I mean, you were surprised by it, so I don't know if...
No, you know what? And to be fair, I don't follow the qualification of what a giveaway is. There were so many puck battles on the walls that I thought we had control of the puck that we didn't make a play, and it's into their feet, and then they get possession of it. I would count that as a giveaway. I think the change of possession, it's either forced or it's not in some ways. What am I trying to say? I think there's a hell of a lot more giveaways in that game for 2 coaches. And Ekblad's out.
Front right, Mike? Yeah, like hits, they need to start auditing the giveaways.
Right. Can you no, I'm not going to ask that question. Go ahead.
All right. And finally, Peter Laviolette, head coach of the New York Rangers, on his team's performance in the third.
What was your question?
Going into the third, what do you think of your team's play and your thoughts on it?
I mean, it was a tight game. I mean, chances were probably pretty much even. They scored 1 on the rush in the third, so I mean, it was tight out there. I thought we started the game good in the first period. The second, I thought we played pretty good in the second. We gave up a goal. We tied up 1-1, and it goes to the third period, and they got one. It was I thought they pushed in the third period. They got a couple. They got some chances off the rush. They got a couple chances off of our turnovers, and they were able to capitalize on one of them.
Yeah. Gaspar Guy says Sam Bennett has been on point since he came back from the injury against it. Look, Sam Bennett is a pain in the tuchus, but there isn't a coach in the National Hockey League that wouldn't want to have that guy on their team. Nobody. They'd all want him. He's that kind of guy. He can be a tad dirty, feisty, whatever you want to call it. The Bruins have theirs, a little pain in the butt, and a little ball of hate, and Brad Marchand and everything else. Sam Bennett is a solid player. Pain in the butt, but there isn't a coach in the National Hockey League that would not want Sam Bennett on their team. That's simple. All right, Angel, we are running a little bit late, but that's all right. Who cares? I get time to get my toast in the toaster oven. That's been there for like 15 minutes.
That's what I need.
Well, we'll take a quick break here. Coming up next hour at 9:05, I should say at 9:05, the final hour of the program, Brad Ralph, GM and head coach of the Florida Everblades, is going to join me at 9:05. Jerry Thornton from Barstool Sports joins me at the bottom of the hour as well at 9:30. 727-858-6650, the number to text or call the program. When we come back, I have lots of NFL and college football schedule news to tell you about that I think you'll be fascinated by it. A lot of sound coming from camps in the AFC and the NFC. We'll get to all of that and a whole lot more as the Pete Sheppard Show continues here on a Friday on the Riptide Media Network.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. No, you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
La 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 la. Sing it. La 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 la. Come on, sing it. La 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 la. A B C. She wears a long fur coat of me, even in the summertime.
Pete Sheppard Show here on the Riptide Media Network. That is, I'm at a brain cramp. That is another Prince discovery, right?
Sheila E.
Yes, Sheila E. She was outstanding. She was extremely talented. She toured with Prince for a long time.
Sure did.
On the side. Then she went solo, I think, for a little bit. But man, great stuff, Angel Martinez. Welcome back. It's hour number 2 of the Pete Sheppard Show here on the Riptide Media Network. Not live today at the Naples Well Planning Studio. Hopefully, we will be back there next week. But if not, we'll be continuing to do the show here from Isola della Cucina, my kitchen island here in Fort Myers. Hope wherever you are, you're off to a great start on this Friday, or in some places, Saturday. We just found out that now we're big in Tokyo, Japan. So Tokyo, arigato for listening. Thank you.
Konnichiwa.
Yeah, hello. Hello.
And by the way, our friends in Mother Russia, yes, you guys are listening too. Thank you very much for tuning in. We do appreciate it. And of course, all across our great nation, down in Brazil, Australia, and our friends to the north, as we've picked up a couple more provinces up in Canada. So friends up north.
Hello, Canada. Hello. Absolutely. Because we're one of the few shows that will actually talk about hockey.
Very true.
Around the country, because there are certain people that don't think it moves the needle. And to that, I say, screw you, hippies. Moves my needle. See? Move your needle.
Sure does.
If the Flyers ever get back in it, they'll move your needle again.
They will. I
hope they do. I hope they do. It's
a rebuild. Although
they played their butt. They played tough this year. They were in it right until the last, say, couple weeks of the season.
I know, but that's a killer though, Pete. I know it's like the Phillies last season and the year before, no one picked them to go to the World Series against the Astros. But it was tough because you want to see. I know Briere and Jonesy are trying to do the best he possibly can, and it's going to get better for sure. But when you get that close, it's like I'd rather not be teased and say we'll get there next year, to then get to that point like, damn it, we're almost there.
Yeah, but see, you gotta take it in stride, though. I know it's like the old saying: it's better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all. If the team or whatever team you're rooting for in any sport keeps you interested for the majority of the season, so be it. Sometimes you overachieve, sometimes you underachieve. It's like my Bruins this year; they overachieved. I mean, nobody thought they would be where they were. They lost to a better team of the Florida Panthers, obviously. On the precipice of winning, getting back to the Stanley Cup Finals, where they lost last year to Vegas. So, I just enjoy it. I'm at the point in my career, in my life, I just enjoy everything. Don't take anything for granted. Got to have fun every single day. Meanwhile, somebody who didn't have fun last night was the Minnesota Timberwolves. But I meant to do movie review time for me before we get to all the NFL and some college football. Not postseason news, but college football scheduling that came out. A lot of stuff not got leaked, got published yesterday on all the networks: ABC, CBS, NBC, Peacock, all that stuff. And we'll hear from the AFC, my football sound, in a few minutes, from Baltimore, Buffalo, Cleveland, Denver, Houston, Indianapolis, and Kansas City. And then from the NFC, we will hear from the Carolina camp, Dallas, Mike McCarthy, from Detroit camp, including Dan Campbell, and Minnesota, with Josh McGowan, what he can share with J.J. McCarthy. Also from New Orleans, the Giants camp, and Philadelphia as well for Angels, Eagles, and Seattle as well. So we'll hear from all those camps. Got lots of sound from all the camps coming up. But first, Angel, a movie review. So everybody knows the original Omen, the first one, not the remake with Liv Schreiber. That was terrible. But the original Omen with Gregory Peck and Lee Remick is one of the greatest horror movies of all time, because there wasn't a lot of gore in it. There was a little bit, but there wasn't a lot of gore in it, besides David Warner's head getting chopped off by the glass at the end when they were in the Middle East. Other than that, it really wasn't that gory. But psychologically, just messed with your mind, with Damien being the son of the devil and all that stuff. Anyway, I don't have to go through it. It's a great movie. So I watched the first Omen yesterday afternoon before the sports came on. I was going to save it. I would have rewatched it again with Elaine, but I don't know if it's worth rewatching. She saw the last 10 minutes of it, which is really all you really had to see. But it was interesting. It was a prequel to how Damien, because remember, remember when they went to the graveyard and they found the original baby. The church killed the child, and then one of a jackal, his mother, all that stuff. That all came to fruition. And in the end, when they finally went through this whole sequence of this young lady, Sciambi, was you saw Mother Sciambi, Bambino Sciambi in the original Omen. Well, this was about her and how they kind of manipulated her, how the church wanted to. People were losing their way because it took place. I'll give them credit for this. The people who made it. The original Omen took place in 1976. This movie started 5 years earlier in 1971, quote unquote, 1971. So they do the timeline the right way, which I can appreciate that, because that's the kind of stuff that gets me all the time. Anyway, the church manipulated what they thought too many people were in church and going awry. So they devised another type of group on purpose that would not necessarily worship the devil, but they wanted Satan to come back into people's lives so they would appreciate going back to the church more, if that makes any sense. That was the premise of the movie. And it was okay. It had its moments. It was okay. But overall, I'd give it a C minus.
Was that Netflix?
No, actually on Hulu. It debuted on Hulu. It just came out of the theaters not too long ago.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to make that much money.
No, I mean, I think it did the first week or so, but after that, I mean, there weren't a lot of blockbuster movies out. I mean, since Maverick came out a couple of years ago, name me a blockbuster movie. I told you I saw that piece of shit movie Immaculate a couple of weeks ago just because I couldn't stop laughing during it. It was 125 minutes. There was another Omen type of movie with somebody who immaculates this woman who got pregnant. But when she tried to bite the umbilical cord at the end,
yeah,
her teeth, it spent about 3 minutes of her screaming, and then she's trying to bite the umbilical cord. It was like watching somebody try to bite through licorice or a big gummy bear. That's what it was like. It's just laughable. I mean, it's horrible. You sit there, I'm wondering, the people who write these type of scripts, like, who pays for that? Obviously, somebody did. But it's awful. Just movies like it, just absolutely awful. And, to pay money to go see that trash is crazy. I could see paying money to go see the first Omen because people are curious and thinking, how can they, the prequel to the Omen? I think it could have been done better. I think
it's the same way. Like it's funny to me how things continue to change, and you never hear the number one movie in America is nope. Why? Because every movie gets a participation trophy, just like everything else. God forbid it, you say that this movie is number one. Nope. What were the cast? No.
Yeah.
Because this one won't like that. That one said that they're not number one. So it's so stupid anymore.
Or it's because of somebody's political beliefs. Yep. That's too liberal. You're too conservative. I mean, if you based your life on judging entertainment by somebody's political affiliation, you're screwed, man. You won't watch anything or listen to anything.
Nope.
It's nuts. Can Donald Trump run a campaign from jail?
Good thing is he's not going to jail, but he can.
I know. That's all I'm going to say. I hate them all. I hate all of them. So, and I'm going to end up voting for you, Angel, this year. I voted for my two best friends. I voted for Brian and my friend Jim last time. I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. But anyway, we digress. That's the only politics you'll hear me talk is I hate them all of them. They're all for themselves and not what's best for this country. Meanwhile, where were we? Yeah, so the first Omen, it's worth a look if you have Hulu. Don't have great expectations. They do. The last 10 minutes are pretty good because it ties in. They are headed to meet Gregory Peck at the hospital to give him his fake baby, which ended up being Damien Thorne.
Jeez. Oh, brother.
By the way, there is it's probably the first season of South Park where, Mr. Garrison's like, well, class, we have a new student today. And please welcome Damien.
Oh, yeah, I did see that.
He comes in. Maybe we could play that. I don't know if you can find that on YouTube. We could just highlight, Damien introduced to South Park class. And he's like, where are you from, Damien? He goes, the seventh layer of hell. He goes, oh, and just the guy goes, oh, I've been to Alabama myself. Then he jumps up on the desk. He's like, I am the beginning of the end, blah, blah, blah. He goes, bread, meat, Jesus. And then they have a big fight, the devil and Jesus at the end of the show. It's hysterical. It's freaking brilliant. You can't take that stuff so seriously. Where are you from? The seventh layer of hell. Yeah, we got to punch that up. Now, let's have some fun on a Friday here. Everybody's taking life so seriously.
Exactly. By the way, guess I know he sent in some.
Oh yeah, do you have any report on the Buccaneers? Nothing today that I have, but we will next week. We'll start focusing more on Tampa, but nothing really newsworthy that's come out of the Tampa Bay camp so far. Nothing. So that's a good thing because usually at this time it's about injuries, which you don't want to see in OTAs. All right, here's South Park season 1. Mr. Garrett. All right, go ahead.
I want you all to meet our new classmate. What's your name again?
Damien.
Say hi to Damien. And where are you from, Damien?
The seventh layer of hell.
Oh, that's exciting. My mother was from Alabama.
My arrival connotes the end of the beginning of the end, the new reign of my father.
Your father?
The Prince of Darkness.
Wow, we have royalty in our class. Why don't you take your seat, Damien? We're going to finish our lesson on great singers of the Baroque era.
Anyway, they all become mean to him, and he turns Kenny into a duck platypus at one point in the show. It's freaking hysterical.
It's so freaking good.
Stuff like that just cracks me up. I know it's sophomoric and child. I don't care. You need some of that in your life to balance out all the craziness that goes on.
There's let's see this. They have one where he destroys the playground.
Oh yeah. That's the cafeteria one. Is it? You get the one with the cafeteria when he destroys the cafeteria?
Hold on, I'm trying to see.
I'll do the playground. The playground one's good too.
The cafeteria one. No, let me see. Let me go back to the playground one.
Yeah, this is.
Of course, now I have to let the ad skip on by. No freebie for you.
Nope, not at all. Not at all.
Let me bring this back some.
Yep. Oh, man.
Gotta have freaking fun with life, especially on a Friday.
Oh, yeah. No question about it. We'll have some fun with Jerry Thornton at night. Okay, here we go. Here's the playground.
As you can see, the red Mega Man uses the Mega Cycle, which is what Clyde will be getting me for my birthday. Wendy, you were supposed to get me the Mega Power Chopper illustrated here. Yeah. But I'm changing your present to the yellow Mega Man since Kenny has been turned into a duck-billed platypus. That means that the Mega Man Beach House, illustrated will be a gift given by two people at once as it touches my leg.
Our slide.
Feel my wrath!
You shouldn't be so upset, Damien. I know it's hard being the new kid, but the children may accept you someday.
I don't need acceptance. I'm the son of Satan.
Believe me, I know what it's like not to have friends. Perhaps you should speak to the school counselor. He helps me a lot when I'm feeling lonely.
Damien.
Son of Stench, curse and ruler of the weak.
So it is thou, son of Lucifer.
Your time on this earth is short.
Oh my God! It's just ridiculous. Anyway, just a little fun for you on this Friday.
We had so many episodes. It's amazing to me. Like half of the stuff that they've and they still kind of get away with a lot of good amount of things on the show. I'm sorry if you're not a fan of the show. You have to have a sense of humor. You have to. And if you don't have it, that's one of those shows was absolutely phenomenal. And
you know what? Trey Parker, the creator of it, like Seth MacFarlane, Family Guy, they keep up with present day events, and they only have like 4 or 5 days to write these episodes. And it's amazing to me, South Park, how they do it. Something crazy could happen. And they'll go back in and edit it 3 days before it's supposed to air. I mean, they do a really good job. But if you're offended easily, then don't watch. I mean, it's going to offend everybody of all ethnic races and religions. They don't care.
Yeah, same way. I mean, I'm offended by The View, but they're still on TV. So what difference does it make? Those friggin' yentas. Gasphone guy, by the way, says, Angel, I agree. In Little League, everyone gets a trophy and I can't stand it. And then he says, of course, the episode we just played, he said that episode was awesome.
It was. The first season was awesome. It really was. And in the end, there's a big battle between good and evil. And of course, good wins out. All right, let's get some sound here, Angel, from the NFL. Here, let's start with the AFC. Let's start with the Baltimore Ravens. Doug Mallory on Kyle Hamilton. This from the Ravens webpage.
So the first time I saw Kyle, I was in Atlanta when Kyle was coming out of high school. I didn't know anything about him coming out of high school. And then that year, Notre Dame had a couple safeties that were in the draft. And I knew the secondary coach at Notre Dame, a guy by the name of Terry Joseph. He and I had worked together at LSU. And I called Terry to find out about, some of the older guys and just give me a little bit of insight on the guys that I was evaluating. And he gave me all the information that I needed. And I said, Terry, who's this number 14? I said, he's not on my list right now to do a write-up on. He said, Doug, he's just a freshman. I was like, wow, he's going to be a pretty good player by the time he's a senior. So I remember seeing him his freshman year. Didn't really have an opportunity to follow his career a whole lot. By the time he was coming out, we got let go in Atlanta, and I was back in Michigan. But, I knew about him. Just seeing him firsthand here, he's extremely impressive. I didn't realize he was as tall as he is. And I think just with that length and the athletic ability and the speed that he has, he's just really a unique player. And I think to top it off, just really seems like a quality human being, just first-class individual. So got a lot going for him.
All right, let's head. That's from the Baltimore Ravens webpage. Let's head to Buffalo from the Rich Eisen Show. Head coach Sean McDermott explains that's some dodgeball games going on during OTAs.
It's the dodgeball stuff. I saw this. What's going on with the dodgeball? What'd you do?
Yeah. Well, we just try and integrate some things once in a while to break up the off season, helping our players enjoy some quote unquote conditioning, exercises, and compete a little bit. And it's fun to watch these guys. I mean, this is something as simple as dodgeball that we've all played since elementary school.
Yes.
And you watch these professional athletes. Look at the looks on their faces.
Intense.
These guys
Intensity. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it is fun to watch. I'll tell you that.
We're gonna put
Personalities come out.
Yep.
Leadership comes out. It's an interesting, call it 30, 45 minutes.
And you break down the film later on? Is that what you're saying? To see who's
Whatever
digging?
hey, yeah. I mean, whatever it's the cool thing is you're able to mix up offense, defense, special teams, and I mean, sometimes you got to separate guys because it gets so competitive.
Yeah. We should put this on the Ocho. You know what I mean? Like, you should do that. I don't know if you saw dodgeball. At least they're not throwing wrenches, Sean.
I can imagine getting hit by a dodgeball from Josh
Allen.
Oh,
Seriously, Josh, I wouldn't want him
I'm on his
pegging me as a good one. I wouldn't want him throwing a dodgeball at me at all. Look at him.
No, we make the quarterbacks go left-handed. They throw southpaw.
Okay. That's only right. Okay.
Yeah, that's actually smart if you're going to do that stuff. Can you imagine if it was Josh Allen or another quarterback playing dodgeball and you tore a rotator cuff during that time? But do they even allow dodgeball in public schools anymore or any schools?
I doubt it. I seriously doubt it.
That was so much fun back in the day in gym.
Sure was.
And you could go after the person you hated. And yeah, it's not like you're 2 feet away. I mean, you were a pretty good distance away. I always thought that if you got hit in the head or something like that, then you really had it coming. If you were that uncoordinated, you couldn't, not that necessarily you have to catch the ball, which is always the goal, to knock the other person out so you could be the next thrower, but
exactly.
at least block it. So I remember you'd be up against the wall, and that used to be so much fun. Depending on what size ball. I remember those red balls we used to have in elementary school and in junior high. Those were the days. Men became men. Women became women. I mean, it took a lot, and you get that all the time.
Yep.
Don't hit me.
Exactly.
And then they started with no throwing above the waist, and they had those type of rules. Not in my day, and probably not in your day either. But afterwards, and now I don't know if they play dodgeball anymore anywhere. I really don't.
I don't think they do, because I'm telling you, high school, it was no holds barred. Like, we knew it, especially if we never had, thankfully in my high school, we never had the major fights in other places. The thing was that if you wanted to out trash someone by trash talking, then when we knew it was, if the gym teacher was pretty good, that he would always kind of give us a lineup in advance of what was coming up. So, basketball, baseball, whatever. When it was dodgeball, you knew that week you were trash talking whatever you wanted to talk about, because when it came time, that was it. The trash talk was a ball and you were winging it.
Yeah, you felt bad. I mean, in elementary school, I went to Catholic high school by my own choice. I didn't go to Catholic elementary school or junior high. But there was a big difference in, the boys taking it much more seriously, dodgeball, than the girls. And we'd find out too. Did you have to take square dancing in elementary school? Did they have that? They had it's around New England and around a lot of the country, like 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. There used to be like two gym classes or 3 of square dancing, and it was like what are we doing? And I don't know if it was a New England thing or whatever, because I know a lot of my friends it was like, oh God, I hated it. If we weren't playing a regular sport, I couldn't stand it. Once in a while, if it wasn't basketball or kickball. By the way, another South Park episode, they go to China to take the dodgeball champions. There's a dodgeball championship South Park episode in China,
Oh, Jesus.
which is very funny as well.
All
right.
We may have an answer to your question. Let me properly bring it up. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
I got to do a lot of scrolling, a lot of moving as usual, but
That's okay.
GPG has an answer for us here, and it is coming up right now.
Okay. Guy says, no, they don't play dodgeball anymore. My son is in 3rd grade. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could have, a rogue dodgeball game, right? At somebody's house. I mean, but you need to have you got to have like 10 people at least.
Oh,
at least 10. You can't play dodgeball 1-on-1. You can't play dodgeball 2-on-2. I suppose you could-
We'll get a team together. We'll have Gas Pump Guy and Tim Barrington. So Dallas fans can be on one side, Bucks fans can be on the other, and game on.
All right, moving on to, speaking of Bucks fans, how about Jameis Winston, who's no longer a Buck, but is a Cleveland Brown, talked about yesterday on being the number 1 overall pick to his current role.
I've been in every role in terms of the quarterback position in the NFL that they have to offer. So I focus on what I'm grateful for. I'm grateful that I was the number 1 pick. I'm grateful that I went through some adversity year 5. I'm grateful that I got to learn from a Hall of Fame head coach and a Hall of Fame quarterback. I'm grateful that I ended up being here with a storied franchise, a culture franchise with an elite fan base. So I'm focused on what I'm grateful for.
Great attitude, Jameis. I hope he succeeds. I mean, he had some great moments with Tampa Bay, but when you throw 30 interceptions, and even though you throw 30 touchdowns, it just kind of really. And man, his interceptions to linebackers were legendary. The opposing team's linebackers, legendary. And then he'd make some spectacular throws, and you want to, pull your hair out if you're a Bucks fan. But yeah, hopefully, you know what, you might see some play. Deshaun Watson, we'll see. Not Deshaun Watson, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with the Browns. That's going to be really interesting this year. I'd love to see Jameis get some more playing time, but we'll see. All right, another quick break. When we come back, I'll continue with the NFL coverage, more from the AFC and NFC camps. This is the Pete Sheppard Show, live until 10 a.m. this morning. Coming up after my show across the entire Riptide Media Network video platform, Martinez and Company from 10 a.m. until noon. And then middays with Q as well. 3rd day in a row. Got to check this guy out. Rich Quinones from noon to 1 p.m. He's very good. Must say I'm very impressed. Good stuff. All part of the Riptide Media Network. It is the Pete Sheppard Show until 10. More from the NFL, and we'll get to an MLB rundown as well, I promise, right here on the Riptide Media Network.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding.
Whoa!
Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woo-hoo. Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
I'm not hearing or seeing that, Angel. Oh, I guess others can see it, but I can't. That's Phoebe, right? All right, well, welcome back to the Pete Sheppard Show, but I'm probably going to have to refresh if that's the case. If I can't see it, that means I'm going to have to refresh. Otherwise, that will lead to other technical issues. So I'm going to refresh my screen right now, Angel, okay?
Okay.
All right, I can hear you flying. There I am. There you go. Now I can see it. Love this song.
I don't need the final things in life. No matter where I go, it's a good time.
Yeah, sing it, baby.
And I don't need to sit in VIP. Middle of the floor, that's where I'll be.
Let's see what country this song gets. Let's go with that. And has there ever been a better song title than I'm Good?
Never.
What else is she? That's the only song of hers I know.
No, she got some good ones.
I know she does. I don't know the rest of them. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because of David Guetta, that's the biggest one she's made today, but she's got some really good songs.
Yeah, Rick says I'm gonna need to watch that whole video. Yeah, you should.
Yeah, you do.
It's
a
very
good one.
entertaining. Very entertaining. Welcome back to the Pete Sheppard Show. Here it is Friday, May 31st, last day of May. Angel, getting closer to your nuptials, your wedding day. As I said, it's incredible. I have this shirt on today. Yes, even though they are not good, but it is an homage to the last time one of my teams in professional sports won a championship.
Yes. I get to scoot away and get my coffee.
Oh yeah, scoot away, scoot. I'll get back to the NFL.
Alrighty.
Yeah, back to the NFL. Okay, we just heard from Jameis Winston. Let's continue in the AFC camp. Here is Denver Broncos head coach Sean Payton says Marvin Mims will improve a lot from year 1 to year 2.
I think one of the challenges, I've said this, and I'll say it again, we were as much responsible for, I don't want to say holding him back, but man, you're trying to get snaps with Jerry, you're trying to get snaps with Cortland, and so I think we'll see a lot of growth from year 1 to year 2. He's tough. He made a real good play today. We know he's a good returner. We felt that was one of the strengths, obviously, that we saw on tape, but we saw transitional speed. We saw the things that you need to have at that receiver position. So I don't think it was his development as much as, and I don't want to say a crowded room, but just, trying to create enough touches for those guys. And now we have a room, and look, we have a lot of young players. I think size is certainly something you see at the receiver position right now. And I'm anxious as we go through this process to watch these guys. This first half of these OTAs have gone really good. I mean, really good. And I told them that. I like the energy. I feel like we're younger. And you kind of feel that at practice.
Yeah, again, thanks to DenverBroncos.com, their webpage for that. Sean Payton there. Meanwhile, moving down to Houston, Joe Mixon, quarterback C.J. Stroud. This from also the Texans webpage.
First time we talked to you, now spent some time in the building with C.J., field with C.J. What do you now know about C.J.?
That C.J.'s he's a great teammate. He's a leader, and he definitely make a lot of plays. And to be able to witness that firsthand, man, that's a great thing for me to see.
Yep. Meanwhile, Indianapolis, Shane Steichen on Jonathan Taylor not being present at OTAs.
No JT out there today. Is there any?
Yeah, he'll be here next week. He's just dealing with some personal stuff. No issues though. All good.
Yeah. Anything with Pitt?
He's in a good spot. We're just resting him. Like, could he go out there and practice right now? Yeah, probably. We're just going to be smart with him though.
Shane, how much have you appreciate this time here with your guys here as you get ready for minicamp tomorrow, and of course?
It's great. I mean, this time you build the camaraderie, right? Every year is a new year, but to be out here with the guys flying around, there's some back and forth banter, competition, guys talking trash. I love that stuff. So it's good to build that chemistry right now, and that's where we're at.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wait. How can you say did you just not have about 5 months worth of rest? Come on. All right. Those out there that want to believe that. Get out of here.
Well, it is Indianapolis, but I will say this. Another Bishop Hendricken High School grad, Quiddy Pay, who's an outstanding defensive player and was he was a top overall pick a few years ago. The Colts just picked up his 5th-year option. I can't believe it's 5 years, but I just found out yesterday he will be inducted into the Bishop Hendricken High School Hall of Fame, as he should. With so many other great athletes that have come out of my high school. Not me, but I tried. But been very blessed to have been around. And I'm going to try and get Quiddy on the show. His story is an absolute, it's a tearjerker what he went through to get where he was in Africa to here. It's just unbelievable stuff. Meanwhile, getting back to the NFL and camp, Kansas City, Greg Olson says the only team stopping the Chiefs from three-peating as Super Bowl champions are the Chiefs.
we're here on the cusp of June, so it's difficult to give an answer to the question I'm about to ask. But the lane in which we're currently residing, sports talk radio, and everybody has pretty much put their rosters together. I mean, here and there we might see a change, but you pretty much post-draft know who's where. So the biggest obstacle to a three-peat for the Chiefs would be what? Or which team, Greg, right now?
Man, I'll tell you, it seems like every time we leave them for dead. We called it. We've had the pleasure of calling a bunch of their games over the last couple of years, and halfway through the season last year, and the media, the narrative was they're done. They can't block. Their offensive line hasn't come together like they thought. Their offensive weapons, Mahomes cannot carry them again with just Travis Kelce. They never should have let Tyreek go 2 years ago. Like all of even though they won the Super Bowl right away,
yes,
like last year. Those narratives were starting to creep back. Like, you can't just rely on Mahomes to be a magician. He can't do it all himself. And Andy Reid can only create so much. And then as the year went on, they got a little bit better. And then they found their groove. So I think the only thing stopping them is them, right? I think as long as their best players are heavily engaged, which they show no signs of not, continuing to be committed to doing things at a high level, committed to being professionals, committing to being as long as they got Mahomes and Kelce and Chris Jones and that young defense is off the charts. And that we can go on a whole segment on just their ability to weather the defensive turnover, win the Super Bowl with all those rookies 2 years ago, and then all those guys in year two with Spags, arguably were the best defense in the league, maybe in the top handful. Like, for them to be able to do that so quickly and weather the storm was because of Andy Reid, because they had Mahomes, and he's like the ultimate eraser. So, they have things that everyone else doesn't have, so they can kind of weather the ups and the downs. As long as Mahomes is there, as long as Andy Reid is there, as long as Kelce's there, and as long as that defense stays young and active and Spagnuolo's blitzing guys from all over the place, come next year in the AFC, doesn't matter who the fun team is, who the story, when it comes down, until proven otherwise, the AFC goes through Kansas City. And it's going to be that way as long as all those guys are still wearing Chiefs uniforms and obviously still playing at a high level.
Yeah, all right, Greg Olson on the Rich Eisen show, and I agree with some of that, but the problem is its history is way against them. Okay, no one's ever won 3 Super Bowls in a row, and you have to have everything go perfectly to win a Super Bowl, including reasonable health, and you need a little bit of luck in a game or two. That's with every single team that's ever won a Super Bowl, every single one. That comes with the territory for a season. So if you're going to give me the field of the Kansas City Chiefs, I'm taking the field.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, 100%. No one's ever won 3 Super Bowls in a row. Would I be surprised if they did? If everything I just said came to fruition? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Not at all. But you're going to get some severe competition this year. I really think Houston's going to be an unbelievable team. I think Jacksonville has some potential. And I agree with me, O'Brien, when no one's talking about them, that's when they're going to be at their most dangerous. I think Trevor Lawrence is going to be on a freaking mission this year for the Jaguars. The Miami Dolphins, you would think they would keep getting better. The Tua Tagovailoa situation is interesting. They're going to be a competitive team. The Buffalo Bills should be. They should be in the AFC, and but the Baltimore Ravens, a team I picked last year to get back to the Super Bowl or get to the Super Bowl. I still think they're going to be a very formidable opponent. And if I had my druthers, if you put a gun to my head right now, I'm picking Baltimore out of the AFC again. Not that Kansas City can't get there. I just think to win 3 Super Bowls in a row has never been done before. And I'm not saying it's like the NBA where a team down 3-0 is 0-155. Now actually 0-156 after Minnesota lost, but last night to Dallas. But I think it's just extremely difficult. It's extremely difficult to win back-to-back, which is why the Patriots in 03-04 and then last year's 22-23, 23-24 Kansas City team or 21-22, 22-23 Kansas City team. That's why it took all that time to do it. It's very, very difficult. It's very difficult for teams in the Super Bowl sometimes just to get back to the playoffs, let alone get back to the Super Bowl. So we'll see. That's Greg Olson, you're entitled to your opinion, but I'll take history on my side with this one. I'll take the other teams. I'll take everybody else on the field. you can have Kansas City until proven otherwise.
Yep.
Meanwhile, back to the NFC. Back to the NFC, starting in the NFC, Dallas head coach Mike McCarthy and how many running backs will comprise his running back by committee.
Mike, you talked about the running back by committee. Can you define how, what's that vision? How do you look at it? Is it because you had two guys the last few years, with Zeke and Tony and things, but you never had that third guy. Is that what the committee is? Is it when you get to that third guy?
2 or 3, whatever it takes, right? 221, 220, somewhere in there. But no, I think that, I don't think it's limited to 2. I think like anything, it's. I know my experience. The 17th game is real, and really, I think the 16th game has really kind of changed it. I know when I started really paying attention to the carries for running backs over the course of the year. Because we all understand what playoff football and January and December football is like. So I think you have to pay attention. So whether it's 2 or whether it's 3, I mean, to be honest with you, the players will determine that.
And your thoughts on where Rico is, and obviously being able to stay healthy has been his biggest issue.
Yeah, definitely. He's had a good offseason, looks great. And I think just like any time these guys have a chance to really hone in their training. So Rico's done an excellent job there. Very comfortable. He's very, very bright, very instinctive football player. So he's definitely one of the lead guys in the room, as far as his experience here, but also his understanding of the offense.
All right, there it is, Mike McCarthy. And like I said, I think the Cowboys have a chance to take a mini step back this year. I don't know. It's going to be really interesting. And Mike McCarthy, if they don't get off to a great start, you got to wonder, not that they're going to fire in the middle of the season, but he's probably, and I think we've said this the last 3 years, he might be coaching for his job. And especially if these Bill Belichick rumors continue to heat up, that, he's going to make one last hurrah, possibly next year with Jerry Jones. Although maybe he finds being on Monday Night Football with the Manning brothers appealing as well. But I think Bill would welcome the challenge if something does happen with Dallas this year. As I think your Philadelphia Eagles are going to win that division. Dallas should still be a playoff team. I mean, if they're not a playoff team, he's definitely out. But now they're going to prove something.
I think that, honestly, if they start out, I would say 1-4, I would not be surprised. Even though it doesn't happen, Jerry Jones has never done it, but there could be a first because there's only so much you're going to put up with. And when you have a $1 billion stadium, and you're trying to fill those seats, which they do, the fans are only going to take but so much.
And looking at Dallas' schedule, I mean, the first game is tough. They're at Cleveland. That's then they're home against the Saints, and then home against the Ravens, and at the Giants. And the Giants always play them tough too. Then at Pittsburgh. That's an interesting. If they're 3-2 after 5, if I'm a fan, I'd be okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be okay with that. But that's 3 out of 5 games. You start the season on the road, and then you come home for the Lions, and then at San Francisco, Angel. So Browns, at the Browns, home against the Saints, home against the Ravens, at the Giants, at the Steelers, home against the Lions, and at San Francisco. Those are your first 7 games. You're the Cowboys. You should not be upset if your team is 4-3. That's no shame if you're 4-3. After those 7 games, those are tough. And then after that second half, then you're at Atlanta. We don't know what the Falcons are going to be. I think they're going to stink because they didn't do anything to improve their defense. Home against the Eagles, home against the Texans, then at the Washington Commanders, home against the Giants, home against the Bengals, at the improved Panther team, home against the Buccaneers, and at the Eagles, and home against Washington. That is a very, very difficult schedule for the Dallas Cowboys. It really is. That means they win 10 games on that schedule. God bless them.
Yep.
I'd say that for anybody's schedule, that is a tough schedule. So we shall see. But the ball is in your court, Mr. Eagle. The ball is in your court. Moving on to Detroit. Ben Johnson on his decision to stay with the Lions. This is from Lions.com.
Right after the championship game, you got on the plane and just thinking about something that Coach had said. So 2021 and early part of 2022, he had made this analogy to the team just about how we were sailing down the ocean, and at that moment we were in the Arctic. We were hitting the icebergs. We had the storms going on, and I mean those are dark days. But he had the foresight, he had the vision of where we were going and where we were heading. He assured us, guys, I see it. I see where we're going. The results haven't been there yet, but the Caribbean is on the horizon. It's coming up. You know, and I'm sitting on the plane, I'm thinking back to that, and just the story of my career has been living in that Arctic for a lot of it. That was the second time I've been to the playoffs. The first time I'd experienced winning games in the playoffs. I think when it boils down to it, I wanted the sunshine a little bit longer. You know, that's really what it comes down to for me. I like the sunshine. I like what we built here, starting with ownership, the head coach, the GM, on down. We have a great group of guys in the locker room, and I want to reap the rewards with them a little bit longer. Been a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. The Penguin AZ says, good morning, hermanos. Vamos, Packers. Vamos. Happy Friday. Joe Q, what up? The Penguin AZ, and good morning to us as well. Good stuff, Joe Q. What up, Pete and Angel? You're up, Joe Q. You're up early this morning. Having a great show here. All right, one more before we go to break. Dan Campbell, for the head coach of the aforementioned Detroit Lions. Interesting analogy on why the Lions are good now.
From the ground up, you have to do that. It's, you can't put a Band-Aid on something that needs stitches and expect it to just hold. So, and so we knew from that standpoint, it was not going to be the easiest thing. Now at the time you don't believe, you refuse to believe you can't win. You believe you can win, but you just know you're going to have every little thing's got to be done right and has to go perfectly in your way. It's just got to be, and it doesn't always work that way. And so, but I do think it's important, and every team's going to have adversity. Every time you come into a new situation, it's going to happen. It's how you handle it, and then being able to believe in what you're doing and stay true to the process, right? That's the part where, you got to have the intestinal fortitude to hang in there and just keep doing what you believe in.
That means balls. Yes. And yes, I'm going to say it. I am picking the Detroit Lions to reach the Super Bowl this year. Said no one ever. But yes, I think they're that good. I think they are one of those teams. You can see what Dan Campbell has done from year to year. And I think if they stay reasonably healthy, this is going to be their time to shine. So watch out, San Francisco and everybody else. I think the Lions are coming for you this year. Wow. And that's something. All right. Last one. The Minnesota Vikings, Josh McCown, and what he can share with J.J. McCarthy.
Beginning of your playing career, where you sort of applied to coaching and mentoring him?
I'm sorry, say it again.
What, if anything, from the beginning of your playing career, will you sort of apply to mentoring and coaching JJ now?
Yeah, well, a lot of it is just what not to do with my playing career. But I think there's so many. We could be here all day with that one. But just maybe I've changed offenses every year of my football life, and so the learning of those things, how to adapt to learning an offense, some of those things, the tricks and traits, of just downloading that information mentally, you can share those with how you go about a learning style, and then just building routines. Hey, I played with this guy, I played with Kurt Warner this time, and Jake Delhomme showed me this, and Jeff Blake showed me that. Like different guys that I was around, older guys that I pulled from and grew from. So all those things, they kind of come up organically in our meetings. That something will happen, and I'll say, oh yeah, I remember playing with this guy, and I learned that from him. And so you just learn to really watch the veterans, and that's why we're so fortunate to have Sam and Nick, and guys that have played, and you watch those guys and watch how they operate.
Yeah, I think that is important. How to become a professional. I think it's a great point by Josh McCown. And we're still going to find out what J.J. McCarthy is all about. Can he lead a team with his arm? Because he never had to do it. Not his fault, but never really had to do it with Michigan. Gas Pump Guy, before we go to break, do you think Dak is in trouble if he don't make it to the Super Bowl? I know you think he's getting an extension. Well, define trouble. He will not be in trouble financially at all. No matter what happens, whether they reach the Super Bowl or not, he will be a rich man for a long time. So in trouble, if you mean in trouble by will they move on from him? I don't think so, because I do think he's going to get that extension. But obviously, if he doesn't get that extension, then yes, there is a chance they would move on with him. But I would be at least shocked, but not necessarily chagrined. All right. Another quick break. When we come back, Brad Ralph, the general manager and head coach of the Florida Everblades, will join me. They're getting game 1 tonight. I'm so glad to get the coach before. It's probably going to be the morning skate probably starts out there in about, it's probably going to be on with me while morning skate will happen right after that. Game 1 tonight, Kelly Cup Finals in the ECHL at Cable Dama Arena in Independence, Missouri. 8:05 puck drop tonight. Brad Ralph, head coach and GM of the Florida Everblades, is going to join me as they try to make history and three-peat. Never been done before in the Kelly Cup in the ECHL. Never been done before. We'll talk to Brad Ralph next on the Pete Sheppard Show right here on the Riptide Media Network.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home. Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill? Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping. Cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. No, you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
All right, no musical introduction as we head to hour number 3 of the Pete Sheppard Show here on the Riptide Media Network, and check us out all across the video platform. I'm going to go through that again because I know he's short on time, and I'm amazed that he's able to join me. Head coach of the Florida Everblades, Brad Ralph, is on the line right now, live from Independence, Missouri, where they will have game 1 tonight. The Florida Everblades will from the Cable Dahmer Arena in Independence, Missouri, Kelly Cup Finals, Game 1. Coach, thanks for taking a few minutes. Here we are again and again and again. How are you doing?
Hey, Pete, let's friggin' go. I'm excited. It's great to be back here. It's been a bumpier road than it's been in the past, but we're here, and we're excited for the opportunity to get this done.
Well, take me back to the closing game. You won the Game 6 thriller, and game. I think a lot of people thought the hardest game we all know is the closeout game. Didn't win Game 5, but you got it done in Game 6. So, what was your message to the guys between Game 5 and Game 6? Let's start there.
It's crazy. That was 3 days ago, and it feels like a lifetime ago at this point. The funny thing is we go up to Adirondack, and it's such a hostile environment. We're getting spit on. Our wives are getting called names. There's Coke bottles being thrown on the ice at us. It's just it's a different experience there. So we're happy to send them home unhappy.
Yes.
But yeah, the message was just believe in ourselves. In order to close out a series. Everyone says it's the hardest thing to do. I think it's the easiest thing to do. You just got to go out and outwork a team, make them think that their season's over. And we did that early in the game. Had some, I'd say the best game of the series for Joe Pendenza. Oliver Chow scored. Logan Lambden was very good as well. So we had some good performances from some experienced guys. We got out to a 4-1 lead. We had a little bit of a stumbling. We had a lot of penalties actually in the second period, and that caused a lot of fatigue. And then we come back in the third period, and we ran out of gas. But luckily, we have Cam Johnson that found a way through that third period, and we ended up winning 4-3. So it's been a grind for these guys. A lot of very physical series. So we've used the last couple of days just to rest and recover and recharge the batteries for the finals.
Yeah, and Ho-Sang, who made a great rush in that first period when he had the assist, right? I think he's got 13 assists when he dished it off to Logan when he lit the lamp there early, halfway, 8 minutes and 38 seconds into the first period. But he's had 13 assists, and then he had he had the goal. I mean, to put you guys up 1-0. That was great to see. How important has he been to your squad in the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, we all watch him play. He brings a different element to our team, and that's someone that possesses the puck, skates with the puck. He can advance it from blue line to blue line. He holds on to pucks. He draws a lot of attention, and he's very good at finding kind of like a trailing player into the zone. So he generates a lot of offense every time he's on the ice, and that's a unique trait for someone at any level.
All right, let's get into. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you first about the Kansas City Mavericks. What do you know about them? What do you like about them? And obviously, they're well coached. But give us your, a brief synopsis of what the Kansas City Mavericks. What kind of challenges they bring in this Kelly Cup final?
Yeah, well, they had 54 wins this year. They won the league. They've basically steamrolled every team in playoffs up to this point. Big, physical, very good defensemen. They rotate 2 goalies that are both very good, and they have 3 lines that are very, very fast, dynamic, and dangerous. So, we're up against a team, a caliber of team we haven't seen yet.
Interesting. Do they do anything different than you say the caliber of team? Are they similar to anybody that you guys play in the Eastern Conference that you can make an analogy about?
Well, Orlando has big physical defensemen. I think Kansas City's defensemen are a little more mobile, a little bit higher end caliber. We haven't seen a forward group like Kansas City. I mean, they legitimately have 3 forward lines that are all very fast, that compete, that aren't timid, and they generate a lot of their offense. I think I ran the numbers yesterday. Over 60% of their offense comes off the rush.
Wow.
If we turn pucks over, if we don't defend the rush well, they'll have a field day.
All right, let me ask you: what do you like better, Ralph, the head coach, or the GM?
It depends what day. When I'm on the bus, I prefer the GM title. When I'm on the bench, I prefer the coach title.
Well, what was the biggest challenge for you? 2-part question, but again, what was the biggest challenge for you this season as a head coach, and that aspect of it, and then what was your biggest challenge as a GM this year?
Well, as a GM, every year we played deep into June, it's harder and harder to recruit because other teams have had, 2 months of recruiting before we even start. So every year it seems to get harder and harder to recruit and to field the quality of team that we all expect for the Florida Everblades. So as a GM, we weren't happy with our team. We made a number of trades. We brought in a number of college kids. So there was a lot of recruiting in season around February. And then the big trade deadline moves in March. So, we basically flipped over half the roster in March, and that was a big undertaking. And then from a coaching perspective, every year you win, the next year you have a number of players that are unmotivated, a little tired, maybe a little out of shape because of how long the season was prior. So from a coaching perspective, you have to really try and gauge how hard can I work these guys? What do they need? And much like last year, we got to get to playoffs, and then those guys will raise their game to another level because they've been here before. They know what it takes. So, yeah, both have a lot of challenges, but both keep every day interesting.
And I have to ask you this question because I get questioned about it all the time. Next time you have a coach trying to get asked. I know you don't look ahead. I know it's one shift at a time, one period at a time, one game at a time, and the old show one day at a time. I get it. With Bonnie Franklin, no longer with us. But for you, Coach, I get asked this all the time. If you should win a 3rd straight Kelly Cup crown, which has never been done before in the ECHL, do you have other aspirations, other goals where you might want to leave this organization? Or down this, and I know you can't say, if I win, I'm leaving. I understand that. But do you have any other aspirations, or have you gotten nibbles to leave this organization to go coach at a higher level?
Yeah, I've had opportunities. I think anyone wants to coach at the highest level possible. For me, I've got a family in Estero and, 16-year-old daughter, 9-year-old son, high school, travel, baseball, travel, hockey. That's my first priority. I think it's easy for everyone on the outside to say, hey, why is he still here? Why is he at the next level? But for me, I'm strictly looking at it from a family perspective. We're happy where we are, and we're very fortunate to be where we are. And, that takes precedent over any personal goals or, So I know that's not the answer everyone wants to hear, but that's where I'm at.
Well, I commend you for that. It's very, I respect that answer entirely. It reminds me of the movie Moneyball, where Billy Beane did not accept the $12.5 million GM job for the Red Sox and stayed for a much lesser salary with the A's. And I believe a lot of it was because of his daughter was at that age and 12, 13 years old at the time. And he didn't want to make a second decision about money like he did the first one. When he didn't go to Stanford, he stayed, he went to play pro ball instead. So I have total amount of respect for that. Now, that being said, say a team like, a team that's gone downhill, but say like the San Jose Sharks called you. It said, here's a reasonable amount of money. And we think you are the guy to rebuild, which once was a pretty good franchise when Joe Thornton was there. Would you at least consider it?
Pete, if they offer me Billy Bean money at $12 million, we're packing up. We can be out tomorrow morning.
Well, maybe not 12 and a half. Maybe Nick Saban money at $9 million. Or it doesn't have to be that. But I mean, a very significant offer. You would probably have to at least consider it.
Yeah, you know what? I made 2 decisions in my life based on money, and they were to play in Europe both years, and I regretted both of them. So, yeah, I don't know. I haven't had – no one's throwing bags of money at me, so I haven't really thought about that concept. But, yeah, like I said, we're really happy, very fortunate where we are. And the Hoffmans and Craig Brush, our team as well as they can. And, when you feel appreciated at your job, I think that means a lot more than any dollar amount.
Oh, I don't think there's any question about it. And but it's something that I had to ask. And I think people forget. I think most fans, don't realize that you're also the general manager of this team and not just the head coach. I mean, you have basically kind of total autonomy, right? But it's also a gigantic responsibility. Sometimes a coach can blame the GM in a lot of sports. Doesn't matter what it is and vice versa, but not here. Do you enjoy that?
I enjoy it, but it's hard. It's hard. There's a lot of expectations that are self-imposed, and with the success we've had, everyone expects a certain level of a team and success, and it's not easy to do. I think we've made it look easy here from afar, but that's a lot. Just a lot of stress. It's demanding on me and everyone.
Final thoughts. Final question from me for Florida Everblades head coach Brad Ralph joining us here on the Pete Sheppard Show. As far as Kansas City goes, the environment. What is that like at the Cable Dom Arena? Have you coached against them before? Do you know anything about that arena? Anything you can tell the listeners about, or is it your first time?
Oh, I've coached here before.
Yeah.
A little bit of a smaller arena. I don't know what it seats, maybe 4,500, 5,000.
Yeah. I think it's 5,500.
On deck. Probably won't be as loud or as supportive as Hertz Arena. So, yeah, our plan is to come in here, punch them in the mouth, and quietly take 1 or maybe hopefully 2 games out of here.
All right. Angel Martinez has a question for you, Coach. Angel.
Hey, Coach, good luck in the series. Hopefully we can bring back a third cup into Southwest Florida. But Guest From Guy had a question almost like what Pete asked was, do you think if someone called you, would you go somewhere else? And I'm quite sure you end up answering in a roundabout way to Pete. But also the other thing, too, is do you, now that you guys have become so successful, you're becoming such a successful head coach and GM, is the Florida Everblades becoming a destination point for a lot of the NHL athletes, or excuse me, a lot of the hockey athletes?
We're a team that's always of interest to people. It's a very competitive market out there. So when you're looking at American League contracts, you're looking at NHL training camps, money. There's all these different elements that come into play when players are deciding where to go. So I'd say we're always of interest. But when it comes down to it, it's just highly competitive. It's, we miss on more players than we get. I always feel like I have a hard time building the team I want because I can't always get the players. So it's probably not as much of and some people are scared of the success too. A lot of players are, they want to go somewhere where they're going to be the top dog and get all the ice time, and we can't always offer that. So yeah, it's a difficult question to answer, but I'd say no, we're not a team that a place that top players want to go to.
All right, Coach. Last thing, take us through today. Morning skate coming up, in like an hour or for a half hour, whatever it is, and then maybe a little breakfast, nap time, and then back for the 8:00 face-off. Correct?
Yeah, we have. We'll do a pre-scout video here So we're on Central Standard Time. So
Mhm.
10:30 scout, 11:15 we have optional ice, and we have team lunch. Everyone takes a nap for a couple hours, and then back to the rink for 4:30. We have a 7:00 Central Standard puck drop.
Awesome. Well, Coach, thanks so much for taking time on game day. This has been fantastic, and best of luck in the series. And we'll be listening with Jake Maurice. Have the call tonight, all over the place. So we'll be listening. And good luck. And hopefully, next time we speak, we'll be close, or you're celebrating your third straight Kelly Cup. But one game at a time, one shift at a time. Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
All right, thanks a lot. Head coach Brad Ralph joining me, the GM for the Florida Everblades. They open up tonight in Independence, Missouri, Cable Dama Arena against the Kansas City Mavericks. 8:05 face-off time. You can watch the game online, and certainly that's great.
Gaspam guy said, great interview. We love Coach and the Everblades team. They're the best team here in Southwest Florida.
Yeah, professionally, yeah, they are. They are. No question. They do such an unbelievable job making it fun for the whole family, what they do. Now, games 1 and 2 obviously going to be in Kansas City tonight and Saturday night, and then games 3, 4, and 5 will be back at Hertz Arena starting next Wednesday would be, I believe, game 3 as well. So, yeah, I'm almost positive game 3. So, any thoughts on that? 727-858-6650. It really is a historic moment. It could be the potential for a historic moment if they do win their third straight Kelly Cup. And my feeling is that because it's never been done before, number one. You talk about the Chiefs winning a Super Bowl, and but in sports, to win 3 straight titles at a professional level, I mean, that is really, it's almost impossible, and it's never been done in this league. Now, they've had a very successful franchise, the Everblades. They've, especially like the last 7 years, they've been outstanding. Obviously, if they haven't won it, they've been right there in losing it, or in the finals, or being right there losing in the Eastern Conference Finals. They're in it every single year, and they've won it the last 2. So, but I do think it will be interesting to see who comes to calling. Maybe it'd be an AHL or even an NHL team. Brad's a tremendous coach. I mean, and to do it at this level, to be a GM in the ECHL, to have this much success for 3 years in a row. I mean, for tons of success since he's been here, but to do it 3 years in a row, the potential to do it 3 years in a row. I still wonder deep down if it were me, do I have that Mark Few attitude, or not attitude, but the coach of Gonzaga, where he seems content on staying there forever, and maybe coach. I think he spoke from the heart about his kids, worrying about that. And he, like Billy Bean, great analogy. I made 2 decisions in my life based on money playing in Europe, and he regretted it. Now, NHL money would be very tough to turn down. Very tough to turn down at this point. I'm just wondering, where his aspirations are, if he has any goals. And I know he's not thinking about them now. Should they win again? Because how much more can you do at this level? You've won 3 in a row. You're a GM of an ECHL team that is phenomenal, that what you've done, not only picking the players, but coaching them. I don't know what else you do. And if he's perfectly content on staying here for the reasons that he noted, then I have total respect for that. I also would not blame him if he had other goals in his life to coach outside of the ECHL, AHL, or NHL. And it would probably be with a bad team to start, more than likely. Or it'd be a bad team to start, unless another coach in the AHL got called up to coach in the NHL. But I wonder if he would accept those type of challenges, or wants those type of challenges even more. I mean, you can do it. You do it at this level as successfully as he has. There's no reason why you can't. Once you move up the chain a little bit, you go to the AHL and the NHL. My God, I mean, you definitely have a lot more resources. I mean, in the ECHL, you got to juggle college kids and kids from all over the world a lot of times, and roster call-ups for this team or that team, and you're constantly making adjustments on the fly. Like you said, he had a total halfway through the season. They had a bunch of guys, a big-time turnover. So it is a real tribute to him, as much as the coach, GM, as much as the coach that Brad Ralph has done with the Florida Everblades. And meanwhile, Florida Panthers won last night too, 3-2. In case people don't realize, who are not from down here, the Florida Panthers are like the Florida Everblades big league club. They are affiliated. So I know Paul Maurice and Brad Ralph have a really good relationship, and Paul's son Jake does a great job with the Florida Everblades as the PR person and the play-by-play voice of the Everblades. Does a great job. So I'm wondering. I'm sure he's in Kansas City tonight as well for that game. Game 1 tonight, 8:05. You can watch it on the Everblades webpage. Glad you're all following us here on the Riptide Media Network video platform on Twitter X, on Facebook and Broad Street South pages, YouTube, Spotify, LinkedIn, Twitch, Rumble, of course, Sports Radio 102.9. Also, big shout out to Angel. Your show coming up today, Martinez and Company, 10 a.m. to noon. Also, middays with Q from noon to 1 p.m. with Rich Quinones, who's also retweeted the show. And also, let's see, some other friends have retweeted the show as well. Coach Gene Clements, thanks for doing that. And Todd Rushman as well. Great job. Thanks, Coach Gene. You are the best. And hoping we get to talk with him down the line as well.
Yep. Coach, my goodness. Had to clear the throat there for a second. Coach Gene, if you guys have not seen his YouTube channel, writes for The Athletic, does a great job. If you listen to his show, always brings the facts and is not scared to say what is on his mind, because you have some people, I understand, listen, everybody works for different outlets and stuff like that. And now you have to skate around the new HR rules, no pun intended, as we're just talking hockey. But, you have to kind of skate around the rules where Coach Gene, because he's writing, doesn't mean that what he writes, he can't put behind the mic, and he does an excellent job behind that. So if you guys don't check out his YouTube channel, Talk Spicy with Coach Gene, does an outstanding job.
Steve says, you guys on Twitch? Yes, we were on Twitch. We are everywhere. We're on Twitch. We're on LinkedIn. We're on Spotify, Brumble. Also, all the Broad Street South and my Facebook and Angel's Facebook pages. Follow me at Twitter X at PShep326, and follow Angel Martinez on Twitter as well. YouTube channels. I don't know of a site where we're not on, right? I mean, any place that has a video platform, we're on.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. But on Twitch, what you guys will see until I get it, I've got so much stuff to do, so much work this weekend. But if you look at Martinez and Company, that's the way I had it set up originally. So, but you'll see the Pete Sheppard Show lineup in there. I have to add Middays with Cuba because it's all one long show, which is absolutely phenomenal. Steve, it's Martinez and Company, or like Martinez Company, one or two. But if you look for it, and I'll look it up as we talk, and then I'll tell you as well. But because we do one long show in the morning, which is absolutely terrific, and the same way with the digital radio sports app, if you guys go to broadstsouth.com, you'll see on there very first on the homepage, download the app, and then the party continues until 1 o'clock. And then over the weekend, as I get things, and I know we got a guest coming up, but over the weekend, I'll be working on where you'll be able to hear the replay of every show on the same day. It's a lot to do to get it processed and ready and for you guys to listen to. Then on the weekends, there'll be different types of music that I'll have load up. Yes, I know I've had some other ones that have been there for a while, but it's just, I got enough. I wear 50 hats, one person.
Well, you're doing a great job. And again, you don't have to, whatever video platform you're watching this show on now, just keep it going, just keep it on. Martinez and Company on the same, across all these platforms, including my Facebook and Twitter pages. It'll be up for Martinez and Company from 10 a.m. to noon, and then middays with Q from noon to 1. You don't have to do anything. If you're just like on my Facebook page or Twitter page, it doesn't matter. Plus everything else I just mentioned, you can go, and it's like one big 7-hour block. Or 6-hour block, I should say. All right, quick break. Jerry Thornton from Barstool Sports is coming up next. One of my favorite people on the planet. Coming up next here, final segment, Pete Sheppard Show on a Friday on Riptide Media Network.
Oh, hold on. You caught me off guard as I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I swear. It's a coming.
Sorry.
It's a there. Here we go.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, groan-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have anybody to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
May 31st. Wow, it's been a fast month, and joining me once again, one of the great people on this planet, one of my favorite people, Jerry Thornton from Barstool Sports. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Hey, Pete, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
Great. Okay. I'm showing mute, but good. Okay. And I think the world would be better off if I was on mute, but
no.
It's
no.
Yeah, you just want to look at this. You know what I mean? You don't want it to be ruined by my perfect Massachusetts diction.
You can't stop Jerry. You can only hope to contain him. I'm just looking at today. The Chiefs are going to visit the White House to celebrate the Super Bowl. I forgot about this. Last year, Travis Kelce snuck his way to the podium before Joe Biden could get there. I thought the Secret Service guy was going to tackle him. I just retweeted the video. It's funny.
I wish he had. And you know what the greatest moment, the only clear memory I have of that White House visit was Kelsey did what he always tries to do, which is to hijack anything that Patrick Mahomes is doing. Like if you're an on-field reporter and you're talking to Patrick Mahomes after a Chiefs game, you are in the most dangerous spot in America because that raging narcissist is going to come flying over there and grab the mic out of his hand. Well, Mahomes wouldn't let him. And at that point, I said, I need Biden right now to have someone run and get a Presidential Medal of Freedom and then put it around Mahomes' neck just to save us from 5 minutes of Travis Kelce's insane, senseless, incomprehensible rantings. Little did I know what the rest of 2023 would be for Travis Kelce. I'm so burned out with this guy. And I was by like September of last year, and it hasn't abated even one little bit.
But and you know this, Jerry, I don't blame him necessarily. I blame the media. I blame not you or me, but other people who are obsessed that they think that he moves the fucking needle, whatever it is they think moves, because you mentioned Dallas Cowboys, Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, Jerry Thornton. That moves the needle.
Yeah.
So I mean that's all it is. I blame the media. I blame the national media. He could fart and puke at the same time and it would go viral.
Yeah, there are those people who achieve that level of insufferability just by virtue of the media attention that they get. I have nothing against J.J. Watt. Like he was an incredible football player. He did unbelievable things when Houston was flooded. I mean, the money he raised, it must have helped countless lives. But he got to the point where they couldn't not show him. Like it was like a network rule, and it was all the networks where, okay, we've got to dedicate one camera just to every move that JJ Watt makes. So whatever, the offense would pick up a first down. They'd do the cutaway to JJ Watt to get his reaction to the point where you knew he was playing up to the camera too. He would always take his helmet off or whatever. And I used to say, Pete, at some point, a UFO is going to land on the 50-yard line. And the aliens are going to get out and announce their presence and go, get a look at J.J. Watt's reaction. We found out we're not alone in the universe. You tell me J.J. Watt's not excited about making first contact with another species? And Kelce got to that point a long time before he started dating the world's most famous pop star. And have we discussed any of the conspiracy theories around their whole relationship?
You talking about the NFL scheduling or any of that stuff?
No. Kelce and Swift. This one is kind of old, but they started dating, I think it was week 2 of the season last year. Mm-hmm. While she was starting to get some heat for being one of these, big global climate change activist people, while someone figured out that she leads all celebrities in fuel consumption from her private jet travel, right? The hypocrisy of these people is absolutely off the charts. Oh, it's an existential threat. Manhattan's going to be underwater by next Tuesday, but I'm taking my PJ to Vegas or whatever, because I want to save myself 2 hours of travel anyway. The game after that was a primetime game. It was the Chiefs at New York. Mm-hmm. The whole reason the theory goes is why they started dating then was when you Googled Taylor Swift Jets, you got a picture of her in the owner's box at MetLife Field.
Yeah.
It's the same reason why Disney had every fairy tale they ever could have chosen to make a movie about. And they picked this obscure Hans Christian Andersen one so that when you typed in Walt Disney Frozen, you got this movie and not about how his head is in a cryo tank somewhere.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting you bring up Hans Christian Andersen. I think since it's not required reading anymore for the youths of America, and I'm talking elementary school to junior high, if people read the true stories of Hans Christian Andersen, none of them end well.
Everyone's dead. I don't know. I think it was Grimm's, but Grimm's are the same thing.
Yeah, Grimm's same thing. Yeah.
Everyone knows Hansel and Gretel. and forgets that like they were going to be cooked alive, and they end up throwing the witch into an oven. I think Beauty and the Beast, everyone dies. Like it just goes to show how like terrible life was back then. We just were going, listen, what happens at the end? All the kids die. Hey, it's better than my life. You know?
Not only they're going to die in Hansel and Gretel, they're going to be eaten.
Yeah. Well, all right. Sweet dreams now, kids. Okay. Now that you've heard that, I know. I mean, believe me, I'm one of those people who still can't get over Mufasa's death.
Oh,
you know what I mean? I've got crippling issues out of that.
That scene of him coming, because remember back then, the animation, the diggity pixel thing, that was just coming into fruition. That scene is true. I remember watching it in the movie theater, and little kids lost it, started crying, and I was like, "Oh, that's what you get." I saw Bambi die too at your age, Bambi's mother. And
sure, Pete. Little kids were crying. Come on, you big softy.
I was like,
no. You've got a heart of caramel and nougat. I know.
Yes,
you're and a hard shell, but inside. Disney, by the way, that's one of the rare times when a dad bought the farm in a Disney movie.
Yeah.
He had such a hair across his ass for people's moms.
Oh, yeah. Like Bambi's mom.
Bambi's mom.
Snow White to a degree. Dumbo. Oh, Dumbo's mom. Forgot about Dumbo's mom.
And that, I mean, and that's not like count like the orphans or whatever, but Tarzan was an orphan. Pinocchio had no mom. Like I don't think there was one solid mother-son relationship that made it through it. Disney's a guy who, in addition to the fact that he was a raging anti-Semite, would be a fascinating guy to psychoanalyze, because I mean he made some great entertainment, but there were more issues with that guy than TV Guide.
Well, remember, if you don't know the story about the original Mickey Mouse, and Mickey Mouse was an a-hole, big time. He was a bad dude. And initially, he was at the black and white Mickey Mouse. Initially, was not meant to be like this goody face of what is now the face of Disney World and Disneyland. Initially, he was a pretty bad dude, and they realized,
really, like we've seen Steamboat Willie. Was he like, cruising to Epstein Island or something? Like
he was a nasty little rodent. It was no Mighty Mouse, I can tell you that. You go back, if you can find the archives of Mickey Mouse, its very first maybe few sketches or drawings or even cartoons that might have aired back in the 30s.
Sure.
It was black and white, and he was a nasty little rodent.
See, I probably would have preferred them keep that, because I guess that you and I have kind of the same sensibilities, and we grew up around the same age and probably consuming the same like pop culture stuff, obviously, because we still talk about all our common ground here. Yeah. I never really got the appeal of the Disney stuff. Like, aside from that joke from Stand By Me about, wait, Goofy's a dog, but Pluto's a dog, but Goofy can talk, but he's got a dog as a pet. What's that all about? That was weird. I was straight up a Looney Tunes guy. Like,
yeah, me too.
Every one of them was a banger. They all had an edge to them. Like Bugs Bunny was a sarcastic wise ass that I wanted to kind of be like. And Daffy Duck was like this angry agent of chaos, as opposed to Donald, who just, I don't know even what his gig was. He had a speech impediment, and that was supposed to be funny. I don't know.
Foghorn Leghorn. I mean, but boy, but boy,
Foghorn Leghorn. One of my all-time favorite lines ever from him was there was the little chicken hawk.
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, there's one that didn't talk, and he's like, "You like baseball, boy?" And the kid just goes like this. He goes, and he looks at the camera. He goes, "There's something a little about a boy that doesn't like baseball." It's like, we know what you're saying. We know what you're saying, Foghorn.
Also, in that episode is when he was trying to bond with him, because Foghorn Leghorn was trying to get laid with the female chicken.
Sure.
And they play hide and seek, and the kid's a genius. He's like, so Foghorn Leghorn goes to hide in this shed type thing. He's like, that boy would need a have to have a slide rule to find him in here. Well, sure enough, after the little chicken starts to count to 10 and finishes, gets a little slide rule, writes out, but he goes and digs in a spot like 20 yards away, and the shovel, and boing, and out pops Foghorn Leghorn, not from the shed. He goes, but but boy, how did you? He goes, I know, numbers don't lie. And so he goes, then the little kid points to the shed thing and he goes, I better not look. I just might be in there.
See, so much funnier than anything you could describe out of like Mickey and Minnie or whatever
Oh,
that
not even
was.
close.
I really, not only did I not watch that stuff, I don't think I knew a kid who did. But every one of us like understood. Even, I mean, the time when Bugs Bunny, when the bounty on rabbits was like 50 cents.
Oh, yeah.
So he
yeah.
goes on an
Yeah.
interstate, basically murder spree to try to just get his bounty higher. And he cuts Florida off and pushes it out into the ocean, and then it's like $1 billion and they're coming at him with intercontinental ballistic missiles and stuff. I'm like, that was even the stuff that you didn't get because you were too young and it was dated and over your head. Like, there was one where he was like lost somewhere, and everywhere he went, this guy came up to him with like, scraggy beard and said, hey, you got any spare change for a fellow American down on his luck? And I didn't know who it was. Then I grow up and I realized that's Humphrey Bogart.
Yep.
Then I watched The Treasure of Sierra Madre,
Oh, God,
and that's
yeah.
it. And
Yeah.
which is a great film, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
Yeah.
so many themes about greed and gold lust and people not being able to trust each other, but male bonding. And I'm like, okay, now I'm an adult and I get a joke that I used to vaguely understand when I was 9 years old. That's how prescient and that's how universal that comedy was.
Yeah, there's also a scene in one of the Bugs Bunny cartoons where Elmer Fudd is some kind of entertainment director or agent, and he's walking through an alley, and you see Bing Crosby, Humphrey Bogart. I think Sinatra was in there too, and they're all singing, trying to impress him, smoking cigarettes, by the way. And he's just like, no. He's like, Bugs Bunny.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, the cigarettes alone would get that. You'd have to have like the warning label at the beginning. Not to mention, I mean, the straight up like inappropriate stuff that he was doing because it was World War II. They actually did like patriotic motivation. This is why we fight stuff with Bugs Bunny beating up like Japanese soldiers. And it was just the most completely inappropriate thing. But if it's time, they just sat there and said, yeah, sure. Oh, this is funny. Let's go kill those guys.
I got another couple of movie reviews for you. But before that, getting back to football real quick, did you get to go to OTAs at all? And if you did, your impressions for the Patriots?
Yes. I have, and you really try to have the most limited takeaways from this because it's impressions, not conclusions. But I mean, you can already see that Drake May, and I'm way on board with Drake May. I may have told you this, but on draft day, my oldest brother Jack, who like raised me to be a draft nerd, we decided we were all on board with May and promised each other that if they draft him, we're going to each break out the best whiskey we have and pour ourselves 2 fingers in the best highball glass we have and salute, and did. And I got exactly what I wanted for. And you can see that he's that, enthusiastic, like he's embracing the role. He's trying to be a leader. He's working with the young receivers he has. You can see they're bonding. And that's when they're not going to like Bruins playoff games together and Celtics playoff games together. And then, the first week when the press was there, first day, he didn't throw a ton. Arguably, if you can have a depth chart, he was like second or even third on it. And then this most recent one, he threw a lot. He was throwing dimes. He was throwing balls deep. And with him, there's some fundamentals that apparently they never worked on with him much at North Carolina, as they had like a change of coordinators or whatever. So you can see like he's trying to work on his footwork, be under center, how to take a precise 3-step drop, 5-step, 7-step drops, all those just kind of fundamental things that you need in the NFL until you prove you don't need them, until you prove you can make plays off of structure and when they break down or whatever. And I'm excited about this guy. I'm perfectly happy to have Jacoby Brissett going forward. He's a veteran. He's a gamer. He has everybody's respect. I can be patient when it comes to May, but so far, so good on him. And I think it was Albert Breer said, he's hearing that it's just been great. Like he used that word, that they're really excited about how he's doing. So, and I want your opinion on this too. This blew up in the Boston sports media, and as well as I do, just how hyperbolic and ridiculous they can get. It was casually mentioned that one of the things that they're using is VR goggles as like a tool. And one after the other, all the Boston radio shows went bananas saying how ridiculous this is. Well, first of all, if you've been on a passenger jet lately, how do you think they train those guys? What do you think they just, all right, well, it's your first time. That's right. There's training wheels on the 747. You're all set. No, they put them in a simulator. All that is to help him. Like, this is what the field is going to look like. This is what we want you to look for. This is how to identify the mic. This is where we want to, tell the difference between this coverage and that coverage. Not a crazy idea. Am I on an island here?
No, I don't think it's a crazy idea at all. Again, that's the kind of minutia bullshit that I do not miss, because they'll spend days talking about that. It's so stupid. Anything, if they didn't think it could help a player in any way, shape, or form, they wouldn't do it. Obviously, there's a reason for it. Just because, hey, they were the first organization to have a web page too, and people thought that was crazy back in the day.
Great point. Yeah, and the VR stuff is in addition to practice reps, not instead of.
Yes,
it's harder and harder in the NFL to properly develop rookies because the practice time is way more limited. I mean, I don't know how they develop offensive linemen now with the lack of contact drills that they get to have them, whatever. And so here's just an extra tool. And when I was at WEI and got to interview Belichick, I asked him about this article I'd read where the 49ers went to some Stanford psychologists and said, how do we best relate to players? How do we maximize our ability to communicate? And they had suggestions that sounded ridiculous to me. Like, when you're doing team meetings, you got to schedule some breaks so that these guys can go check their messages and their social media and whatever. So I asked Belichick about it. I figured, here's some low-hanging fruit for him, right?
Yeah.
And he said, there's a lot to be said for that. That's interesting because the way things have evolved just since I've been in the league and, the way you communicate with people, there are better methods. And what I'm like, I bet, if he was an old dog, but he was capable of learning new tricks.
Yeah.
And if he had, I don't know, probably considered this VR thing, but rejected it, but wouldn't be all that against it if you had a guy, like Drake May, who grew up with probably a Nintendo DS in his hand, right? And then, then he had a GameCube and then maybe Wii. So, it's not so crazy, but never miss an opportunity when you're on a Boston radio sports show to get hysterical about absolute nonsense.
And I remember, growing up when I was didn't move much from Atari or in television, but later on, once Madden first came out, I mean, I would hear announcers talk about different formations on offense and defense, and I kind of didn't. I sort of knew what some of them were. I mean, what screen passes are, but I knew what post patterns were. I knew what flag patterns were. But other sets, whether it be I formation, everything, I learned a lot of football playing Madden and even watching simulations and seeing different formations that you didn't know. I mean, nobody knew what a wham block was, so you don't, gaps, A, B, and C gaps, and defensively, cover 2 formation as opposed, or Tampa 2 formation, cover 2, cover 3, cover 4, cover 0. Also all that different stuff. And you can't tell me that a lot of younger kids today are probably way more advanced, because whether you get PlayStation or what do you call it? Xbox. Yeah. I mean, it is incredible what you can learn about the game of football just by looking at all the formations. Okay, I got that. So when you get to Pop Warner or high school, you are familiar with some of the terminology that a lot of us were not familiar with when we were that age. Not even close.
Sure. And I have 2 sons who, when they were teenagers, fought the Battle of Stalingrad 50,000 times. And I guarantee you they are experts on it, because it's not, if they weren't fighting that, they were fighting the Battle of Hoth. You know,
Yes.
you know, they knew they could take out Imperial walkers with the best of them. So yeah, it you know, the human brain does evolve in, maybe evolve's not the right word, like adapt, you know, to new impulses and new inputs. And, you know, where Elon Musk has already got somebody like implanted with Neuralink. So someone who's like a quadriplegic can like work a computer. I mean, we're getting there. The idea that this guy could strap, and by the way, I have a set of VR goggles. They're really inexpensive.
Yeah.
You just put your phone inside there. And among the things that I was able to do was they give you a 360-degree view of you as I think it was University of South Carolina football player storming the field. And you're behind these actual footage of these actual guys.
That's cool.
And you can look 360 degrees around. Would it, you know, at LSU, they did this with Jaden Daniels, and their coach gave an interview, said, yeah, well, it gives you things like, here's the stadium we're going to be playing in. There's where the play clock is going to be. There's where you're going to see, you know, where the sun's going to be, even like whatever. It can't hurt. That's just the thing.
Yeah.
It can't hurt. And these guys, I guess, would rather have Drake May go home and, you know, and watch Fallout or something instead of like maybe be in the stadium, perfectly legal within the rules of the NFL, find another tool to help himself.
We got some time here, a few more minutes. Jerry Thorne from Barstool Sports. I know Angel might have something for you, but quickly, I haven't talked to you since the Brady roast on Netflix, which I thought was brilliant. My only disappointment was somebody like you were not there. There's maybe Lenny Clark, maybe Steve Sweeney. They should have had you guys there as part of this. That was a little disappointing.
Yeah, there weren't actual Patriots fans there per se, like what Bill Burr could have done for something like that. You know, I will say this. Roasting is a very specific type of comedy, and I've never actually tried it. You know what I mean? Lenny would probably be great at it, but it's a hard thing to, it's unique to the point where you and I would probably agree one of the funniest people that's ever walked this earth, Norm Macdonald.
Oh yeah.
Hated them. And so he famously was asked to do a roast of Bob Saget, who directed his movie Dirty Work. And rather than sit there and insult his friend, he got up there. He basically took a dive. He had a book of jokes from the 1930s that his dad gave him. And he just read from the book, and nobody really got it until they sort of caught on after a while. Like, he wasn't getting laughs. He didn't care. He was like, well, this guy's got the wisdom of an owl and the eyes of a hawk and the grace of a swan. I'm telling you, it's for the birds. And it was just like that. And Bob Saget's laughing. It was like, what's going on? And it's the most respected thing that any comic's ever done. So I haven't said that. I mean, like, Jeff Ross is incredible at it. You know, Nikki Glazer, her star like went into the stratosphere. I did have a rather uncomfortable conversation with my parish priest, though.
Oh.
It was like a Dorchester guy where I was born, a big family. So look, I can handle dirty humor. I'm like, okay, I get it. But wow, it was way too much. I had to turn it off. I go, well, did you turn it off before Gronk?
That was it.
Yes, I did. I'm like, thank you.
Gronk was the only one. Even I was uncomfortable. We were just talking about, you know, sexual acts with Julian Edelman. That's the only thing that I thought was a little over the top. He could have been funnier in other ways. Then he almost took a lady's eye out when he spiked that shot glass.
Yeah, he did the classic open mic thing where you don't really have like comedy chops, so you just try to be dirty and think that'll shock people. You know, with the hand gestures and everything. I've seen it happen a million times. Gronk's a naturally funny guy, but stand-up is not for him. And Drew Bledsoe, apparently it is.
Yes, absolutely. Angel,
he crushed.
Angel, you have something for Jerry that you wanted to ask him? All right. And then I'll have my mini movie review for you at the end, Jerry. 2 movies that you must see. Absolutely. There he is. There's Angel.
Hey,
What's
Jerry.
up, buddy? How you doing?
Oh, good. Thank you for joining us here. And by the way, if I am correct, for those who live here in Florida and wonder what a basement is, I believe, Jerry, you are in your basement.
I am. Sports basement, to be clear, like a little cellar window
Yep, there
there.
you
And yeah, I was given one area in this home that I share with the lovely Irish Rose where I could just put my crap, my memorabilia, stuff I will never throw out, my Jerry Cheevers mask, my section of the old Foxborough Stadium bleachers signed by Adam Vinatieri to commemorate the last point scored there. So yes, I'm in the underground, the
Man
Bat
cave?
Cave.
Is it the man cave? Man cave.
Exactly.
As Sebastian Maniscalco used to say, we had a man cave too. It was the house.
But for those, because there's a lot of people in Florida, and you'll hear sometimes in a commercial, what's a basement? A lot of folks don't know there's an
cellar
underground portion of the house that we were fortunate enough, because I come from Philly, so we had it as well. But it's just funny that people down here don't have it.
I am holding up what some people would call a wastebasket. In Massachusetts, that is what would you call that piece?
A trash can? I don't know. A decorative artifact. I don't know.
No, it's a barrel.
A barrel. Yeah, you're right. A barrel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the water fountain, the public water fountain, that's a bubbler.
Bubbler.
Yeah. Guess some guy had a couple of comments. I want to make sure I got him in here, but he had first one was when you guys were going originally with the movies.
Yeah,
he said that that's like Star Wars and Anakin kills all the kids in the temple.
That was emotional. Yeah, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. I was always wondering because you knew from the first Star Wars that all the Jedi were not there after, and Obi-Wan Kenobi spoke with then a young Luke Skywalker, but you never realized. I never thought it was Anakin that wiped everybody out. Basically.
Yeah, can we use the proper terminology? However, they were younglings.
Younglings. There you go. And then he had another one. He said where Goofy is actually a cow and not a dog.
It's the worst looking cow I've ever seen. He's got ears that droop down to here.
Right.
Okay. You know what? Disney was worse than we thought. He had to be on LSD before LSD was a thing.
Well, I still don't understand Fantasia. I saw that as a kid. I remember being 5 or 6 years old. I looked at my parents, and I think I said, "This movie stinks." I hated Fantasia.
It was a box office disaster. It was like his biggest flop, basically. You know, there's parts of it you can kind of respect. There's some cool visuals and stuff, but the whole thing was just weird. It was like MTV before people were ready for MTV, only with like Tchaikovsky. You know, it didn't swing and a miss.
Last thing, Jerry, a couple minutes here because the Angels got his show coming up. So I'll give you 2 movie reviews. I implore you to watch Immaculate, and I implore you not to watch it. Although if you can, it's only an hour and 22 minutes. Watch it, but you will laugh your head off. It tries to be horrific and everything else, but I have never seen in my life. Maybe the dumbest tried to be. It was one of those Omen movies, which I'll get to that in a second. You have to, if you want, just fast forward to the final 10 minutes with you and the Irish Rose. And after she delivers this baby, this nun, you can get the theme from the show, Immaculate, the movie, that she's somehow a virgin, that kind of Virgin Mary.
Oh, yeah. It's Sydney Sweeney, correct?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So she gives birth to the baby at the end. This is the hysterical part. After her screaming for at least 2.5 to 3 minutes, I mean, loud and unnecessary, bad editing. And then the baby pops out, which you never really see. All you see is her take the umbilical cord. She's got nothing she's outside now. She's got nothing to cut it with, Jerry. She takes it like a piece of licorice or a gummy bear and tries to bite it in half. And she's like, no. And you just have to have a drinking game to it to see how long it takes her to bite the umbilical cord off. It is one of the dumbest and hysterical, horrific, stupid scenes in movie history ever in my lifetime. And then I just watched on Hulu last night the first Omen, the prequel to the Gregory Peck Lee Remick movie, and I give it a C-, maybe a C. It's worth a look. It's worth a look. Again, the last 10 minutes are good because it connects. I like that it took place in 1971, where the Omen took place in 1976. So you had that kind of I like when they do the timeline that way. And then they do tie it all together in the last 10 minutes or so. That's much better look for a cult movie than immaculate. But I implore you to watch Immaculate. You will just sit there and go, "Can you believe somebody bought this script?" That's all. It's
I just umbilical cords, man. I was in the delivery room twice. And
Oh,
both
geez.
times they asked me if I wanted to cut it, and I used the old Bobcat Goldthwait line. Isn't there somebody here more qualified? I just stayed. I said, I'm going to stay up at the head of the bed because I just want to keep the mystery. Thanks very much. You know, just like it's a crime scene in there. I recommend to any guy who can avoid it, just avoid it. You never felt more useless and in the way in your entire life. I have a semi recommendation. I watched it last night. It came out last year to no fanfare whatsoever. It's called Boudica, Boudica. It's a largely true story of this Celtic warrior queen named Boudica. It's called actually Boudica Warrior Queen, who led a revolt against the Romans. It's low budget. Yeah. There's a statue of her in London, like driving like a chariot or whatever, like, you know, this big elaborate thing. Olga Kurylenko, who it's the rare movie where she kept her clothes on.
Oh,
if you look at her IMDb, there's a
that.
lot of nudity in there. But I like, plausibly strong female characters who kick ass. And I'm talking Ripley and the Bride and, Sarah Connor, as opposed to like, I don't know, just the latest Marvel chick who gets superpowers.
The last Marvel movie was I couldn't get through. It was awful. But Scarlett Johansson as a Black Widow, she's pretty.
Oh yeah, absolutely one of the best kick-ass females of all time. And they tend to put these like 90-pound women into these situations where they're killing henchmen and stuff like that. Which, by the way, I'm going to make an exception for that because Jessica Alba has one coming out in mid-June where she plays like an special forces.
Sure, yeah.
And she's like 43 years old and she's kicking ass. And it's Jessica Alba.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If she wanted to kick my ass, she would meet no resistance whatsoever. You know what I mean? In fact, I'd say I really need more discipline, Jessica, and I have since you were in Dark Angel and Sin City. But yeah, so I'll figure the name of that one. But this Boudica, don't go in with high expectations. But if you like blood and gore and ancient warfare from the 1st century AD, that's the film for you.
Roman Empire, those were the days. Life was simpler back then. Jerry, great.
Unless you were a Christian. Kind of made it rough on our people, but we survived.
Jerry, thanks so much as always. Anything you want to plug on Barstool coming up or anything? You guys are kicking ass and taking.
I will say this. This has been sort of a project of mine on Barstool. There's a huge trial going on up here. Woman's name is Karen Reed, charged with killing her boyfriend, who was a Boston police officer. It is a web of intrigue and conspiracy, and many people think she's innocent. I've been doing a weekly wrap up on that. That's been going into the stratosphere on Barstool.
Funny you mentioned, I had a high school reunion. You might have seen on my Facebook page about 3 weeks ago with my friends in Rhode Island. That's all they were talking about. That's all they were talking. I was like, I don't even know. I mean, I kind of knew about it, but I haven't been following. Most of them were convinced that she's innocent. If that means anything.
I am very close to that too. A lot of my old courthouse friends think, nah, you're getting it wrong. But there's so many deleted phone calls and butt dials and people destroying their phones. It stinks to high heaven, but it's fascinating. So every Friday I'll be posting about that. This week I already did because they sort of take the week off. As the trial court will do. I'm a 17-year veteran of the trial court. Believe me. Pete, I'm spending more time paying attention to this trial than the ones I used to actually have to sit in on.
Wow.
Like then the lawyers would be going, how's the trial going? I'd be going, I don't know. I'm on my phone like researching Patriots draft picks. Now I'm worried about the Patriots for a living and I'm following a trial. I'm a career multi-slacker.
Wait, when did this happen?
When did the killing happen?
Yeah.
It was January of 2022.
Yeah.
And the trial started 4 weeks ago.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's being covered on Court TV. There are a dozen YouTube channels of lawyers who just post it live while they're commenting on it. And what's hilarious is listening to them try to process the way these people talk. Like, what were you drinking? I was drinking Jamesons and gingers. What was he doing? I was drinking beers. We need a sidebar. And one guy was getting texts from his friends demanding that he come out to the bar to meet them. And he was reluctant to do it. It was late at night. So they called him a pussy. And like every guy was going like, yeah, I've done that. And then there's one part where they texted him and said, Sully's coming.
Oh, Jesus.
Now, I grew up in Norfolk County where this is taking place. And if
A
you
million
go to
Sullys.
any bar and you go, Sully, 37% of people will turn their heads. And so, but the hardest thing of all to believe, and I'll leave you with this, the one part that nobody can buy, two cops were calling each other in the middle of the night, 2:27 in the morning, and they each said it was a butt dial. One said he was asleep, which is hard to believe. The other one said he was having sex with his wife. At 2:27 in the morning, no one's buying that, buddy. Not plus or minus 5 hours of 2:27 in the morning are you making sweet, sweet love to the missus at that hour. Hard pass on that. So right there, I'm just going, acquittal.
If I got called to a sidebar and I was attorney, I would go up to the judge and say one thing, Jerry. Denny Crane.
Son, we live in a world that has walls. Those walls have to be guarded by men with guns. Who's going to do it? You Lieutenant Sheppard.
Yeah, you, Lieutenant Weinberg. Oh, God.
I'm an educated man, but I'm afraid I can't speak intelligently about the travel habits of William Santiago.
I'm a fair man, but this fucking heat is killing me. Caution with your tone, Lieutenant.
I love you guys.
All right, Jerry, you're the best, and I look forward to reading.
Guess some guy said, do you want to see a good movie with Jessica Alba in it and Michelle Rodriguez? It's called Machete with Denny. Denny Trejo. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. One of the movies that was born out of like the movie Grindhouse.
Yeah,
they had like 5 little like previews for coming attractions, and like 4 of those have been actually made into movies, including one I watched recently, Eli Roth's Thanksgiving, which is a horror movie.
Yes!
Oh,
and it's so good. It takes place in my current town of residence, Plymouth, Massachusetts.
There's a kidnapping, right? It was a house kidnapping, right?
A guy goes on a murder spree, like where Tim Dillon is in it, the comedian Tim Dillon, who like ends up is hilarious. They raid a Walmart at the Thanksgiving Black Friday sale, and then it goes sideways. It's such fantastic schlock that knows exactly what it is. That should have been my recommendation. Rent Thanksgiving. I think it's on
I got
Prime.
it. I have it.
Oh, yeah,
all right, so now Jerry's got to come back for Movie Fridays.
Whenever we can. We just need Hollywood to start making some worthwhile movies. But fellas, thanks very much for having me on. It's always a pleasure. We'll talk soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. Jerry Thorne from Barstool Sports. I've gone way over my allotted time, but it was well worth it.
Sure.
So Martinez and Company coming up right now until noontime. And then right after that show, we got the Middays with Q from noon to 1 p.m. with Rich Quinones, who will be joining us as well. And thank him for retweeting everything today as well. I'll be retweeting his show. Angel, always a pleasure. Be in touch this week. Couple little things that we're going to get together on, emails and so forth. And but you have been fantastic. A+ for you again. For the entire week. Anything you got want to promote coming up on your show today? Or are we just, just going to be a free-form Friday for you?
That it might be, but I do have Sheila Gonzalez, Sheila Music, who was supposed to be on with me on Cinco de Mayo week for the Orlando Predators, but because of her busy schedule, she was bouncing back and forth between Texas and Florida. She will be on with me here at the bottom of the hour. And then at the top of the hour, Najim Hossein will be on with me also from the Orlando Predators, defensive back.
Awesome.
So I'll have a great time with him at 11. And then Rich will join me for the crossover at 11:40 a.m. So yeah, lots to get into. And I'm pretty sure it'll go off the rails one way or the other because usually, I said it yesterday, Pete, it's funny because obviously when I'm doing stuff with you, and you've seen my layout, I've shown you the pictures, and eventually you'll come down here to the Tampa studio. But when I'm with you, at least when you're talking, of course, I can do the 50 million parts. The fun part, it becomes a challenge, is once I'm by myself because there's no one else, and my lovely producer is up in Chicago celebrating a baby shower. It's even more interesting where I try to bring up the comments and everything else. But it's fun. I enjoy it. And
you do a great job, but you get it done. You do a great job. I think everybody understands that. And what's great about this, all these shows on the Riptide Media Network, is that people are sticking with all of them, which is great. We appreciate that. So
we do. That's for sure.
All right, I'm out of here. I'm going to go have some leftover meatballs. I know it's only 10:12, but I've been up since 4:30 this morning, so it's
good stuff.
Early lunch. Anyway, have a great show, Angel, and we will talk again on Monday at 7 a.m., maybe from the Naples Wealth Planning Studio, or maybe from Isola della Cucina here in Fort Myers from my island table. So thanks so much, and have a great show. We'll talk on Monday at 7 a.m., everybody. Thanks to Brad Ralph, head coach and general manager of the Florida Everblades, and thanks to Jerry Thornton for Barstool Sports. Always a great time with him. Angel, have a great show. Bye, everybody.
Thank you.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding.
Whoa!
Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella, I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
To see the world getting loose feels good. To see the world getting loose. I don't know about you, Sack Noel. I don't know about you, Phenom. I don't know about you, White Shadow. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I'm 2 + 2, I'm for sure. You down, I'm down, baby, let's go. You stop, you drop, baby, then roll. You twerk, you pop, booty so swole. I'd hate me too if I were you. And when it comes to billions, I'll take 2. It's only one life, you don't get 2. So live life, don't let it live you.
I got a pocket full of $100 bills. Put on a jacket, cause these diamonds give you chills. 2 shots are running, 2 out, I'm starting tonight. Tonight, yeah. Look in the mirror, I'm like, who the hell is he? So many whips and cribs, I'm losing track of keys. Ooh, up to something. Ooh, yeah, I love it, alright. Alright.
Yeah, I'm drinking out the bottle. Get loose, hanging with supermodels. Get loose, feel like I hit the lotto. I don't know about you, but I feel good. I don't know about you, but I feel good.
Well, we're coming off of bonus time here from the Pete Sheppard Show. Pete was just on. Thank you to Jerry Thornton. Definitely Brad Ralph, the head coach for your Florida Art Blades. I am Angel Martinez. You're listening to Martinez and Company here. A little bit of a late start this morning, but who cares? It's fun. That's what we do here on the network. Roll one show right into the next. And we thank you all for hanging around and staying here for this version of the show, 10 to 12 a.m., Monday through Friday here on the Riptide Media Network, on Broad Street South Network as well, and on Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. You guys can check out all this stuff on broadsdsouth.com. Visit the website, and you'll have up there everything that you need. And I'll also be mentioning, if I remember in my noggin here, about the package I was telling you about you guys yesterday when it comes to cutting the cable with your company, because you can save yourself a lot of money with what I am going to announce a little bit later on. I just have to remember, joining me here in just a few minutes will be Sheila from Sheila Music. She'll be on with me as we'll get into how much it takes for her to travel, promote herself as an up-and-coming young lady as far as producing her own music, going out and putting up great quality shows. So she'll be joining me at 10:30. And then the top of the hour will be Najim from the Orlando Predators. He'll be on talking with me as well. And possibly sometime today, the new website will be launched for the AFL along with the schedules. We're all kind of, biting our nails and everything else in between to make sure that that becomes available to all. So just like you guys who follow the AFL, and for myself, the Spanish play-by-play announcer for the Orlando Predators. So I know exactly what's going on, so I can share it all with you guys. So that next week, my partner in crime who does the games with me, Alonso Garcia Puentes, will be on with me next Friday. He has a great time with me. We had just a phenomenal time. You guys have been hearing me talking about it all week long out there at the Kia Center. So we'll find out soon when we'll be going back there once again to call yet another game. But one thing I was thinking about this morning, and obviously for the Mavericks, they move on and take care of business against the Minnesota Timberwolves, 124-103. We're going to see that matchup. I think it's going to be a good one, good finals, Mavericks versus the Celtics. I still believe, even though for me, let's see, one thing I try not to be is a homer, because nationally here we talk about every different team from across the U.S., and I'm pretty sure soon across the world as well when it comes to soccer and international teams that are out there. And by the way, hello, Tokyo, Japan, Russia, Australia, Canada, our friends to the West, the Midwest, here up in Boston, down here in Florida. Hello and good morning to everybody, and thank you all for tuning in. Don't forget, you could also call and text the show, 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. And the one thing I was going to mention too, as I jump into different topics here, when we have a guest that's coming on, whether it be a coach, a writer, whomever it is, if you guys have questions, just like Gas Pump Guy does, send me a text, let us know. So when a coach comes on, whomever it may be, they can just answer the questions you guys have for them. And guys and girls, just not guys alone. But if you guys have comments or questions, put them either in social media. We can always ask when they come on, and or send it via text. And don't forget, if you do send a text to the show, make sure you attach your name to it so I can log it in. So the next time you guys send a text to the show, I know exactly who it is. Just like when Gas Pump Guy does, Jerry from Rhode Island, and along with Hawk 66. So I want to make sure that I always give credit to the people who are sending us great messages here on the network. And if you got a comment or anything else, and don't forget as well that you guys can be in the co-host seat as I am sharing an opportunity with people being here on Martinez & Company. If you guys just want to have fun for a day, want to know what it's like to be behind the mic and behind the video and on radio, by all means, just put it out there. Therefore, I can get you guys an invite and you can come on. I'm pretty sure Gas Pump Guy might be the first co-host here on the show. And as I'm talking about him, he says, Angel, for the arena football, do you travel with the team or do you stay here and do it? This year, because it's the first year for the Predators coming back home, I am at home doing the games. So at the Kia Center, by meaning at home. But I'm at the Kia Center, so I do the games live at the Kia Center. Last week, my partner who does it with me, Alonso, he was home, but we were doing it, obviously with me watching it live on the field and then transmitting the feed over so he can keep up with the game and see. So the advantage I had was I could see it before it actually happens, but it was a lot of fun and we enjoyed it. So next year, I don't know. This year, what we try to do, Gas Pump Guy, was to, if the connection was clear, then I was going to be doing the home broadcast or the away broadcast, I should say, from the home studio. But the feeds on one away game wasn't clear to start. And that was mostly because of there was a storm that rolled through in Houston. So I wasn't able to see the clear signal until the halftime. And then, of course, the other part is in order to be able to do something like that, I would have to have an updated roster from both teams because there's players obviously that come in and out and some get called up to the NFL. So unfortunately, with not having a current roster, it's a little difficult to be able to do so. So I didn't have the roster for the first away game when they played the Desert Hawks, let alone when they went to Albany and played the Firebirds. So we're hoping to get something maybe lined up a little bit better for next season. But the rest of the season will continue, but we're all waiting to see. So hopefully that answered your question. As far as, next year, maybe. The ones that I know that did travel last week was the owner and the broadcasters for both radio and the TV from the Nashville Cats. I met that group, such a phenomenal group. Those guys were so much fun to talk to. And the area where they set up, it looked like a lounge, honestly, because they had lights next to them. I mean, it was like a party scene. It's always fun broadcasting, that's for sure. And I really appreciate and I enjoy it to the best of any ability, because you get opportunities that get presented to you and you hope you make the best of said opportunity. So you never know. When it comes knocking, you hope you're on the other side of the door and you're there. Maybe one day the networks will end up calling. I don't know. All I know is I'm having fun building up my own network here at Broad Street South and helping out with Riptide Media Network, as it is a partnership, a combined partnership to be able to keep evolving and keep growing and doing the best we possibly can. Obviously, the digital sports station has been a lot to endure since I've launched that. So that's been fun. And then the shows that are going to return back on the network, it's going to be a good time, because I have, like I said, there's guys that come in for the Green Bay Packers, which I know Penguin AZ loves, but I have guys who do a terrific job from the Green Bay Packers. They're on the radio station during the NFL season. The Aftermath group that talk about the Bucs. Dan Holmey also with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers Minute. He also has a Nashville's podcast that I'll be launching it soon also on the network as well. So it's a great time with those guys. Gas Pump Guy says, I'm ready to co-host. Let me know when and what I got to do and get it done. LOL. listen, we are going to have that conversation. We're going to have fun. Again, this is about having fun, folks. One thing that Miss Robin has said to me last year was when I started off with them, she told me just relax, have fun, do your thing, because before you guys saw me here, or see me here, I should say, on Riptide, was that on Broad Street South, I had many, many guests. Sean Salisbury, Derek Gunn back from Philly, Trey Thomas. I mean, I've had so many people that I've had on there before that it was, I handle things differently on a different professional level. And so coming over, and when I was working with Tony and Robin and having fun with those guys, they told me, just relax, take it easy, relax, have fun with it, and keep it going. And so that's what I've learned from them, is just to just end up doing that. I usually have fun anyways off the mic. It was just doing the switching from being super professional to then having fun with the mic and with you guys as well. So it's been a good growing curve. It's been a lot of fun in the process. And that's why I present the opportunity for someone out there to come on and just have fun, just enjoy it. And you guys will kind of get this feeling of how busy it is to be able to put things together and have fun in the process. And for me, because I start off with Pete in the morning from 7 to 10 a.m. and then my own show here, Martinez & Company, that was moved from the evening now to the mid-morning hours from 10 to 12. And then Rich Q, my hermano, who's doing middays with Q. Then I switch back again to doing the production side of the house for him. And hopefully that show will now be Monday through Friday. It was going to be Tuesday through Thursday. This week we had a soft launch. And so come next week, it could be a possibility. It could be going Monday through Friday, and it could also be extending the hours as well. So we'll see. We're still putting pieces in place to make sure the network is successful. Don't forget, anything and everything, you can always follow us on the social medias. Of course, Pete on his Facebook page, myself, Broad Street South on my Facebook page, and just everywhere, Rumble, LinkedIn, you name it. It's just, we are all over the place. And originally, of course, I was going to go into a commercial, but since we ran over with Pete Sheppard, I'm going to go with my first guest that I see that is waiting in the green room. But before I get to Sheila, I'm going to get to Rick here, as he says, the voice for Tampa Joe's on Sundays during football. Yeah, I wear that cap as well. So many, many hats that I end up wearing. But right now, coming up here, which I feel like it's like saying coming to the main stage, is this young lady, which is Sheila from Sheila Music. Sheila, first of all, let me explain to the folks before you do your introduction. When we were at the Cinco de Mayo celebration for the first home game for the Orlando Predators, the great thing was, and I was taken aback because, and my lovely fiance that was with me, I looked over at her and I said, wait, is that Selena? And I turned around literally, and it's Sheila. And I thought they were playing Selena's music on the amphitheater, in the sound. Nope. Sheila did such a tremendous job. I couldn't believe it. So Sheila, first of all, thank you. And sorry for the late invite, but I want to make sure you came on the show because you were extremely busy that week and we wanted to connect, but what a voice on you.
No, that's completely fine. Thank you so much, Angel. I appreciate that. I remember you coming up to me and I was like, no, stop flattering me. Hi, guys. My name is Sheila. I am a singer from Austin, Texas, now based in Miami. I do Latin R&B. I'm moving into Mexican regional music, somewhat similar to Kali Uchis, Becky G, Peso Pluma. And so, yeah, no, I was super honored to have been able to perform at the Kia Center earlier on Cinco de Mayo, and we had so much fun. Thank you, and shout out again to Boone Castle Media Entertainment for inviting me, and to the Orlando Predators for having me. It was so much fun. Yeah, no, I'm from Texas, and so Selena was a huge inspiration for me growing up. I remember being like 5 or 6 and watching the movie and just being like, oh, I want to do that one day, But then I was like, oh, well, I'm sure everybody else wants to do that too. But no, after a while, I was like, no, I really want to be that girl.
Well, who doesn't? Because you got to figure the crossover. Think about her career, the way she had started, right? And her parents, especially her dad was tough. I mean, from what we understand, the movie, the only way the parents would have done it was, one, first and foremost, to make sure that we honored the history that she had. And it's a shame the way she went out because the family had entrusted the manager that much. But you think about an artist that started on the Latin side of the house. And not only did she start there, but I mean, it's like you guys come from just the roots and then try to start making a name for yourself. And then when she did, the idea of her doing a crossover into English, it was like, is this really going to work? And then, the dad and mom were like, listen, I don't know. We'll give it a shot and see what happens. Obviously, it was described differently in the movie, but then she became, a mega superstar here in the U.S. and all around the world because she was able to make that connection. And so it was kind of a throwback because I wish I could explain to you guys, if you were there, you would swear it was her over, like someone just, where's the name of this music? Put it on. Nope, it was Sheila. So again, I'm going to honor you because you did such a phenomenal job with her song.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I'm also Mexican American and I'm Nicaraguan as well. So being both cultures and also born in the US, it's really important for me to do bilingual music, to connect with both sides and try to, create a space for those of us who occupy both sides, but also feel like maybe we're not as accepted on both sides because we're neither and we're both at the same time. So I feel like that was a message definitely communicated in the Selena movie and a part of, a theme of her life in general. So I definitely always want to honor that whenever I get a chance to perform.
Now, the fun part is because I've spoken with Triania, you guys have heard her, and then with Leo, but with Sheila was different because you guys could first check out her Instagram because the energy, you guys think I have energy. This lady it seems like she wakes up, it takes 5 seconds, boom, into energy mode. And then by the time you go down, if you're anything like me, for me at nighttime, it takes a little bit time to wind down. But if you come from a great event, or even if you were hanging out with your friends, because, everybody always, there's people that say, do you guys do drugs or do you guys freaking drink all the time to have all this fun and this energy? No, you don't. And if you look at your Instagram, you can see that because it's all natural energy. The way you made a Zen garden video the other day. Listen, Five Below, if you guys need someone to sell your Zen garden, that's your person right there. But it's the energy, Sheila. You got to think about it because when you perform, you guys, it's the hardest thing to do. And even when you were at the Kia Center, they had you guys up on the stage, which is behind the field goal post because they had the cheerleaders signing on the floor on the field there. You guys still have to perform no matter what. I mean, there could be a light falling as long as obviously it doesn't come your way, but there could be a light falling, someone could trip. You guys just keep the energy going. Like it's nonstop. So have you ever been performing on stage and something could have happened just in the distance and it make you think do I run or do I just keep the party going?
Oh yeah. No, plenty of times. There's been times where there's a function and there's another event going on and half of the crowd just walks out to the other event. And I'm like, okay, do we keep going, keep the party going? Or my in-ears stop working or I just can't hear myself at all during a performance. And I'm looking at my band all right, we're making eye contact. I'm following you. We have to get through this anyway because there's an audience, the show must always go on. I learned that early on.
No, but it's true because the in-ear, and I've seen it with some performers, and we've seen it on live sets, depending on who people follow. And what people don't understand is that you do have to hear yourself what's going on, especially depending on the environment you're in, because how you sound, and it's different where if you're at home, if you're in your home studio, wherever you are, it's different because you're in certain walls, you can hear your own voice. When it comes to being in a bigger venue, you definitely want to hear yourself back because you in your mind, you think, okay, I'm sounding great, but you still want to hear you going with the music and make sure that everything is flowing fine because there's nothing worse. I mean, Lord knows how many of us in the car that cannot sing. And we crank up the radio inside the car. And we're like, oh, I sound good. And then your friend comes over and turns the music down. Yeah, you sound still good, huh? Do you?
No, I do that. I do that too in the car. And I mean, I have so many friends and hardly anyone ever wants to go to karaoke with me. And I'm like, guys, please go to karaoke with me. I'm like, they're like, no, you're going to out sing us. I'm like, it's really not a big deal. Everyone's there to have fun, have a few drinks. It doesn't matter. But there are certain songs that I'll like sing in the car and I think I'm like so good and I'm a singer, right? So I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I got this. And like, you go to karaoke and then they have like a different track playing or just without the vocals in the back, like it doesn't sound the same. And you're like, maybe this is not my range. Like maybe this is not my song the way I thought it was. And it's happened to me too. Like even at karaoke, I'll go up and for some reason I still get nervous. I think it's because I'm so competitive that I'm like, even if I'm supposed to be having fun, I want to do well and like show off.
Right.
And I'm like, God, Sheila, can you just like relax? Just relax.
But see, you're honest though, because it's true. Like, there's no way you can't tell me, Sheila, like if you're a performer, right? And because there's some people. There was a lady who came on, I think it was America's Got Talent years ago, I want to say, and I'm almost certain she was from England, and by appearance alone, when you looked at her, it was like, okay, what is she really going to sing? How does she sound? And then she belted out. I'm almost certain it was an opera song, and it never expected from this lady. So when there's no way, like as broadcasters, we're competitive. That's the way we are. We get together and we'll talk the biggest smack talk anywhere, right? Because that's what we wanted to do. But for you guys, it's got to be the same exact way. Like, if you walk into a bar somewhere, especially like I'll put you on the spot here, not make you sing, obviously, but to put you on the spot, if there was someone that went out there and you guys are doing a karaoke night, like you said, you and your friends, and you kind of like, all right, you know what? Okay, I see what they're doing here. Do you then step up and show everybody like, let me show my talent before everybody just thinks that this person can bust a groove here?
No. I mean, if anything, I'm like, I like showing my talent, yes, but I also don't want to make other people feel bad, but I do have my go-to karaoke songs, like Alicia Keys, If I Ain't Got You, that's me. That's all me. Okay. I'm going to go out and I'm going to belt that. And then like, after you get off stage and people are like, oh, wait, no, that's a singer. They like get you in the bar. They're like, no. That's not even fair. Like she went up there and she knew what she was doing. But no, it's always fun. It's always fun. It's fun competition,
Yeah, that's the way it should be. Because again, when you go out, listen, we had Drew Gordon, one of the former NBA player, right? That passed away 33 in a car accident last night. And as we always say, you got to enjoy the moment because you're guaranteed, whatever happened in our past, that's guaranteed because we already went through our past. We're guaranteed the moment now, like just like you and I speaking right here during, our conversation. But we hope we're guaranteed the future. We're just not. It's just the way life works. So you have to have fun no matter what you do in life. And we know we have different stress levels. We have different relationships that happen, good, bad, and indifferent. I'm fortunate enough with the relationship that I'm in right now. We're close about 2 weeks and maybe a day from finally, saying our I do's, and we got our marriage license not too long ago. We had so much fun doing that. And yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was so much fun. The lady actually who helped us out, she was really cool because her dad was from Fort Bragg. I originally served down in Fort Bragg. So we're sharing stories. And at one point she looks at my fiance and says, he likes to talk a lot. I said, yeah, he has his own show. So yeah, he likes to talk, but it was fun because he was taking care of us. But again, that's living in the moment because I didn't know this lady from a can of spray paint, but we were having fun. And that's the big thing. You have to enjoy life because same way, you can come off what you believe is your best performance, of the night, but you might go back in the car with your friends and head back to the hotel, wherever you guys are, and be like, was that my best performance? But you know what? I enjoyed it. I did what I thought was good. And the vibes are always great. And that's why I wanted to have you on the show here because I cannot do justice enough, folks. Go to her Instagram. Watch the energy that she puts out with her friends, with everyone. It's just a great time. It's like a party. It's a party within a party. All you need is just some dance music. Put Sheila's Instagram in the background, and you're off and running. That's just the way it is.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. Yeah, no, I think definitely the purpose of my artistry of going and taking this lane is to just create a space for people who want to have fun, who want to dance, who want to feel their emotions. Like, I have some sad songs as well. You know what I'm saying? Like the human experience is so varied and wide that we need those outlets for the different emotions that we have. And like, if you are feeling sad or down, you need to be able to let that out somewhere so that then you can go back to, being centered and feeling happy and joyful and grateful for life, because the life experience is like this. It's up and down, you know,
Yeah.
and there's nothing that's going to ever change that. So you just have to learn how to navigate it as best as you can. And so, no, I love when I perform, and when people come up to me afterwards and they're like, "Oh my gosh, I loved your set. You did this one song that was so great." Even after the signing, whenever I was performing while people were signing their autographs and stuff, there was ladies that came up to me and they're like, "You had me dancing in the back," and I'm up there and I'm like, I hope people are paying attention, but I know they're here for the game and they're here to see the players and the cheerleaders, and that's fine. I'm here to provide the entertainment.
Right.
But when people take the time to come talk to me afterwards and they're like, "I was watching you. I did like your show." I'm like, okay, cool. Like, there was a little girl who came up to me after the halftime performance, and she was little, like a little girl, and she's like, "I really like your outfit and I liked your song." And I'm like, ugh, okay, my work is done here. Like, if one little girl saw me the way that I saw Selena when I was a little girl, and like feels happy or inspired and just content throughout her day, or like inspired to continue on a path that she might not have thought was possible before, I've done my job. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters to me.
It's true. It's very true. I'll get back to that in a second, because my hermano here who's tuning in, he says this is a great spot in an interview. Did Sheila look up to any Latin artists growing up?
Well, definitely, as we're talking about, Selena Quintanilla was one. Sade, my mom would play Sade in the kitchen all the time. Yes, and a lot of people have told me that I sound a little bit like her, and I'm like, thank you for the compliment. Thank you. I mean, nobody will ever be Sade, but that's amazing. Sade, Selena Quintanilla, ¿quién más? Rocío Dulcal. There's a lot of other Latin artists too that I looked up to growing up. Vicente Fernandez, just these huge powerhouses that you're like, man, that's talent, right? Mark Anthony. I got a chance to see Carlos Vives live when I was younger, and that like blew me away. Just how much joy he brought to his show, and I think he has kind of the same idea, right? Like, we're only given so much time. Let's celebrate. Let's live and laugh. But yeah, those are a few of the different artists that I looked up to growing up.
Yeah, and when obviously growing up in a Spanish household, and people think, that I make the long running joke all the time on my shows, and I say, once I start speaking Spanish, you press number 1 on your phone, you can hear exactly what I'm saying, which is obviously not true, but I just do it as a joke. But growing up, in a Spanish household, obviously your first taste of music you're going to hear is of your own nationality. That's because they want you to know what your ethnicity is and what's all about. But then it's the same way. They'll tell you, okay, we're not just going to listen to this. Now you have jazz, you have American pop, you have all these different things. And then as you're growing up, then you start making the mix, because I do have some of my family members who have never, ever crossed over and heard anything else other than our own music. And as I told them, if you were to listen, even if you don't understand the words, you'll get the rhythm, just like when people hear, vice versa, when they hear our music, you may not know the words, but you'll see people go out there and dance, and they try to dance like Latinos, right? We see it all the time. And it's the best part, because it's so much fun. It's no matter which way you look at it, it's fun. And so hopefully as people grow up, and no matter what ethnicity you're from, you should always, even if you're American, listen to German music, right? There's everything is enjoyable. And the one thing I will say too, Sheila, is one big thing about life, we can have the most tragic moment in our life. And what is it? It's like when a person falls off a bike. I won't go any more tragic than that. Somebody falls off the bike to scrape the knee, right? Water, get this person water. And all of a sudden the water heals everything, right? Almost the same way with music. It could be something that had happened. Perfect example would be like when Michael Jackson passed away, everybody could have cried and none of these other things. What did they do? They all run to the Apollo and they start playing his music when he had passed. Why is it such a huge connection in our lives that music is so important that no matter what goes on, good moment, bad moment, happy moment, you name it, music has always been there?
It's always there. And I've heard people say like music is a time marker for life. Like, and when you listen to songs from when you're growing up, you go back to that time, right? It's the same as smelling the smell of, I don't know, your first cologne, or the way your mom's house smells. You can catch a whiff of that when you're walking on the street somehow, and then you're just automatically transported back. And so yeah, no, music has that same exact power to bring people together. And I think to what you were saying of like listening to different genres that you may not be familiar with, but catching the rhythm. When you start doing that, you see the intricacies and like the connection between German music and Mexican music, and you're like, what could a connection be between both of those? I mean, I think they both stem from polka music, right? And a lot of different genres do. So when you start learning that, it just becomes so interesting. You're like, oh wow, like I didn't know that these had the same roots, and it's just another way that we're all connected. And I think that's a beautiful message to share.
Yeah, because you got to think about I don't think, at least that I know of, I've never heard someone go to a wedding, like, is there a comic in the house? No, everybody wants to hear the music, right? You find the perfect DJ. You try to find the person, the perfect person that can end up singing, live out of somewhere. By the way, here's how this goes. And Gas Pump Guy, I'm going to get your question here in a second. If you guys have a quinceañera, high school graduations are just about over. You have college party. No matter what it is, hire Sheila for the performance, because you guys will have the time of your life. If you were there at the Kia Center, you will have the time of your life. And that's just a small set that I saw. And again, I'm just going off the same way off of Instagram. You guys have a party coming up. You have a wedding, whatever it is. Unfortunately, I would hire you for ours, but we already have our stuff lined up. Whatever you do, hire her, because you will not miss out on a good moment.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, if you guys ever want to reach out to me, Instagram is the best way. My Instagram is Sheila Music, SHIELA Music. And you can find me at the same handle on all different platforms. Just send me a message and I'm happy to respond. My email is the same thing, sheilamusic@gmail.com for bookings. I really appreciate that. I love parties, love having fun. There's never been a party for us growing up where we didn't have music making everyone dance. In my house all day, every day, like I have music playing in the background, whether it's jazz or like instrumental or, cumbia, something. There's always something playing. So yeah, it's my life.
But it's all good times, which I'll get to. Matter of fact, some of you talk about as far as like the holidays as well. I'll get to that in a second. As Gas Pump Guy, he had a question. He said, what about like Gloria Estefan, Ana Gabriel, y Celia Cruz? Because obviously, big powerhouses too.
Yeah, no. Celia Cruz, 100%. My mom loved Celia growing up. And I've watched some of the show on Netflix. I want to finish watching it just to learn even more about her life. And then Gloria Estefan también. I had a show recently in October where we did a cover of conga, and I was like, I had my dancers with me and my band, and so we like got out into the crowd, and just how infectious that song is with everybody to get them moving is just so fun. And yeah, like, I mean, the way that the Estefan family has, represented Miami for so many years, I just think it's such an honor to be able to even be in the same city as them.
And the fun part is when it comes to family, right? And this is where the music again comes, the connection. Because so for those who don't know from the Latin side of the house, in our family, the way it was when we were growing up, and I'm pretty sure the rest of my family still does it to this day. And unfortunately, because I've been so busy, I haven't been, Mom, I have for New Year's, but with the rest of the family to actually do the way we used to do it before. So on New Year's, and the way it started was 5 o'clock. That's when, quote unquote, people are supposed to come over. And like everything else, they all start filtering in. Then 7 o'clock, you have what's considered on the English side hors d'oeuvres. When, whatever place you guys bring the little warm up food, that's kind of like the appetizer to then the dinner. The dinner then comes at 9 o'clock. But in between that time, somewhere now up north is different because we had basements. Most people have halls and stuff like that, or their living rooms. But we had the DJ would start the music off at 5. 7, you come upstairs for, and for people coming in, how you been, this and that and the other. And then you come up and you have your hors d'oeuvres. You go back downstairs. You come back up at 9 o'clock. You have your dinner. Then the party starts. As soon as you're done with dinner, up until midnight. Then midnight, if it's New Year's, for example, everybody, wishes each other Happy New Year's. The party keeps going until 2 in the morning when you do like the continental breakfast at 2 in the morning. Then you go back downstairs. For those who are still wide awake and are still dancing, we would keep it going until 5 a.m. And that's when the breakfast would actually break out. And then eventually everybody will leave 12 hours later. Yeah, you're muted. I think you actually may have muted yourself.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. There was a big truck passing by, so I didn't want it to interfere with your what you were talking about.
No
No,
worries.
5 a.m. is crazy. I like never in my life. So I'm from Texas, so the bars and everything close at 2 a.m. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
and like, there's no liquor store open on Sunday. Like, you can't find anything after 9 p.m. The liquor stores are closed. So coming to Miami was completely different for me. I had never stayed out that late, and I remember the first night I went out here in Miami, and I got home at like 6 a.m. I was like, what is my life? I was like, do people do this all the time here? I don't think this is like sustainable. But no, yeah, family parties, I know they can go forever and ever. And I remember being a kid and being like, watching my parents like say goodbye to the family for the 500th time and being like, can we please leave already? And then now I'm that person that I'm like, oh, bye, okay, we'll see you later, oh, bye, oh, and then you start talking again, and maybe you have another drink or something, and you're like, okay, no, bye for real this time, like, well, we gotta go. And then like now it's the kids that are around, they're like, hurry up, please, can we go? Or you see them like passed out on the couch somewhere at the family
Uh-huh.
party.
Yeah,
It's a fun circle of life moment to not be the kid anymore and be the one saying bye.
Well, if you would have been up in Philly, so Philly, we have the after hours club. So you have the clubs that were open until 2 a.m, and then you go to what's called an after hour. The after hour were like, kind of like the speakeasies of the world. So you would go, they would open at 2:30, and then they would be open from 2:30 till 6 a.m. Some, depending if they got into trouble, then they were only open for like an hour and a half. So they might be open till 4 a.m. If you go to New York, which is almost the same as Philly, the first time it ever happened, I got invited to a New Year's party. I mean, I'm talking about many, many, many years ago. And we ended up going, and I really didn't think about it because the night had gone by so fast, but we're in the same spot because apparently they were able to stay open until 7 a.m. Well, here we're dancing, we're laughing, we're having a great old time. And then they were like, DJ's like, all right, thank you guys all for coming out, have a great day, enjoy your New Year's. And, don't forget when you go out there, don't blind yourself. Me not thinking again, because I haven't been thinking about the time. Like, what's this guy talking about? Don't blind yourself. It's a freaking middle of the night. Nope. Open up the door. Oh my God. What is that? The sun. And the party would go till 7 a.m. It was ridiculous.
And you're like in another universe, just inside, everything's blocked up. You're like, no, it's nighttime.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
That's
oh,
yeah.
yeah.
But the one thing I'll get into, because I know I have my other guest coming up here momentarily, and I went into bonus overtime. By the way, this is not the last time you guys will see Sheila on here on the show. She'll be back as well, because as she continues to evolve out there in the music spectrum of the world. And speaking of, have you ever done any of when the EDMs have come around, like the concerts? Have you done any of them yet?
I have I gone to them or performed? Performed, no. I don't really do too much EDM. I like it, I enjoy it, but I haven't incorporated it into my music too much, other than like maybe a little hint of trap here and there.
See, so Philly, the nice part that he used to have, and I don't know if they still do it, they had before it was kind of considered EDM. They would bring, like, the main DJ would be up there on the main stage and a performance and all, but they had 3 other stages set up, and so no matter what kind of music you liked, because they wanted like the local artists, performing artists to come out, and so people can hear the music. So it was really cool because the main stage was a good distance away. So if you wanted to party, you can go there, but depending on which artist, so you would have the main stage and let's say stage 2 and 4 set up. If you liked, let's say just string music, you could hear that. And then if someone was playing country, it was funny because you could hear both music, but still separated. And that was the nice part. So it'd be nice for you guys, like the local artists, even if they had like a local artist weekend. So everybody can kind of hear all you guys and your music and how it happens. In Orlando, I'm not too sure. I would have to find out if they do something like that. But it would end up being nice. But the one thing I want to get into as well before I end up letting you go, and my other guest jumps in here. When was it? When was the moment that you knew, you know what? I think I'm just going to become a solo artist.
Oh, I was 19 years old. I had been dreaming of being an artist, like I said, since I was chiquita, like a little 9-year-old girl watching Selena. But I thought that everybody had the same dream, and I was like, oh, what makes me special? Everybody wants this. And so I was scared and I didn't pursue my dream for a long time. And then when I turned 19, I went to, I studied abroad in Barcelona, and I was on the beach, and a friend of mine, a late friend of mine, rest in peace, his name is Daniel. He was on the beach with me, and he was like, "Oh, I just released music on Apple Music. I have a new album." I was like, "What? You did that by yourself? You have a label? Like, how did you do that?" And he's like, "No, you can do it by yourself. Like, this is how you do it." And in that moment, I was like, "Okay, I'm going to try this for the next 5 years. I'm going to take it seriously. I'm going to go after it. If nothing comes of it, okay, fine." But I would hate if I didn't try and I had a what if feeling for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
At least I'm going to see where I can go with it. So that's the moment that I decided, okay, I'm going to take this seriously. And within 5 years, 6 years, I was performing at my first huge festival. And yeah, I mean, the rest is history. So the message of that being, just try, just give it a shot, give yourself a deadline. I'm going to go and give this my all for this much time. And if nothing comes of it, fine. The time is going to pass anyway. You might as well.
Yep. It's true. Even if I tried now, it would take me 100 years to belt out my first tune because it had to be horrible. We have fun. Me and my fiance in the car, we have fun. And we both know we can't sing, but we enjoy it because that's what you do. It's a great time, no matter what. I think the better part is when you do music trivia. Like I don't know if you do it like everybody else. You have the music, let's say you and your friends are all together, right? Being like, I don't care if it's a club, inside a car, whatever. I always do it. I put my fiance on the spot and I even give her bonus points. I tell her, all right, you got 5 wrong, but for 1,000 points, you can make up for everything. And then it's an easy artist to come to. Do you guys, have you guys ever done that? I just try to play a game where, obviously name the artist and just throw up, obviously phony baloney points.
Oh yeah. No, me and my mom in the car all the time. She'll put on a song and she'll be like, for $1,000, for $1 million, who is this artist? And it's usually some like 70s or 80s rock band that she loved when she was younger. And I'm like, it's this. And she's like, no, you just lost $1 million. And I'm like, damn it. But no, I do that all the time.
It's the best. I'm telling you, it's the best no matter which way you look at it, because you got to have fun. You got to enjoy it. Just like I have. Matter of fact, here, you got somewhere to go right now?
No, I'm hanging out.
All right. You know what? Then I'm going to, hold on. I'm going to add, I'm going to keep the party going. I'm going to add to this screen here because I see Najim has joined the party. So let me pop him on the screen up here so he can just talk about music and everything else in between, because one of the coolest cats that I have seen on the field in the trenches. So let me post things up here. I'm going to swing it a little bit low there. And then just like that, we have Najim from the Orlando Predators. And by the way, Najim, his camera may have frozen for a moment though. So Najim, can you hear us? Oh, his mic is muted. Give him a second. It may have frozen because he's in a car. I know they had practice, even though they had a bye week. But they had practice as well. So hopefully, I don't think he realized that his camera froze up. So, hopefully he'll come back on. But if, in the meantime, even though I was supposed to go into a commercial break, we'll keep rolling. Listen, you guys are listening. There he is. It's Najim. Najim, how are you? I think your mic is muted, Najim. We're going to wait. Nope, still can't hear you. Let me see. I don't know if I can. Let's see. Try now.
Are we good?
There you go. All right. You're good. So, Najim with the Orlando Predators is with us. And by the way, I just want to let you know, above you that you see here on the screen was Sheila, who performed on Cinco de Mayo. I know it was kind of hard for you guys because you were playing on the field. We came up short game 1 at home. But Sheila, Najim, Sheila.
Hello. Hi, nice to meet you.
So now, for those who don't know, if you guys, you know how the best way to describe Najim is going to be this way. Houdini. He is everywhere on the field. And he's like the guy. Now, of course, we've heard about people underground, not that kind of underground, but that's where Najim pops out of nowhere. Like you've seen videos where all of a sudden this person would they'll slide into the picture. That's Najim. That's the best way I can describe him, because when he's in the trenches, this man has been part of a nasty defense that's getting better each and every week. And Najim, last week, you guys had a big, big game. Bro, you were everywhere on the field that I could see. And I would tell you, looking from the broadcast booth down to the field, I don't know how in the world. I talked about Sheila, about her energy. Bro, your energy was crazy last week at the Kia Center.
I appreciate it. I think it really, like you said, it's a part of a really good defense. We have 8 guys out there that does their job and flies around, so kind of makes all of our jobs easier.
But you see, Shahad, it's just the humbleness. You see how the humbleness in his voice. On the playing field, it's like two different people. I'm telling you, because it's just if there could be this year, and we'll see, because we're waiting to see what the schedule is going to look like. If there is defensive players of the year, I'm pretty sure that between you and Sean and a couple other guys on the team, it's becoming quite the defense. I don't know I guess I can call it the red line defense because of the Predators colors, but you guys have been doing such a great job. Najim, I know it was kind of tough in the very beginning. We saw with the Albany Firebirds, the entire game, we led the game, and then the game was slipped away at the very end. Then you come home for week 2, and we saw with the Desert Hawks, who became a complete different team. You know, we saw what happened there, and a game that 0-2 wasn't the best performance, I would say, when it came to the Predators. But then things started changing around, and we saw the win in Texas against the same Hawks, and then went 1-2, and then we come home against the Nashville Cats and now go 2-2. But the performance last week, just like a performance, on the stage, that game, how you guys defensively had gelled so well together. And I know I talked to Coach Burt before the game, and he talked about how much you guys emphasize on the D-line for the entire week. It showed in so many different ways. What's been the difference from week 1 to week 4?
I think just the cohesiveness. I mean, we had probably a lot of guys playing together for the first time. Me personally, this is my first time in the league, so kind of learning the aspects of the game. What can change, how quickly the game can change. And I think it's just cohesiveness, right? Like, we all came together. We had probably like 2 or 3 weeks of camp. And then we had our final cuts and stuff like that. So I think it's just getting into our groove, both offensively and defensively. I think offense came up to play the first game a little bit more in the defense, and defense played a little bit better in the second game compared to our offense. So kind of just putting that all together. And then playing on the same page, playing complementary football, where we kind of just complement each other rather than be hitting like button heads. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think that was just really it. Just us getting our reps together and getting comfortable with each other and just playing for one another.
Now, no other place in America will you see, other than here on Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game, and on Riptide Media, where you will have an actual performing artist and an athlete on the same show at the same time, talking about 2 different versions, but it's the cohesiveness, right? Because it's like the same way. You take Sheila, for example, that's performing on the stage, and she moves from side to side. There's a dancing part of it. And then you have Najim, who dances on the field. And when I mean, you guys need to go to the Kia Center. Watch this man on the field. I cannot express that enough, because it's like Houdini. I swear it. He just right side, left side, poof, the man was there. The hits that you guys were doing Saturday night, Najim, I don't know if it was just because of the hometown crowd. We had a bigger crowd than we did week 1, obviously so, because the Orlando Magic was playing game 6, hoping to get a game 7 back at the Kia Center. The hits, I could hear it from up top. And even the crowd, it was to the point where when you were sitting there, even me in the broadcast, I felt like, ooh, I felt that one. That was hard. Did the energy just kept growing? Like, because it seemed like after the half, you guys were just lights out coming, and it got close. Obviously, it was a good win, 69-62. But what was the talk during the half? Because it was like 2 different defensive squads that we saw first half into the second half.
Kind of just keep doing what we're doing. I will say that our kickoff team does keep us juiced up as a team. We've got some great hitters on that squad, on that unit, and ZB, Cecile Cherry, they'll turn you up. They'll come down and they'll make a hit and have the whole crowd like ooh, and they do it every single time. It's not like you get you don't get a playoff on kickoff with us. So I think even from a defensive standpoint, that energizes us right before we go on the field, and then just kind of carry that through. But at halftime, it was just kind of just keep doing what we got to do, keep our foot on the gas, and don't let up. Because like I said, in this game, it can change quickly. You could be up by 20 and it still be a game with a quarter left. You know what I mean? So just continue to fight, continue to play the right way, and finish the game was what we were talking about.
And it's all good in theory too, because you got to figure, like you said, I mean, it was we were up by a bunch at the half, and then we saw the tale of two different tales because we gradually kept seeing the ball being moved down the field by the Cats, and then we saw the two different quarterbacks come in on a rotation. Powell, of course, played the entire game for Orlando, but we saw the difference between the Nashville Cats. But you guys, no matter what, remained focused, and at the end, I mean, with a minute to go, my heart was racing, and I'm doing a Spanish broadcast, and I don't even know how to describe to people like the feeling in Spanish compared to the feeling in English. I'm trying to describe to folks like we got a minute left here. My heart's coming out of my chest. I think I'm going to have a heart attack because we were just waiting to see. Even though I felt secured, and my co-host was on with me, we both felt secured that you guys would be able to lock up the game, which thankfully it did. And now we are 2-2, and are waiting to see who is our next opponent going to end up being. But I mean, overall, it was such a good game. I think Powell probably had a more comfortable feeling like he did in week 1 than what we saw in weeks 2 leading up to week 4. And, you know, I know Vinny Testaverde, he wanted to go pursue different things. How has been the transition, what you guys have seen, Powell not only as a quarterback, but also trying to become the leader of the team?
Just got gradually getting comfortable, I would say. We did bring in a couple, like we were rotating in wide receivers throughout those weeks, so it was kind of just the same thing I was saying, like understanding the gel together. This is a team game, so a lot of people don't understand that you can bring one guy in, throw out some stuff, but I think he's defense and get comfortable with his targets and stuff like that. And Caleb Walls has been really big for us.
We got Najim popping in and out on the feed there. I know it's kind of tough sometimes when you're in the car, but hopefully we'll get him back. He'll pop out and hopefully pop back in there. But see, this is what I mean. And this, by the way, if you guys are listening in on Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game, of course, you can download the app on broadcastsouth.com. It's listed up there for you. Makes it really easy. Just pick your Android or your Apple phone, one or two, download it. Therefore, if you're on a plane, train, automobile, no matter where you are, Apple CarPlay inside your car. No matter what it is, Android CarPlay. You'll never miss out. Therefore, you won't miss the artist that is Sheila Music. And then Najim as well with me on there as well. Hopefully, we'll get them back. I know it's kind of tough sometimes when you're doing it mobilely on the phone, but hopefully, I'll end up popping in here. But Sheila, the one, oh, here we go. Najim's back.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Sorry about that.
No worries. It happens. It happens from time to time. Now, I would, as soon as we'll see if he comes. He's going to pop out and pop back in. A lot of times it's kind of tough when you're mobile in the car. And then we'll see you all. All right. Now I see you again, Najim. So,
sorry.
No worries. We're describing, as far as where Powell, you were saying that, you know, gradually week to week, you guys are starting to see that leadership change.
Yeah. I think he's just getting more and more comfortable with the team. This is his first year with Orlando. So, just getting comfortable with the coaching staff, the play calling, and just the weapons he has to work with.
Now, this is where I'll tie in both here together, because obviously you have the performer in Sheila, the performance in the trenches, which is Najim. But when you get ready to get warmed up for the game, is there a certain either genre or something that you have to get into? There's a zone that you get into prior to hitting the field.
I would say, yeah, I'm very spiritual. So like before the game, it's a lot of Christian music, um, a lot of gospel, uh, Maverick City, um, just kind of songs like that, 10-minute long songs. So I just sit there and get into it. Right before probably, and that's right before I go out. Um, Probably before like we go to do warm ups and stuff like that. That's where I'm listening to more of my rap stuff. Trying to get myself juiced up. Um, but other than that, after we come back into the locker room and get ready to do the announcements and stuff like that, I just kind of like try to slow my mind down, um, and just level myself, right? Because playing DB, it can be going all good and then turn bad in a second, you know. So
Yeah.
just kind of trying to stay level headed, don't get too high with the highs or low with the lows. Um, just kind of just trying to ease my mind and slow my mind down.
But see, it's a good thing. You talk about the spiritual music as far as I can't believe as time has evolved and changed. There was a station I was listening to not so long ago, and I was just kind of like flipping through the channels. It was a dance. There was a dance version, there was a rap version, and there was a salsa version of it. And I didn't put it together that it was an actual Christian band. And they were they were killing it, one song after the other. And I'm thinking like, wait a minute, how many times did I not hear God in this song? And it didn't even dawn upon me. And then I was like, wait. And so I looked back at the station, and then when I got home, I ended up looking it up, and it was a Christian band. But to keep up with the times for the younger generation as how they listen themselves. And it's amazing to me how much has changed and evolved, because before, for those of us who have gone to church, we've heard obviously our church music when you're there, but it's different how they've incorporated it. I mean, you have Kirk Franklin from years ago, obviously was the main breakout artist that brought gospel to mainstream radio. And so it's funny for me how things have evolved and changed, because everybody thinks, and to each his own, because you can listen to whatever you want to, but it's not the way it used to be before, how just modern and the evolvement from it. And Sheila, I don't know if if you yourself have ever had one that you've done either in Spanish or English. Like, was there a certain church song that's ever motivated you that you've been able to incorporate in your music?
I have not. I love gospel music and praise and worship when I do attend church, but I personally have not released a spiritual song in that way yet. I do have a really good friend of mine. His name is Rigo Navaira. He's a Tejano artist based out of San Antonio. He's the nephew of the late famous Emilio Navaira, and he just released a song called Gloria that is like a very gospel-based song, but mixed with Tejano. It's really good. If you guys have a chance, I would definitely recommend you look him up, Rigo Navaira, and his song Gloria. It's on all platforms.
Now, here's a question that's going to be for both of you. Najim, I'll start off with you, because a lot of people don't like to talk about it. I always try to bring it up as much as I can. Again, I don't do the Bible thumping thing, so I don't want people to think that, oh my God, here we go. My thing is, I always say in the morning, my fiance knows this, because I always, like today, she had her flight out to Chicago, and I make sure I pray to God, as I do every single day, that she had a safe flight, safe journey, not only for her, because for you, you can't be selfish for one person. So you wake up in the morning and you thank God for everyone, whether you know them or you don't know them. You hope that everyone has a great day, safe travels, that they're able to complete the journey for that day. We also see that the media, for some reason, has taken where, what did you just say? It's almost like God has become the bad word, and that doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. How important is it? And Najim, like I said, I'll start with you. How important is it, obviously, for God to have that spirituality in you to present the day for you, and then at the end of the day, you know that He puts you to sleep and He's ready to wake you up the very next day?
I mean, yeah, for me, it's obvious like the world's is kind of shunning it, right?
Right.
If you read the Bible, that's one of the biggest things is He's not of the world, so you can't ever expect the world to follow in His directions or anything like that. But for me, like, it was instilled into me at a young age. My parents were in church with me as a kid, and I remember those experiences. So I think, especially when this goes for all fields, but me talking as an athlete, there's just so many things that can happen on the field in general, right? So like injuries happen, big and small. Bad plays happen. So there's a comfort that you can have when you put your trust into something that you can actually believe in, right? I
Right.
can't really trust in myself as much as I can in God. Um, I will do all the wrong things. I'm human too, so our flesh wants what our flesh wants, and the only way you can combat that is with a firm foundation. So that's where I put my trust in, and I allow Him to kind of guide my life. And that way you can kind of just stay even, right? Because life is going to be life, and it's going to have its hard times, and it's going to have its good times, and so to be able to navigate through that stuff isn't easy um, without that kind of foundation set, um, especially when you're going through stuff, right? It's like,
Mhm.
so when it's the hardest of the hard, you can't see a way out. Sometimes it's that hope within Him that gets you through those things. And that's just kind of like, it's He's never let me down in my life, so there's no reason for me not to believe in what I read and believe in what I know, right? So that's just my stuff. I have my testimonies, um, and I know what He's done in my life, and I wouldn't be where I'm at without Him. So, and there's no me without Him. You know what I mean? So like, it's just it's just something that you consistently want to kind of just portray. Not saying that I go out and I just preach all the time to everybody, but I do want to set a good example of Him, and just understand, like, when people see me, they see Him, and anything that good that I have is because of Him. And that's just how I live my life.
Sheila?
I'm not sure what Najim just said. I haven't been able to see or hear him, so I'm just going to give my own personal answer. Um, God is very centered and important to my personal life, and I don't think anybody's life is easy. It's just not the life experience. And I do thank God He's gotten me out of some really tough situations in my past, and just for blessing me and continuing to bless me with my health. And at the end of the day, as much as uh, you know myself as an artist, or Najim as an athlete, enjoy sharing our gifts with the world, and being in the spotlight and doing what we love to do. At the end of the day, it's important to realize that it is a gift that is bestowed upon us and given to us, and we are being used as a vessel to share that with the world. And I just try to remind myself of that always. um, and just give thanks and give gratitude. Half of my prayers every day are not really even asking for things. They're more so giving thanks for the health, for my family's health, for the abundance that exists in my life, whether that be, financial, or an abundance of friends, family, just love to share with other people. So I think it's a very, important important foundation to have as you go throughout life.
No, that definitely is. And Jerry from Rhode Island said, so cool to hear these young people to have faith. Well done. And I appreciate Jerry as always for tuning in. But no, it's true, because you got to think about it. And hopefully both of you guys are able to hear me here simultaneously. But the big thing is that we go, like we all said, right? We all go through these relationships. We go through times. And I said this in a previous interview, is that I went through. This is where and for those who, if you don't like to talk for the moment, just come back in about a minute or two. But we all know, right, Najim, like the same way as Sheila, that the devil's always working his ways. And he always tells you, like, don't go down that road. But if you do, just expect what's going to happen. Like, I went through a relationship that was, when I mean that he was trying to do his best to be like, I'm going to make sure you are condemned forever. I was like, nope, it's not going to happen. And I kept my faith up, and I figured, all right, God eventually is going to get me out of this. And no matter what, he's like, the devil's like, I got you. Don't worry. I got you. Don't listen to him. I got you. And so finally, when things started to clear up and I could see the blue skies all over again, when I came to Florida, I was fortunate enough, and I wasn't looking for anybody, but I met my fiance now, where, like I said, I'm 2.5 weeks, less than that at this point. I think a week and a half away from getting married. But he was like, no matter what he tried to do to you in that relationship, I got you. He said he got you, but I actually got you. And God was good enough to say, listen, the back half of your life, I'm going to make sure every goal that you were trying to reach to do so. And I kicked off my network. I kicked off my radio station. I've been able to grow, but because of the love of my life who's been with me there. And for selfish reasons, I will say, I'm glad we didn't have a game this week because I'd have been traveling to Orlando and back by myself. And she's always been there. I think she's only missed 2 events that I've been a part of. And that's about it. But God, because he said that I will make sure that you will end up being there no matter what with someone, she's been it. And I'm I try not to lose it if I possibly can. I'm pretty sure after I'm done here, I'll probably end up losing it. But because you have to have that faith, and there's times, we all know this, we're at moments where it's like, all right, where is this so-called God? Because what happens, if we are in the highest of highs, right, no one ever says it was because of God. Some people tend to forget. But when you're at the lowest part of your life, and you remember that God says what? He's always next to you. He will never abandon you
or forsake you.
Yep, he's always there, and I'm forever grateful for it. And I love to share that with everybody because it's the absolute truth. Gasp guy says, "Amen, Angel. I love that you got this message out for God. I wish more people on stations would do this. They say idle hands are the devil's playground. Listen, it's the same thing. You guys know it. As an athlete, as an artist, nothing good happens after midnight, right? We hear it all the time, and it's the honest God's truth." But like everything else, usually in when Debbie and I are out somewhere and I know it's getting close to 12 o'clock, all I say to guys is, listen, just if you can keep us good until about 12:30, you and I are cool. Right? But she's always going to end up looking out anyways. But it's for me, it's always an enjoyment and a pleasure because we do, no matter what. You guys can, whatever your religion and whatever you believe in, do you guys. All I know is that I'm grateful to God because without him, think about it, I wouldn't have met Sheila. I would have not met Najim because he puts us in places where we come across with each other. And that's the most important part. Even Gas Pump Guy, Jerry from Rhode Island, Pete, everybody I've come across. If it's not, because you got to think about it. What's the devil try to do? Oh, you want to meet good people? I got you. Go down to that club down there. It's called Club Evil. Go in the door. Go straight back. See them doors says hell. Go straight in there. I got you. Don't worry about it. Right? Because that's what he does. He sets us up for failure. No one ever said that the devil set me up for success. Never. Because why? He tries to battle the man himself. So I like to share that. I think it's a great point for everyone. And hopefully we didn't get a lot of people tune out. I didn't see it anyways. And hopefully everybody gets this message. But you guys, I appreciate it's come up here on the break, but Najim will be back. Sheila will definitely be back on the show here. I appreciate you guys. Najim, I'm ready for that next home game. And before the season's over, yes, this is where I'm going to geek out, folks, because a signed autograph, bro, from your jersey. I'm just saying. I just want one for the Predators. That's the only wish that I have.
Well, I got you.
All right. I appreciate it. But listen, Najim, Sheila, both of you guys, thank you so much for taking the time. Sheila, for the bonus time. I know you probably had stuff to do, but I appreciate the bonus time on here. And you will see both this young lady and this young man on the show all over again. I can't thank you guys enough. Najim, did you guys already close out practice or you guys still have practice this afternoon?
Well, I just have my personal and private stuff. We had a bye week this week. We had practice yesterday. But for the most part, he's trying to give us a little bit of a rest. Get our bodies back right.
Yeah, that's what Sheila too. She's on a bye week right now. She's trying to figure out where she's going to go to next. But as I kid about it. But Najim, if you want to tell anybody like what you have coming up or your Instagram somewhere where people can follow what you do on a daily basis.
Well, I'm usually just only on Instagram. You can find me at _Hossein 04. But it's just football stuff. So our next home game should be either next week or the week after. Hope everybody comes out and they have a good time, make it loud, and give us something to play for.
All right. And Sheila, make sure you let everybody know too where they can find you because Gascom Guy wants to know as well where he can find you as well.
Oh, of course. You can find me on all platforms at Sheila Music, SHIELA Music. On TikTok, I am Sheila Music Official. I'm mostly on Instagram and TikTok, so that's where you'll see me and my shenanigans.
All right, that's all good stuff. Najim, check out her videos, bro. Check out her music. Check out her videos. I'm telling you, it's exciting stuff. I appreciate it. Both of you guys, thank you so much. I hope you have a great rest of your day and a safe weekend.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Angel.
Thank you, Angel.
Have a good one, guys.
No problem. All right. And as we go into the commercial break, I can't thank both of them because that was fun. And I'm telling you, nowhere. I don't care what you listen to, where you are, anywhere in America, even overseas, you will never have a performing artist, a young performing artist at that, and an athlete that come on the stage or at least in the studio or on the radio at the same time. It doesn't happen. That's why it happens here on Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game, because that's what we do around here. We enjoy life. We bring on good people, good vibes, good energy. And it amounts to just having a fun time all the time. So thank you for those who've hung around from the Pete Sheppard Show this morning from 7 to 10 a.m. Of course, I'm Angel Martinez. Martinez is coming here from 10 to 12 in the afternoon, getting through your mid-mornings. And then the midday show coming up here with my hermano, Rich Quinones. Middays with Q. So after the break, don't forget, you guys can still send your comments, place your comments up here, up on the social medias. Of course, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, Rumble, Facebook. And along with calling or texting into the show, as Gas Pump Guy and Jerry from Rhode Island have, 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. After the break, my hermano, speaking of, will be joining me as soon as I can find my go-to break here. But he'll be joining me here after the break. So we will talk to you in about 4 minutes. You are listening to Martinez Company on Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. We'll be back right after this.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And, with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have anybody to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't, because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Look at what you've done. Stand still, falling away from me. When it takes so long, fire's out. What do you want to be? Now I'm holding on. Myself was never enough for me. Gotta be so strong. There's a power in what you do. Now every other day I'll be watching you. I'll show you what it feels like. Now I'm on the outside. We did everything right. Now I'm on the outside. I'll show you what it feels like. Now I'm on the outside. We did everything right. Now I'm on the outside.
Welcome back. Hour number 2, Martinez and Company, as we went straight through basically from 10 o'clock all the way up to 11:20. And I can't thank enough for Sheila from Sheila Music and for Najim Hossein for stopping by the studio to share their stories with everybody. And hopefully you guys end up enjoying it as much as I did. I know for sure. So it was a great time with them and I can't thank them enough. And you guys will hear and see them both here back on the show. But at this point of the show, now it feels like, see, this is where you have to do the actual club song. Coming to the main stage. You know him from the Jersey Shore. You've seen him everywhere. He is what is called the Ricardo Quiñones. Here he is from the boxing ring to the radio announcement, all the way to your home and everywhere. Give it up for Middays with Q, Ricardo Quiñones.
Bueno. ¿Qué pasa contigo, hermano? Gracias por tu tiempo. ¿Qué tal?
Siempre. Just good time. Just, bro. See, that's the fun part about having a network, about having a digital radio sports station, just a radio station alone in the digital market, because this is where everything is going. But where you can do it is you just roll one thing right into the other. Commercial breaks are paid. Things are paid. Speaking of, boy, that's one thing I before I forget. As far as speaking, because I did want to share with everybody here, and I did tease it yesterday. I want to make sure everybody knows. Okay, now everybody knows, same way like you, my hermano. People they're paying an astronomical amount for cable, right? And you find ways. You have YouTube TV, and they do a good job because I think you could put up like 4 windows up there or 2 windows, whatever the case may be. But there's one that's even a bit better. And here's what I'm going to tell you, that you guys can go to ayumas.com, AYOUMAS.com. I will put it up there on my website, ayumas.com. And if you're tired of buffering and freezing while trying to watch your favorite shows, then look no further, because ayumas.com is the best streaming service around. With ayumas.com, you can watch all your favorite channels, movies, and series seamlessly. Plus, their customer support is available 24/7 to assist you with any issues, which is absolute truth, because I've had it in my house for some years now. And if you have any kind of issues, you just send them an email. You get together with them, and they're quick to respond back to whatever it is that you have. It could be the guide's not working, the service all of a sudden just stopped. Just reach out to them, and they'll get it together for you. So you can go ahead and benefit from a 12-month plus 3 months free as a gift for only $59.27. Yes, $59.27 using a 25% coupon, which they did send to me. And I want to make sure that you guys know it is, you guys put in this coupon here, coupon 25, the number 25 of, and I'll have it up the next time when you guys see us on Monday. And again, I'll have it up on BroadStreetSouth.com. You'll get 25% off the service. And just before you commit, you can try their service for free, 24 hours, absolutely free. And you can test it out and see if you like it. Again, it is Ayumas, AYOUMAS.com, AYOUMAS.com. And before, you pay a dime, they will meet your needs. It's a great service. I have it. I love it during football season because I put up the 4 windows in the studio here, and then I'll have, if not on the tablet, you can put it on your phone anywhere. Travel, Ayumas.com. You guys really appreciate it and you'll like it. So it's a great service. Great service. I stand by it. And I would not talk about it if I didn't believe in it. And I reached out to the guys to make sure they knew that I'm a customer for life if all good and well and possible, but it's a great service. You won't go wrong. It's for me, every once in a while, it may buffer. Every once in a while, I'll be 100% honest. It may buffer, but it doesn't buffer for long, or it doesn't go out, none of that stuff. If your cable goes out, that's a whole different story because you're streaming. But other than that, it's a great service. You guys try it, Ayumas.com, AYOUMAS.com, and put in the coupon code, coupon25 of, that's COUPON 25 OF, and you'll get that 25% off and you'll save, and it's a good time. They also put Black Friday specials too around Black Friday, so you can save even more money that way as well. So try it. You won't go wrong with that. And Mano.
Yes.
So we see, obviously, the Mavericks have locked it up and traveled to Minnesota for a game, and now we wait until, June 6th?
Yeah, that's a long wait.
Yeah, it seems like forever now because it's just that big break in between. Other than the Celtics being rested up, Porzingis obviously should be rested up. And I even mentioned to Pete, and I'll ask you the same question. If you let's say you're the head coach or GM of the Celtics, would you just give just a little extra rest and bring Porzingis in on game 2 instead of game 1?
I mean, that's a discretionary call, to be honest. I mean, they definitely, listen, you get a 85% Porzingis on the floor, it adds another dimension, but look how well they've been playing without Porzingis. I mean, obviously you want him on the floor. He's going to give you 18 and 12. Sometimes you want to ease these guys back, right, from these types of injuries, 15, maybe 12, 15 minutes here and there. I think it's a gut reaction, and you coach as the game unfolds.
Okay.
Right? If that makes sense. I don't know if he's going to start or not. And look, he's not 100%. We all know that. But they've got so much depth. Now you got the emergence of the kid in white. You got the tandem of Brown and Tatum. Last night, to me, and I think we mentioned it a little bit on middays yesterday with Jonathan Marshall, this is why you cannot start to crown young teams right away. I mean, I said yesterday on the air, I love Dallas in that spot. Dallas was getting 4.5. I mean, that was just easy money if you played it right. If you took Dallas in the points, I mean, you just sat back and you relaxed last night. I mean, that was a game where Luka just said, "Get out of my way. To heck with all you guys. I'm going to put you on my back." Kyrie did his thing. Luka did his thing. They got the perimeter defense was there. They just sucker punch, body shot Minnesota, and they never responded. Minnesota's a young team. They're an immature team. They're a young team. I think it's going to be a very fun finals to watch. And I'll say this, on my other show, BYP Back Your Play, the prop, my betting expert handicapper said prior to the playoffs, and you can go to my YouTube channel, Rich Q on Q, and look at the show, BYP. He said prior to the playoffs, take a flyer on the Dallas Mavericks, not only coming out of the Western Conference, but winning the NBA Finals. And he typically backs his play with those predictions. So I texted him last night. I said, not bad, man. He's like, it's a remarkable run. He's like, I got great value at the time. So I think the finals will be fun to watch. And I think you got some, star power in the NBA Finals with Dallas and Boston.
Yeah, I think so. It should be a good time. I want to see why not. And it could be one of the higher rated ones that we've seen maybe in a couple of years because it's an interesting matchup between the Celtics and Mavericks. I think right now, if you look at it, Q, is that they seem evenly matched. I'm not going to say that one outweighs the other. It just seemed coming off the benches as well. You look at both benches. I mean, they can call off any of their guys off there and put points on a board. So for me, I think this should be a really good series. Pete said it could go, the length of 7 games, which if it does, then for Boston, they could be celebrating at home. Do I think it'll go? I think it'll go more 6 than it will 7 games. But I also wouldn't be mad if it went 7 games.
Yeah, I guess the argument you make is that the Dallas Mavericks won 50 games in a very top-heavy Western Conference. The Boston Celtics won 64. They were almost unbeatable at home. They're laying 6.5 in game one. That's always tough wherever you decide to kind of hang your hat, because people will look at it and say, hey, Dallas never really got pushed by Minnesota. Boston never really got pushed by Indiana, the Pacers. Even when they were down in those games, they came back to finish off that sweep. As far as the matchups, you're right. I mean, they've got strengths and weaknesses on both sides of the floor for each team respectively. Do I think it's a 7-game series? I'd have to look into it a little more. I just think for Dallas, if you can go on the road and steal game one, that would just be a major leg up. But the Boston Celtics, I think they had the benefit of a very soft Eastern Conference. I think we can all agree if they were not to get to the NBA Finals, it would be a choke job. If they don't win a championship, the Boston faithful, the Boston fans, they're going to think it's a choke job. They're going to think it's a major disappointment. You can't win 64 games in the regular season, dominate at home, and basically everything break in the playoffs. I mean, think about it. Even if the Knicks were to advance, there was no Brunson. Indiana, not competitive against Boston. 76ers, we know their issues. Milwaukee, no Giannis. Cleveland, young team. Orlando, young team. Everything broke. So, point being, I don't think they've really been tested to some extent. And my gut actually thinks it could be a 5 or 6 game series for Boston. That's how high I think of the Boston Celtics. But I also have to put in the factor of the pressure on them to win with this nucleus, with this team, with this tandem, or if you want to add in Porzingis. But to your point, it'll be viewed. You got the Dallas market and you got the Boston market, and the New York market's going to watch it. I mean, NBA fans are going to watch it.
Right.
So it'll be an interesting series, no doubt.
All right. I'm going to ask one more sports stuff because it is Friday. I'm going off the rails a little bit, as we used to do before. Nothing harsh, but definitely something where we'll have fun with. But we see, which I just don't get it. You have the Chicago White Sox and the Oakland Athletics, which I don't know who could be the race to the worst. By the way, I don't know the lady's name that does the broadcasting for the Athletics. Debbie, last night before she left this morning in Chicago, we were listening to a highlight from her. There's just certain things. It's not funny.
She sounds like Prince Valium from The Princess Bride.
Yeah.
No energy.
None.
No energy. None.
And then she was trying to make a joke like, oh, it's not a good night for, and I'm not going to say because the last time when I said it, my Apple stuff ended up going off. But she said last night with SIRI, obviously he's not having a good night. Maybe he should check to see if he's plugged in. I'm like, what? Really?
Yeah, the White Sox, there's a reason that a lot of people, including myself, grabbed their under for the win total. They're historically bad. I mean, Angel, they're 22 games out already in the Central. They're 15-42. They are a bad team. They can't hit. They can't pitch. They're just not assembled well. And I mean, it's bad to watch. I mean, the Athletics, I felt bad for the Oakland Athletics because that's such a, Oakland, the A's, proud franchise, man. You go back in the day in the 70s and went in the early 70s with Catfish and Santos and, Reggie Jackson. And then obviously in the 80s with their run. And then we saw in the 90s, 2000s when they were getting to the wild card, they were a competitive team. But now all this talk about moving the A's, moving the franchise, Vegas, that, the other thing. It's just, I feel bad for that fan base. At least they're trying to give you something. I mean, if you look, they're, I think, in 4th place in the AL West. I mean, they've got some players on that team. I mean, they've got the kid Toro. They got Bledday. They got the kid that's, I think, slugged 11 or 12 home runs, Brett Rooker, the left fielder. They've got players. But the White Sox are just historically bad. And, you look at it from a gambling betting standpoint, a lot of people think you start to lean this team going forward. So you catch that losing streak, right? I mean, that's the thing in baseball. You can't catch it when it's 5 or 6 games. When it's a bad team and you look at their pitching matchups and they're going against a really strong team, because once in a while they're going to win a game just because it's just the laws of physics in baseball. But you catch them early. I mean, you look at the White Sox, and I'll pull it up real quick. Like, for instance, the A's have dropped 3 of 5, I think 4 of 6. As far as the White Sox, they are So they got the Brewers tonight, right?
Right.
And again, they've got the kid Fetty on the hill, who's 4-1. So that might be a game where he goes 5-6 deep, and they might win that game. But again, look how many games they've lost: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tonight's not the night where you jump on it and say, "Hey, I'm gonna ride this to a ninth loss." It doesn't work like that. You needed to catch them when they were 2, 3, 4 losses in a row. So that's the way you got to look at it. But yeah, to your point, they're a really bad franchise. There's 4 or 5, 6 really good teams in baseball, and then it's pretty much watered down.
That's pretty much it. But my thing is that, as I'm trying to pull double duties here at the same time, but my thing is that too, you got to figure how much longer. I understand, like the A's, we know, it's like at this point they're just waiting to move, whether it's out of Oakland over to their new gig, and then obviously the temporary one when they go to Vegas and all that stuff. And by the way, I was going to bring up too the whole thing with the Rays. The Rays finally, the mayor had released. Matter of fact, I have to just remind me, I have to send the second email, but let's see if I can bring up. I got 2 comments that are coming in. Let's see. First one, be Joe Q. Jenny Kavnar is the play-by-play announcer on TV for the A's. Okay. All right. Well, thanks. See, Joe's like the essential library that I need around, because he's good at knowing who these people are, but listen, and I don't want to hear like, oh my God, you guys are hating women. No, we don't hate women. My thing is, if you're going to be an announcer, if you
gotta have energy,
right?
Hey, listen, I'll say this: Sean McDonough. I think Sean McDonough has just been lousy doing the Rangers Florida Panthers series. He's got no juice. He's got zero energy, zero juice on some of these calls. And I'm he's a pro's pro. I'm wondering if someone finally got in his ear, and now all of a sudden he has a little juice. But for the most part, no, getting players' names wrong, mispronunciations. I mean, you have to have, you just have to have energy, right? And you have to have placed energy, not displaced energy, right? I mean, for me, basketball is a little different, but doing the fights, boxing, you have to know when that pitch has to go on another gear, and you just can't sleepwalk because you got to follow the action. And it's just, I don't know. I'm very indifferent when it comes to that. I think some baseball, some of the announcers are just, I mean, I grew up on Rizzuto, and then when I moved down here, Harry Callis and Richie Ashburn. I mean, you're talking the best of the best.
I know, that is true. What's my time check here? Okay, make sure we're good. These are, by the way, so Ken Welch, who is the mayor of St. Pete down there, they finally agreed upon which one they're going to end up going with for the gas, district down here in St. Pete. And it's going to be, I will say this much, it'll probably feel a little Miami-esque down there, the way they're going to put up the new housing, shopping centers, and then for the stadium, which I definitely will end up going there. But this is if you were standing in the outfield, and obviously very night today when it comes to the Tropicana field, but that's one picture. This will be from the outside. And so you guys end up seeing over towards, if you're looking at the screen, not where you can see the pinkish lights, that's where the actual new stadium is going to be. But on the other side is where the other shops, the restaurants, it's basically going to be the go-to place where it'll be open during game time, but they're also going to have varied hours too, because of the amount of people they expect when the new one opens up. But the renditions for the new stadium is going to be really, really nice. So I'm excited to see once they put everything together, and who knows what the name of the field is going to be, because I'm pretty sure they're going to name it to the highest bidder, but they're trying to bring in as much natural light as possible into the venue, which I think it's obviously really smart for them to do, because it's exactly what you want. You want to make sure that, if you're going to be selling this place, you want to make sure all the natural light from the outside you can use as much as possible. There's a lot of people that wanted an open air stadium, and yes, would have been fun, but no, because obviously when the storms come, and we've yet to have the normal storms that roll through in the afternoon here, because we're in this major drought kind of deficit with the water. But that's what you want. Like you want to be comfortable. You want to enjoy yourself. And the natural lighting is going to make it for a nice backdrop of the entire St. Pete. So I can't wait. It's supposed to be done by 2028, supposedly. Joey B says, Quinones Park at the Las Vegas Strip. Well, There you go.
What?
Quinones Park. So that'd be the new name for the Aces.
Oh,
yeah, for the A's. By the way,
I thought you said I park on the Vegas Strip.
No. Did you also hear too? What was it? I was just about to say, not Vegas, somewhat Vegas. Oh, they're the fans. So there's this group because they're so upset that they're going from Oakland to Las Vegas that they're going to court to try and stop them from becoming the Oakland or the Las Vegas A's.
I mean, that's a battle they're not going to win.
No, it's a far stretch.
Yeah.
Very far stretch. Now, because it is Friday, I've got about 4 minutes and change here before we switch over to Middays with Q. And again, thanks to my guests for Sheila Music for coming on. Again, Najim Hossein, who came on as well. Both of those girls, will be back on the show here in the future, of course, because the Predator season continues to go. We'll find out what the new schedule is going to end up looking like. But the dating aspect of the world, right, Mano? Going back in the day, was it easier to date where there wasn't much of a status? Didn't matter what you drove, didn't matter what you wore, versus like today where everything is all digitized. And if you're not on the scene, like on the social scene, I guess it makes it twice as hard to then be able to talk to someone new.
Yeah, I can't answer that, man. I was a late bloomer. That's all. I was a late bloomer, awkward late bloomer, started to get it together, late in high school, started to lift the weights, take a little more care of myself and, have a little more confidence, took up the sparring, the boxing and all that other stuff. I mean, I can tell you this, you see some of these younger girls. I mean, I have 3 nieces. And sometimes I got to pull them to the side. I'm like, girls did not look like this when I went to high school. And they carry themselves very well and they're good girls. But even like my buddies that have kids that are teenagers, they, I'm like, your daughters are going to be heartbreakers here, right? You gotta watch. I mean, you just got to be careful. That's really all it is. And, to your point, I think, I just think we're very shallow as a society anyway. I mean, think about it. When we were growing up, when we got that first car, it was whatever we got, man. It was great. Just drive around and go on the date and have fun. It's different now. It's all because of social media, Angel. It really is. It is just a downfall. It is the ruin of society. It just really is, man. Everyone wants to be impressive. Everyone wants to crop the photo. They want to edit it. They want people to think they're here, they're there, they're everywhere. They're constantly on their phone, constantly chewing up the screen time. Nobody friggin' reads a book. Nobody picks up the phone and talks to anyone. Nobody writes letters and send them to a friggin' pigeon as a carrier. No one does anything like that anymore. So to answer your question, yeah, man, like I said, a late bloomer for me. So, I had my own issues.
By the way, Joey B says the day Quinones traded in the IROC and the Miami Vice leisure suit, dating was over.
Listen, 2 things. First of all, not accurate. Number 1 is my first car was an Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme. And I will say,
oh my God.
Oh, it was, yeah. It was a boat. I will say, did I rock the jacket or the 2-tone pants back in the day? I might have pulled it out. Was Don Johnson my guy? Philip Michael Thomas my guy? Sure. Absolutely. Where did it get me? Where did it get me, Joey B? I rock my ass. Get the hell out of here.
By the way, he follows up with the dating aspect of the world. LOL. All social media driven today. Scary. My daughter in college now. Just weird the way the kids connect, which is true. It's absolute truth. Although I know Nick is waiting in a green room, but I'm wondering what Nick, if you can hear us here, I'm pretty sure we should be able to hear you. What was your first car that either A was awarded to you and or that you bought yourself?
Hold on, is that Costco? Costco's in the green room already?
Yeah. Hold on. Wait. I'll do this. Listen, we're just gonna do the automatic crossover to your show. Give me a second, Nick. I'm gonna bring you up. We're gonna do this nonchalantly, but we're gonna do it one way or the other.
He's ambitious.
Listen, it's all funny. I told you it's Friday. It's the network. We can do whatever we want to here, which is the best part about it. So let me resize a couple things. We'll add Nick to the fun here in a second. That way we can find out exactly what he ended up rocking back in the day. It's complete. I feel like an old man when I talk about this, but Nick may not understand because of.
He's a young. Let me. Costco is a young kid. He's a young guy. He's still a little green, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
So, Nick, what was it that boy? Now he's flashing the guns here. What was your first car of choice there?
I really didn't have a car of choice. It was more of a hand-me-down, but worth it. 98 4Runner. So and then I love that vehicle. So that was the first car. And once I run my current one in the ground, I'll get the new one in about 10 years.
Nice. So I'm assuming, Armando, you can see him, hear him. Yes, no.
Negative. Let me guess. Do I have to refresh again?
Yeah, go ahead and refresh your screen.
Oh my goodness! Who the hell is running the show over there? I'm losing freaking.
Listen, you'll hear him rant and rave all the time. We go back and forth all the time. That's what happens. I told him he's got to get out of the Atari version and get into the digital world, Nick, for him to understand how this works around here. But we'll wait for him to pop back in.
There's my guy.
That's just how he is, I would say.
Wait, hold on. What? Go ahead.
He's not quite technologically advanced.
Hold on a second. I don't have any freaking control over this. What are you talking about? And what were you doing? Double buys? Were you flashing the guns?
You missed it. He's not going to do it again. You missed it. See, it was a first time run. See, you missed the conversation about the car. You missed everything.
Yeah, see, now look.
Of course I did. Hey, he didn't get back to me fast enough with his phone. I didn't know he was actually on the air yet.
Well, no. Normally we cross over. He's on at 12 o'clock, but because here we normally, him and I, we do a crossover at the end of my show leading into his show. And that's probably why he couldn't see you, because I usually switch studios in between. But now I'll keep it here so he knows he doesn't have to switch into anything and just kind of keep it going from that point on. But no, it's okay. But you are right, though. He is a little tech savvy. We won't say much to him.
I love how
Poor
Nick
guy still has the screen blacked out. He'll be all right.
Now, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Nick, can you hear me? See, I don't think
Nick probably can't hear you, but that's okay. I'm going to end up refreshing everything, and then we'll all be on the same sheet of music. But yeah, that's one thing is, because Nick can hear me. See, if you actually would have gotten back to me last evening with something that I asked, guess what? All of us.
By the way, FYI, because I'm about to friggin' call you out. That screenshot was a friggin' email I sent you. That's number one. And Costco could attest to this if he can hear me or not. I don't mess around when it comes to that shit. Yeah, see? Now you had to make me freaking fire off the curse word. I literally, no. I literally sent you a friggin' email last night, Friday's guest. I mean, oh my God, Mentioso, man. 8:30 p.m., 15 hours ago.
All right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, look at it. Get up. Blink him. Look, now he's got to refresh. Yep. This is what happens. Angel's refreshing.
And then
there he is. Yeah.
Can everybody see and hear each other? Let's see.
No, I don't think Costco can hear me. He would have commented by now.
All right. Maybe then he might have to see. This is what happens. Nick, can you hear Rich or see him or not yet? Well, but I can see the Eagles Cup though.
He can't hear anything. He's just having a drink. He can't hear. You know what?
Nick,
look at him. This poor guy. He's hanging out like a deer in headlights. You're killing my guy.
Listen, I put him in. He should have been hearing everybody. If not, send him a text to see if you can refresh his screen.
All right. Hold on.
Right. We'll see. We'll get him on. Nick, he's looking down at his phone, so this is perfect timing. This would be the perfect timing. Listen, this it's a elongated show. That's what ends up happening. Here he goes. Now he's going to go out. Hopefully, when he pops back in, then you'll see him. I've seen him the whole entire time.
It's utter. This is a freaking disgrace, right?
But it's fun for everybody else. It's fun for the whole family. I told you it's off. Didn't I just say before he came on it was going to go off the rails? Now, Nick, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear everybody now.
Okay, now you can hear me and see me.
I can see you both now. Yeah.
Okay, you were talking about me as if I wasn't even friggin' here. That's number one. Okay, that's a horrible job. Then all of a sudden you're sitting there drinking your friggin' Eagles cup, and then you double bide when I'm not on camera. What was that? Are you trying to?
Listen, man, I don't know. You refresh your screen goes black, and then I hear Angel talking to himself. So I don't know what the heck's going on over there.
That's what I'm saying. It's utter madness. I mean,
that's not my fault. You invited me on today.
If this was a webinar, this would have been the conference call would have been done.
No, what enough?
You got to give everybody their money back then.
Yeah, how about this? I got Joey's B graphic blocking my grill. Look at this.
That's okay because you just touched on it. He just said, I feel like I'm watching a web conference call, two old guys and a young guy who's just confused. So why is it so difficult for the old guys? Hang in, Nick. I did say before you came on, it was going to go off the rails for a little bit. And exactly what he did. But you know what? Nick is a good guy, and he hung in there, even though he couldn't see you. But Nick, you didn't miss much. It's just Rich. You don't miss much.
Phone conversations we have are probably little smoother until he goes into a tunnel.
Well, see, then you get the same thing I get when I'm talking to him. He'll do the same thing. All of a sudden, where's my money? He's gone. He's gone to oblivion. All right.
Really? I mean, seriously, this is right. Come on, let's have some fun and just break the balls constantly, right?
That's it.
Just boom, boom, boom. I mean, I do have an awful habit of like, I'll just start talking and then Nick will be like, I lost you 10 minutes ago.
But it's okay.
Yeah, he never hears me either. I go, I think I lost you. Then it's about 2 minutes later, and I missed about half of what he just said, probably 3/4 of what he said. And he goes, do you know what I mean?
Then I'm not the only one. Thank God Nick's here. I'm glad you invited Nick and bring him back on because at least I'm Nick. I can hear what you're saying because it's the same way too. He'll start talking and I don't even tell him like, oh yeah, he'll come back like 2 minutes later and then he'll pop back in. And then, I was going down to Garden State Parkway. See, I'm not
same
the
old story every week.
And by the way, Joey B says, Nick, hang in there. Angel and Q still think MySpace is a thing that not true. And then Joe Q follows up with, I'm glad I'm on vacation. I got to see this as opposed to signing off at 11:30 for work. All right. And with that being said, I'm going to I'm just going to close out my window here. And it is now middays with Q. Holy mollies, but this was a lot of fun. So it's okay. It's what happens. But my hermano, take it away. It is middays with Q here on the Riptide Media Network and Sports Radio 102.9 FM.
You got it, Angel. Thank you very much, brother. All right, 12 o'clock on the East Coast, as Angel alluded to. Middays with Q. Rich Quinones here. Angel Martinez behind the glass, producing show, keeping us on the air. 60 minutes to play with. Well, we already got him. Let's just start. Our good friend from 1-3 Sports, Nick Costco. All I see is, by the way, I'm laughing. You're like, is it 12, 15? Listen, this is professional now. You're hanging out in the green room, or we can call it the Q room.
You can call it the Q room. I mean, that's quite the name. Unfortunately, I'm not quick enough to give you a nice little quip back, but yeah, we'll call it the Q room right now.
Yeah,
I'm gonna blame Angel. You brought me in right away during your little crossover event right there. I'm thinking I'm waiting. I'll sit here for 15 minutes. I'll go get another cup of coffee while I'm waiting. Nope, we're going going right on.
No, that's too much. So Nick does a great job covering college sports, on 3 Sports, play-by-play as well. RU Wrestling, Cal Live Sports in our backyard. Does a substantial amount of play-by-play, and we go way back radio days as well. And it's great to see Nick doing so well. And like I said, during the college football season, college hoops, college football, we do our stuff on BYP. We talk about the lines. We talk about the games. We dive in. I wanted to bring you on for a couple moments just to kind of, I guess, a little plant the seed, a teaser with the college football season. Think about it. It really is right around the corner. I think it's late August, and I just want to get your thoughts on a couple teams. I was pulling up. It's never too early to start looking at these odds. College football playoff championship. I'm going to throw out a couple teams right now, right? We know Ohio State, we know Georgia, we know Texas, Michigan sitting at plus 1,400. Right now, your estimation, the most complete team, even though the season hasn't even started, by your research on 3, 5-star recruiting, transfer portal, throw everything in there. Is it still Georgia, the team to beat? Is it Ohio State? Is Texas going to be a player?
It's probably going to be Georgia. I would say the preseason number one, that seems to be the metric that everyone's going with. That how do you measure up to Georgia? Who's going to challenge Georgia in the SEC? And if any of those teams challenge Georgia in the SEC, you're probably looking at your second or third best team in the country. They're loaded. Other than their little slip up against Alabama in the SEC championship last season. That's their only loss. That team was bound for a three-peat. Now, if they beat Alabama, do they win it all last year and win a third title in a row? There's a good chance. Other than Michigan everything broke right for Michigan last year. We know that they have to not rebuild, but they have to reload a little bit more. That's a little bit closer to a rebuild in the sense of you have no more Jim Harbaugh. You have Sharon Moore now, new quarterback. The defense lost a lot of pieces last year. You still get a guy like Donovan Edwards back in the backfield, so that helps your offense. But as far as challengers to Georgia right now, that stands, and we're at the end of May now. We still have 2 months before we get into the real thick of things in the early parts of the college football season. You're probably looking at Texas and the SEC, new SEC member Texas. Gotta get used to saying that. And them in Oklahoma, of course. But as far as challengers, Texas is up there. Ohio State out of the Big Ten looks like the favorite in that new look Big Ten that does feature teams like Oregon, Washington, USC, and UCLA. So if you're talking about to go along with conference realignment, Georgia is the number one challenger for them. Texas, Alabama is going to be in the mix for the SEC as well. You look at the Big Ten, Ohio State, I would say, is number one right now. Oregon is steady number two. Michigan and Penn State are up there as well. I'm going to see how Washington rebuilt. I mean, that is a totally new look team with Jed Fish as the head coach. Now that Kalen DeBoer is at Alabama. And then after you get out of the SEC and the Big Ten, considering the conference realignment, I don't know where the heck else you go. You can go to the ACC and maybe throw a dart at somebody over there. Maybe Florida State, maybe. Can Clemson finally bounce back? It'll be very interesting, but you're looking at the top tier teams I just mentioned before, and then you have to take into account, which I'm sure we'll talk about, the 12-team college football playoff this year, which kind of opens a new can of worms.
Yeah, it's a good point you bring up. I mean, you look at what you guys have researched and have on the docket and on 3 with the 5-star recruitment, Bama with 4, Ohio State 2, Miami, Florida, FSU. I kind of want to get into those teams for a moment for our viewing audience in Florida. ACC, you mentioned, FSU. Are they poised to repeat? Clemson, to me, at plus 350, I'm not sold on that. I don't think it's the most strongest play or bet. And, Sweeney, you look at that roster arrangement, I think they didn't have take one single transfer. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong there. And then if that starting quarterback goes down, you got the kid, the redshirt freshman, who only had 9 snaps last year. So where are you at with Miami, Florida State? I look at Miami, they don't play Clemson or North Carolina State. I think they have FSU at home. 2 out of 3 of the teams that they play, you have first-year coaches, Manny Diaz with Duke, and then the other one slips my mind, and I'll pull it up while you're talking. But where are you at with those teams that I just mentioned?
As far as the Florida schools are concerned, you look at a team like Florida State and Miami, the ceiling this year for those teams, you could look at is the college football playoff. And again, that goes with the expansion. Just so people remember, you're no longer talking about the top 4 teams in the country. You're talking about the conference champions, some at-large bids, a group of 5 school. You're going to get a 12-team playoff. So if you're in that first round, you're now a playoff team out of the 12 teams. So Miami's got a chance. There are. I'll stick with them first because I think they're a fascinating case with Mario Cristobal, and when he comes over from Oregon a couple of years ago, and he has a lot of expectations on his plate. He's a Miami guy, South Florida guy. You're thinking, okay, he's going to turn this program around pretty much right away. And that's the sense I got when he first was hired. And I was like, this guy could probably win the ACC right away. It didn't turn out like that. Got to the bowl game last year, and little Jersey pride right here. Rutgers did beat them in the bowl game last year at Yankee Stadium. So I don't think Miami fans really like the image of that. But they got Cam Ward at quarterback, the transfer from Washington State. Now he was a big deal the other year when he went to Washington State.
Yeah.
But They got him. They have Damian Martinez in the backfield as well. They are now loaded, and I feel like they kind of retooled to what Miami can be. Not necessarily the flashiness that we saw during their dynasty days in the 80s and, of course, the early 2000s. But you look at Cristobal's toughness, and then you get more of that speed and flashiness that they didn't quite have with, let's just say, Tyler Van Dyke at quarterback. You got Cam Ward now, so you have one of the better quarterbacks in the country. And again, I just mentioned Martinez in the backfield as well. Can this team win the ACC? They're certainly capable of doing that. And if they win the ACC, of course, they're going to go to the playoff. I think they're going to be contending for a playoff spot, and the same goes for a team like Florida State. They lost some pieces, but the ceiling is there to get back to the playoff. DJ Uyunglele is at quarterback now. Regardless of what you think of him, they at least have somebody at quarterback with experience. They're not throwing somebody in there that's completely fresh. I know they had Jordan Travis last year. He had the season of his life until he broke his leg, and it ultimately led to missing the playoff. But Florida State probably is the favorite in the ACC in terms of they're a little bit more well off than Miami, because Miami hasn't taken that step yet. Florida State was undefeated last year, won the ACC, but of course they did with the backup quarterback, eventually their third string, and then they got walloped by Georgia in the bowl game, and of course missed the playoff before that because that team was essentially a shell of itself without Travis, then of course all the opt-outs. So Florida State to me is the favorite playoff. If they miss the playoff this year in this scenario, definitely disappointing. I think Miami can do the same thing, where this looks like an 8-9 win team. So those two teams out of the Florida schools, they're looking like those are the contenders. Those teams are the ones that you should have higher expectations for. To me, and I'm sure you could brush on Central Florida a little bit, which they should be a good Big 12 school this year. But in terms of the Florida Gators, we don't know what the heck is going to go on with this team. Right now, it's marred by Billy Napier can't get it done.
Yep.
He's had some recruiting wins. He's had some big recruiting losses. And not to mention, there's a lawsuit in front of this entire school.
Right. That's right.
With Jaden Rashada, which, by the way, I don't know the kid at all. The fact that he is flip-flopped so many times, and he was at Arizona State for a year, went back to the portal. Now he's at Georgia, which is kind of ironic. Georgia and Florida, and of course Kirby Smart for Georgia said I had nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that lawsuit. Nope, don't want to talk about it. It's a shame. Essentially, it's the Jerry Seinfeld. That's a shame. So it's one of those things. Now I don't blame Rashada and his family and his crew going after Florida in terms of a lawsuit, considering Florida's former collective promised this kid nearly $14 million in NIL money before he ever takes a snap in a college football stadium. I'm not going to blame him for that. But Billy Napier, I guess he's confident in whatever the due process and the legal process is going to be. But when you have something like that overshadowing your program, and you're at a place where you got off on the right foot, beating Utah in that highly ranked game the other year, and now you've basically just taken steps backward. You had a guy who was a top 5 pick at quarterback, Anthony Richardson, who, regardless of what you thought of him in college and whatever you think of him in the NFL right now, injury aside, flash in the pan maybe. So who the heck knows where this goes from here? They're getting some recruiting wins now, but that Florida Gators fan base a little impatient because they tasted national titles before. They had the Urban Meyer days. They've had the Steve Spurrier days. You've had these moments of success where you are one of the national powers, and it hasn't been like that in recent memory. Heck, Dan Mullen got this team within. If Georgia wasn't so good, maybe that team's playing for a college football playoff national title just a few years ago in 2020. So Florida could be a mess. They could be good. This could be a disaster. Pretty much for me, Florida is going to be a disaster this year, or they might, quote unquote, exceed expectations. Maybe
5 wins, 6 wins. They were 5-7 last year. I mean, they opened with Miami. They've got some winnable early games. Sanford, Texas A&M.
The Miami game will definitely tell you a lot about Florida.
Yeah.
Can this team win 9 games? I really don't know. If they don't go to the postseason at all in terms of a bowl game, I think Napier's gone. They're not going to hang on to him. That would be disaster to me if Florida does not get bowl eligible. I think they can. The schedule's brutal late down the stretch. Again, opening it with Miami, that's no easy task either. And I think Miami's a better football team right now. And if you look at, but if they pull off that win, which nobody thought they were going to beat Utah in his first year, and they beat Utah, but after that, it kind of went downhill. Could I see something similar? Maybe, but Florida to me is just a mystery right now as far as what you're actually going to see. And we're only in the end of May right now, so I'm going to wait to see how the summer plays out before I make any final judgments on Florida and what I think their ceiling and floor is going to be in 2024.
15 past the 12 o'clock hour on the East Coast, middays with Q, coming at you live on Riptide Media Network. Rich Quinones here, Angel Martinez producing the show, keeping us on the air. Of course, powered by 102.9 The Game. Don't forget to download the app. Also part of the Broad Street South Network. Nick Costco, kind enough to join us at Nick Costco 59 College Sports for On 3 Sports. As we mentioned, play-by-play. Are You Wrestling? Big Rutgers fan. Cal Live Sports as well. All right, 2 more quickies before I let you get out of here. Give me, and I'm really a loaded question for you here on May 31st. Give me 2 or 3 players right now that you believe will have an opportunity to go to New York for the Heisman.
I think one, you have to say, you got to go Travis Hunter if he's healthy. And now I know I'm a big Colorado guy. I'm a big.
Can we let the audience know the full disclaimer? Costco is on the Colorado payroll, the bandwagon.
No payroll. Bandwagon, yes. I've been on Colorado's I'm not getting off now. I know 4-8. That was the most electric.
Well, they gave us a
4-8
good
season
month.
ever.
They gave us a fun month to talk about, did they not?
It was the most electric 4-8 season to talk about. Let me tell you. So I'm not hopping off the Deion bandwagon. Not hopping off Colorado. Travis Hunter is that good though. He's got to stay healthy. If he is healthy, especially with some of the new offensive pieces they've added, if that offensive line holds up, and don't forget, Travis Hunter does play defense.
Sure,
he's one of the best cover corners. He's going to be a first round pick. That to me is no mystery. He will be a first round pick in 2025. Is he going to be a Heisman contender? I believe so, if only he's healthy. Because if he's healthy, he's their best receiver. He's their best cover corner. He obviously has the condition to play both ways. He just had that nasty, a rib injury, a lacerated, whatever he had, a kidney injury last year off that dirty hit against Colorado State. If he's healthy, he plays 10 to 12, or he's going to have to play all 12 regular season games. And if that team even makes a bowl game, who knows? He will be a Heisman contender. He'll go to New York if he plays at the level he can play at, and that team is bowl eligible. He will definitely go to New York because of his value as a two-way player. But again, we know the Heisman is a quarterback award, so I'm not afraid to throw Shedeur Sanders' name out there because he's going to put up big numbers as he did last year, especially if he has just even a little bit more protection from his offensive line here in 2024.
By the way, that's two Colorado players.
It is. I'm not saying he's going to go. I think Hunter has a much better shot of going to New York and winning the trophy than Sanders does. You got to look at the quarterbacks. Heisman's always a quarterback award. Jackson Dart from Ole Miss is a big one. Carson Beck from Georgia, I think he can start putting up some bigger numbers here in 24. Probably throw Quinn Ewers in there if Texas is as good as last year, which it seems like they could be. Jalen Milroe, quarterback from Alabama, will do the same thing. Some other names I want to throw out there that are non-quarterbacks. Again, it's a very quarterback-heavy award. Luther Burden, Missouri's wide receiver. Excellent wide receiver. He's going to be talked about a lot this season, especially when it comes to draft time next year. And then I got to throw out Ollie Gordon, Oklahoma State as well. He's one of the best running backs in college football. I think he's going to tear it up for Oklahoma State this fall. So he's another guy to watch out for sure.
All right, I'm going to give you 20 seconds because we're going to do a lot during the football season. You will get 20 seconds, and that's it. I will cut you off. I will cut the mic.
No, you won't.
20 seconds. Give me the win total right now for your Rutgers Scarlet Knights.
Let me think. I'm using my 20 seconds. 8-4. Best case scenario. The ceiling is 8-4.
Under the bank. Do me a favor. I know we're past Memorial Day. You got plenty of time. The bank closes at 5. Go cash the Rutgers check. Go cash the Colorado check.
I'm serious. Look at this opening schedule. Howard, Akron, Virginia Tech. You can't tell me those are 3 wins. Those are not 3 wins right there. Washington, questionable. They're better.
Memorized.
I'm serious. I got technology. I got it in front of me too. Washington to toss up. It's in Piscataway at Nebraska. Tough. Wisconsin game. UCLA's rebuilding at USC on a wacky Friday night. Lincoln Riley can definitely disappoint, by the way. But Minnesota coming to town. That's the Ethan Kaliak-Manis revenge game. New Rutgers quarterback right there. Maryland, that's going to be tough. Illinois coming to town. I could see that being a win. And they could easily be Michigan State as well on the road at the end of the year.
I give this kid an inch, and he takes 17.
Listen, man, no Penn State, no Ohio State, no Michigan on Rutgers' schedule. 8-4, I could see it. Can you imagine if this team goes 9-3 and they're
No, I can't because my phone will be blown up on Saturdays, and I know where and by the way, I did not. By the way, let me take a little umbrage with something. I did not appreciate the fact that sometimes I have a hard time hearing on my cell phone, and a lot of times I'm in.
Well, I'm not saying that's your fault. You just, for some reason, your phone cuts out, and I can't hear you talk anymore. But the call didn't drop.
Yeah, listen, I mean, this is why I love the kid. He's fantastic. And he gives it right to me. So, all right, brother. Hey, listen, keep up the great work. Where everyone can follow you on social media. Go ahead.
Just at Nick Costco 59 on Twitter and Instagram, NickKosko59. Do the same thing on YouTube where I post all my On3 stuff and some other stuff as well. So check all that stuff out, on3.com as well. And then, of course, get your season tickets now for Rutgers Wrestling in this winter.
Get out of here. I'll talk to you, brother.
Appreciate you, Rich. Thanks, man.
Appreciate you. I'm telling you, my guys, man, I love these friggin' guys. They are ball breakers, but he knows his college stuff, man. I mean, he's really good. And we just always, I mean, we did as soon as Colorado won the first game last year, I texted him. I was like, yo, let's do a quick hit for BYP for Back Your Play. And within 2 hours, 500 views, 1,000 views, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. The next day, I'm texting him at 7:30. I was like, yo, is there a glitch on YouTube? 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 20,000 plus. And it was a really good segment, but he knows his stuff, man. And that's what, we want to bring those types of guests on with good personality and a little juice. And when college football starts, we're going to be doing Nick's picks like we have done over the last several years. He does really good with handicap. And so we have a good play on each other with that. So, but the phone thing, I have to laugh because it is 100% accurate. I can't even get mad at that.
That's the way it is.
I mean, how many times do I sit there and say, I got to call you back. Let me call you back. Let me call you back.
It's notorious. But that's the best part, though, because, see, what people don't know, there should be, honestly, between Rich and myself, honest to God, we should have a virtual reality show because you guys will get humored by the time we end up doing stuff, me running around the house and taking care of things and then jump back into the studio. I'm listening to my mind on the phone. He's on the Garden State Parkway. We're going back.
Always traveling. Always. Yeah. I called you last night, then I texted you and I was like, this friggin' dog, I got to take a walk now. And I missed a friggin' power play. As soon as I go inside, all of a sudden it's friggin' 1-1, then it's 2-1. Then she wants to go back outside. I'm like, Kiki, I love you, but you're killing me right now. And I come back and the Rangers lost 3-2.
Well, that's what happens, unfortunately. It's just great times. That's all I can say. Great friggin' times.
Yeah, listen, everyone, you have to download the app, 1029 The Game. Go on Broad Street South. Just click. You see the Google Play as well with the apps. It's right there. Angel has done fantastic work with the website, has done fantastic work with 1029, getting that app up and running. And, of course, part of Riptide Media Network. Don't forget Pete Sheppard, Monday to Friday, 7 to 10. Martinez and Company, 10 to 12. Myself, Middays with Q, 12 to 1. We will hit a break. We'll take a quick time out. We'll kind of reset the table. I got to learn every time now when there's a new guest just to refresh the page.
It's not every time. Things that got caught up in the middle. It's as usual. We'll have a conversation after the show, and I'll explain to you the reason why.
Yeah, we'll do that. 25 past the 12 o'clock hour on the East Coast. Keep it locked in. We'll take you up to 1 o'clock straight up on a Friday.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/one small step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie. So, wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Should have been in this video. Good pull by you. You know. I'm telling you, I would have crushed it if I was in Miami Vice. I honestly, I believe that. Yep. I mean, point out a little. I mean, that's fantastic. A little Miami Sound Machine.
It's Friday.
We do it. Yeah, you got to do it like that on a Friday. Yeah, I told you I started to watch reruns of Miami Vice.
Yeah.
And show was ahead of its time.
Oh, way ahead of its time.
You know, let me just. We're doing some filler right here. So that email was sent, right?
See.
All right. I just told him.
I double checked, so he should. It should be in his inbox. But yeah, I double checked.
All right. So we'll pull up the monitor in a moment. But yeah, that show was ahead of its time. I didn't realize too all the great characters. You know, when you look at those cameo appearances, all the great characters. Throughout the years. Yeah, fantastic show. Even though I watch it. It's called Tubi TV, and the problem is sometimes it friggin' buffers.
Mm-hmm.
So when Don Johnson, is looking all smooth like a cat and getting ready to make a move, it buffers. I got to stop,
Yeah.
rewind. It's not as bad as when we had the episode when we were talking about the squigglies, but still, it's
for those who remember at that point.
I hear.
Hang on.
You know what? I hear laughing already in the background.
Oh, hang on.
Funny.
Wait, what happened, D? What happened?
I seen somebody comment in the comments. They said they feel like they watching some old guy. I can't say more.
Oh, I know what he's talking about. He's talking about this one here. The old guy. Wait. That was with Joey B. I'll find it. Where is it?
Well, Damon, are you driving right now? Are you driving? That's all he's going to do is come on and laugh.
Funny, man.
That's all he's going to do is, this is what happens. I get these guys on, they're just going to come on and laugh. That's it. Now, let me see. So, all right, you're not driving, right? Because I feel like he's buffering.
He is buffering, but hang on. Let me do a refresh to see if everybody can hear and see me. Because give me a second, I'll pop in and pop back out. Desmond, you can hear us, right?
Yeah, hold on, Damon. Hold on.
My phone's tripping.
This is the power here. This is what we're doing. We're trying to work through this. We're doing a refresh. That's what we do. It's buying time right now.
Yeah.
So we see you.
Where'd Demon? Where'd he go?
He's refreshing as we speak. I think Damon is refreshing.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna say, hey man, are you in a car?
Because if not, what he can end up doing is he can what you call it? If hold on, he might be popping back in. If not, worst case scenario, you're gonna end up calling in because I don't want him to be obviously driving and be on the video at the same time.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll switch screens that way. People. It doesn't look like you're talking to yourself there for a second, but no, yeah. If not, he can always call in because if his picture is freezing up, see it refresh, but I don't think. Oh, hang on.
Hold on, D. We're gonna see if we can figure this out. We got. I mean, this.
I got it. I'm about to. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you sound like me driving on the freaking Garden State Parkway, buffering in and out.
I apologize, man. So what I'm about to do is, am I still buffering in and out?
No, you're suitable right now, but we wanted the whole Damon Nicholson experience, man. I don't want you to. First of all, I don't want you to get pulled over. That's number one.
No. So what I was doing was I wanted to drive to where so I can get some service. I apologize, brother.
I mean, if that's the case, I'll pick you up down in Maryland and bring you up to Jersey.
I'm back, man.
Hey, man, I got my guy, Damon Nicholson, a great super middleweight, had a fantastic career. Are you officially retired? Or is that a loaded question?
It's a question. Listen, so right now, man, I don't know. I'm going to say yes, sir. I'm officially retired for right now. I'm giving my body a break. I'm back training now. I'm just training, getting in shape, helping some fighters. I'm training my fighters also. But I'm going to say this. If I do come back to fighting, I'm coming back to fighting for the kids that I train to show them how to really get it, basically.
Yeah.
To understand ways of the boxing world and how you conduct yourself, how to handle business, and basically, man, to just stay ready at all times. You know what I mean? And in my career, I feel as though, I never turned down any fight that I was offered. But one thing, even though I never turned a fight down, I didn't accept the fight without getting the money that I wanted, that I knew could take care of me, my kids, and my family. So I'm not gonna say I'm done yet, man. I don't know. I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
I'm back training though.
you know me. I have a habit of putting people on the spot.
No, it's fine, man. It's fine, man. It's time to let it out anyway. If I do return back to fighting, I will be fighting light heavyweight.
Okay,
Right now I'm walking around. I'm back. I just started back training 2 weeks ago,
you're
and
always in shape, though. You're always in shape. Always,
yeah, always in shape.
always.
Always in shape. But one thing about it is no matter what I do, I'm 190 right now. So this whole summer I'm focusing on just losing 2 pounds a week, not really beating myself up. Cause my last fight, man, my liver was on the verge of failing.
Yep.
And that was from not just see the problem is with these fighters and what people don't understand. That's why I respect Floyd so much, but at the same time it's like, Floyd, yeah, you gave us gems and things like that, but people don't understand he's still able to fight and do the things he want. If he really want to, he can fight a world champion. But because he knows how to keep his weight down.
Yep.
Not necessarily keep his weight down, but fight what he weighs.
Yeah.
And I think the best who did that was Bernard Hopkins. Bernard Hopkins fought till he was 50.
It's also the lifestyle
On
that
the
Bernard had. Bernard didn't drink, didn't eat
exactly.
poorly, didn't drink. I mean, I've had these conversations with him over the years. I mean, he
Yes.
just was so regimented,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
That
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
you
Yeah.
start sitting on the sofa
Yeah.
for a little bit, and you get
And you
soft.
start to realize, like, hold on, what's right. So that's what I'm doing now. Right now, just losing 2 pounds a week. That way, if I want to fight, I'm gonna be able to fight. I always stay ready. So that's my main mission right now, man. Just getting my body under control, making sure I don't have no sicknesses at all. And just having fun, man. Just living life, having fun.
Yeah, that's all we can do, right? I mean, for those tuning in, right?
Yeah.
Middays with you, Rich Quinones here, Damon Nicholson joining
Mm-hmm.
us, and of course, great career. Had a pleasure getting to call some of your fights. You and I go way back.
Mm-hmm.
That staple of DMV
Yes.
fighters, kidney
Yes.
survivor. And by the
Yes.
way, we
Yes.
had one ball breaker on who joined me in the 12 o'clock hour. Damon is the second ball breaker because these guys, Damon and Brandon Jacobs, tried to bully me on my pod. And so hold on. Let me hold on. No. Let me ask you right now: is Tyson Fury the greatest heavyweight right now? I mean, after what
He's
happened,
not. Nah, he's not. He's not. Man, but the crazy thing is, when I seen Usyk move up the heavyweight,
right?
I knew right then and there, Tyson Fury was gonna have a problem with him because you remember when Tyson Fury fought, I had a good brother of mine, Steve Cunningham.
When he fought Cunningham's my broadcast partner.
Yes,
Cunningham. Well, Tyson Fury kept dropping the elbows on Steve.
Exactly, and Steve was a southpaw that can box, and he was athletic.
That's right.
So I knew right then and there, like Tyson Fury is gonna have some serious problems with Usyk, and Usyk can fight.
Yeah.
He's very technically sound.
I mean, we're talking first undefeated heavyweight champ. In the belt era, when you think about it, heavyweight. I mean, look,
Man.
Fury's still a great. I'll say this: I was having this debate, and that's why I was excited to get John because when we go deep in the trenches, when we start talking boxing. I mean, you guys, I still had Kendall Holt getting on because I brought up Rocky Marciano. I'm like, wait a second, he whooped Joe Louis's ass. And I was like, come on now. So like the top, when we start going top 10, it's so subjective, right? It's so when you look at Ali and Marciano and Lewis and Foreman and Tyson, to me, like you look at Tyson, I always thought Tyson was hyped. And I'm not going to say overrated, right? But I think over hype. But look at his signature. He didn't have signature wins like others did. Okay, home. But you know what I'm saying? Like, Holyfield, Lewis, they beat him.
Yeah, 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 and it's true because Usyk showed that, you know, Usyk
Yeah.
showed that, and I
Are
feel
you?
like go
No,
ahead,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Go ahead.
I feel like Deontay Wilder, he's not your most skillful boxer, man. He just had a good right hand, so and he beat Deontay Wilder, and I do think he can beat plenty of more heavyweights. I think pretty much like Usyk is probably like one of the only ones who can really beat Tyson Fury. I will say like guys like King Kong can beat him, but King Kong is it's his age,
Yes.
it's
And
his
that's the
age.
problem, right? But in the heavyweight division, you know this: the power's the last to go, right? At the end of the day, and you mentioned
Exactly.
Wilder. We're going to see him this week against Zhang. I
Yeah,
mean,
he got a
I,
big fight. That's a big fight.
you know what though? I think he gets the stoppage late because I don't think a lot of punches are going to be thrown, and I think Zhang
And
gasses.
yes, and he gasses. That's his only problem.
Yeah,
If he was in shape, he would be one of the best in
and
the
his
heavyweight
size,
division.
and also being a
Yes,
southpaw.
yeah, and he's sharp. He could fight. He could
Yeah,
box.
yeah.
He's just in no shape.
Yeah. Hey, I was interested to ask you this too, and we'll get to Ryan Garcia in a second. Damon Nicholson kind enough to join us on a Friday edition Middays with Q. Rich Quinones here. Angel Martinez behind the glass, keeping us on the air. I'm doing the blow by blow for the Team Combat League, so they do a lot of stuff. You
Really,
see. Yeah, I've been doing
really.
that. What have you been under a rock? You haven't been following my work,
Man, listen.
or you only get on me when you disagree with me on social media.
Stop it, man. Stop it, man. Man, I've been in a space, man, where like, so I haven't been. I've just been training, working,
That's good.
and taking
You
care of
getting
my
your mind right.
responsibilities, man.
You're getting your mind
Yes,
right. I appreciate that.
yes, yes.
The reason I
So
brought it
I
up
do
is
apologize though, man, because you're like you said, man. You've been following me, man, for
I'm
over 10 years now.
you're my guy, man. I'm just listen, man.
Yes,
I like to
definitely,
I like to poke. I do it because I love, man. I do it because I love.
definitely, definitely.
But it's an interesting concept, right? Because they got teams all over the East Coast. Mike Fox is on the
Hmm.
DC squad. Just called the fights with him a couple weeks
Hmm.
ago, and it's
Hmm.
basically 8, 16, 24 rounds, right?
Right.
So you got basically one round to get it done, and then it's based on a point thing. Can you see maybe for next year if you're still okay, hey, I'm not retired or semi-retired, I feel pretty good, I'm in good shape? And the reason I bring it up is you said light heavy. Like Ray
Hmm.
Robinson was a great welterweight out of Delaware, right? In Philly.
Right.
And he's fighting at 175 for the Philadelphia squad. And he was at his
Yeah.
best at 147. So can you see perhaps that kind of being an opportunity for you? And the reason I ask is because a lot of these fighters, D, they're doing it because they're making more in one round than they would in say 2 or 3 fights.
Yes. Yes. So to be honest, I did the TCL last year,
Yes.
and to be man, I could be honest. I'm not on it no more. I'm gonna be honest. So I did the TCL right after the Boo Boo fight,
Okay.
and when I did it, I only had like a week or two to get down to 175, and I was probably like 195, man. And but I think that offset my body for future fights. You know what I'm saying? And
That's zapping
so
a lot of weight, man.
yes, yes. And not to say that like, next year, of course, I'm gonna be fine because my body is gonna be immune to 175. I'm gonna be walking around at 175 and fighting 175. So like, but I don't think I would do TCL again. Honestly.
Listen,
Uh,
it's
it's
not,
just
I mean, it's an interesting concept. I know there's
yes,
been a lot of
yes,
pros and cons. There's been debates
yes.
about it.
Hmm.
Especially if a fighter's been injured prior to, should he been fighting? And I think that's,
Right,
listen, the film doesn't lie. Like, even
right,
though I can be calling fights for the league, you have to just be honest and transparent. And I get
right,
both sides
right,
of it. But I'll tell you
right.
this, I know it's probably pissing off a lot of local promoters because some of these fighters now are like, hey, man, we'll go fight for these teams. And
Exactly. Yeah. And see
yeah,
that's the but like I said, it's a great concept, right? Like I love it. I love it for fighters who like myself. It's great for fighters like myself who needs to still show that they got it, or
There you go.
they can still look. I can still fight. Yeah, it's one round, but I can fight.
Yeah.
So, but for myself, and my purpose, I wouldn't. You know what I'm saying? But it's a great concept for fighters like me, who've been on that world stage,
Yes.
who's been at the peak of their career, and they're not just getting a shot, but they need a shot. So hey, let me go show these people, like, look, they tripping. They do
Don't
not.
sleep on me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
but like for me myself, man, like I'm really coming into my own. I've had time to really live without, and it's crazy because I'm not living without boxing, because I'm in the gym every single day.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Every single day I'm in the gym. I'm training fighters. My little brother, he fights now. He started fighting in December, and he has 5 fights already. He only lost one, but like he's him and the kids that I have in my gym, man, they're just progressing. It just shows me that I really know what I'm doing. Me and the team around me, me and my dad, the coaches in my gym. We're doing a hell of a job, man. So it's giving me the itch. I'm not gonna lie to you. I have the itch. I have the itch, but even though I have the itch, before I think, even say, yeah, I'm fighting again, I gotta take care of my body. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? But let me ask you this one quick question: Do you
Go
think Andre
ahead,
Ward is
man.
fighting?
Ask. Go
Do
ahead.
you think Andre Ward is fighting again?
I feel as though the last time we saw Andre Ward was 20 years ago, right? Keith
That's
Thurman,
what it
Sean
seemed like,
Porter.
right?
It, nothing. I don't put anything past anyone at this stage of the
Right,
game. And you can
right.
have a layoff in boxing. I mean,
Yeah,
listen, Jake Paul's fighting Mike Tyson. I
yeah, man.
mean, like, you know what I'm saying? If people they cut
Yeah,
the
that's
check,
crazy.
they cut the check, and Sugar Shane Mosley's supposed to fight. Tarver wants to fight. I think Hopkins wants to have another fight.
What?
Mosley's going to do like a celebrity boxing. That's the one
Man,
thing I can't tell a fighter to stop fighting. I
no.
can't. Who am I to say that?
Right, right. It's it's literally like when you really think about it, man. Like when we watch, have you watched the movie 300?
Of course. Are you kidding
And you
me?
watched Troy?
What do you think? Where do you think? Now you're going to get pulled over
Right?
right now. Where do you think that
No, no, no. It's people.
the
I'm sorry. I
inspiration for?
apologize.
Listen, I was a stunt double with the abs. The inspiration in 300. They used me in a couple scenes.
So, like, what I'm, and it's crazy, right? It's crazy because when you really think about it, 300, that was over 1,000 years ago in that era, but they were really warriors. So
Warriors.
when you fast forward into our time, new age, but we are those men,
Yeah.
and those men go out on their shield,
Yep.
and it's crazy, and it's crazy to really look at it this way, but that's who we are.
Yeah.
That's who we are, and we have to come to a ground where we accept that.
Yeah.
We accept that, and that's what I've accepted, that like I'm a fighter. No matter where I go in life, that's always going to be who I am. No matter, I'm able to turn it off and turn it on, but deep in my core, I'm a fighter, man. So like, no matter what, like I understand. Like Mike Tyson, like, bro, like you're almost 60. What are you doing? You're almost 60.
Yeah.
Like you have nothing else to prove. But at the same time, it's like, bro, you can't tell that man, like, don't do that, because that's who he is.
Yeah.
That's who he is.
Yep.
And the crazy thing about Jake Paul is, I don't know. I don't know like the rules that they have and stuff like that. But Jake Paul is going to see. He's going to feel what it really is to be a fighter.
To fight,
You know?
even though Tyson's 57, to fight a legit legit. And think
legit
about it, right?
fighter. And see, Mike says it all the time that, like, when he used to go in the ring, he was scared, but once he got closer to the ring, he became that killer. But what Jake Paul doesn't realize is, no matter says, he's not the same man. Nah, he's not. But that killer instinct, kill or be killed, is going to come out in that ring, and that's when Jake is going to feel it. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. I'm pretty sure he trains hard and
Yeah,
everything.
sure.
You know, but he's never experienced
Yeah.
what it is to really, like, go in that ring, and if he dies, he dies.
It's a
And
different animal, man.
different animal. And that's just me speaking from a spiritual side of a man and an animal inside of that ring.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, man, my prayers to both of the guys, man. But man, it's at the end of the day, yeah, it's good money, but these guys are not fighting for the money. They fighting because that's what they love to do.
And ego, man, too, right? The ego is a powerful thing.
Ego, yes,
You know what I'm
yes,
saying?
yes,
Still think you got
yes.
one
And
more.
see,
Still think you got one more in you. Damon Nicholson, kind enough to join us. By the way,
yeah,
Ambassador does a fantastic job. National Kidney Foundation, kidney survivor, and just 100% all guts and heart. All right, got about a minute or two before I let you get out of here, brother. Let me ask you, Ryan Garcia. Is this just one of these situations where we say, hey, I think the supplements tested positive androstenedione, and I guess they're saying now maybe it's a shortened suspension. I had Bob Santos on, legendary trainer, on my Double Job Boxing pod, and he said, listen, man, suspend him for life, ban him for life. I mean, where you at with the whole Garcia?
I mean, if he say suspend Garcia for life, I mean, that means you suspend Canelo Alvarez for life. Every other boxer who's been tested and found out about them cheating, and Canelo got tested for basically steroids. I mean, it's all in how you look at it. I don't think whatever Ryan Garcia was given, I don't think it boosted him. I don't think it helped him. I don't think it did anything. You know what I mean? Everybody cheats, man, at the end of the day, And I don't think he should be banned for life. Me personally, I wouldn't. Like I said, I don't think it helped him, but he should pay some type of price, when it comes to using these types of substance, because, like, at the end of the day, man, it's not right. It's not right. We work so hard day in and day out, man. We almost killing ourselves, man. For you to go in there and think you're going to cheat and just use anything to give you that advantage, you got to pay something, man. You got to. It's life. But also, I think, a lot of it has to do with people didn't think he was going to do that to Devin, and a lot of people who didn't think that are paying the price also. So, man, hey, man, it's all in your perspective. My perspective, hey, man, he didn't cheat. I don't see it as cheating. He needed to cut that weight, but at the same time, it's like he did. So, hey, man, it's all in how you look at it.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell that to the boys in Vegas. Tell that to the boys in Vegas, right?
And that's exactly who I'm speaking
to. Angel, did you want to jump in, Angel?
Y'all not old. Y'all not old.
No, we're not. But it's just listen. Joey B is a character, man. He's been connected with me for the last 3 years. Love the shows that we end up putting on there. But he's always got some great one-liners. But it's just the way it is. Listen, Brooklyn knows I love him. And it's just when you run a show, this is like any other network where they haven't done this stuff before. The radio station and the way I set up my network and in conjunction with Riptide Media Network, We just run one show into the next.
Okay.
And what ends up happening is sometimes you just have to refresh your screen so people can hear and see each other. So Joey B takes advantage where he knows that Rich and I are together, and it's like he has those great little one-liners and he throws it up there. But it's always good times.
I'm always, maybe it's because I do dish it out a lot. For some reason, I run towards the fire, Damon. I run towards the fire.
Right.
Many run away. I run towards the fire.
You
Now he's saying something nice. Go ahead. What's that?
Hold on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, I said you wouldn't be you wouldn't be yourself if you didn't run to the fire.
And how many fighters have I probably pissed off on the air?
Hey, but they love you though. At the end of the day, hey, I'm gonna leave with this one thing.
Go ahead, brother.
One last thing, please. You said it's the fighter ego. That's why they continue to fight and stuff like that. And that's what I had to realize. That's why I retired, because I realized that I built up so much ego and it was negative. That's what was causing me to become sick, because everything that I do is out of positivity, but when it's time to fight, everything becomes negative. So I had to take the time off to understand the ego that I had built up for over 25 years. You know what I mean? And now that I'm dismissing that, when I go back into the ring, you're going to see a whole different person. You know what I mean? And that's all I wanted to say, man. But that you hit that on the point. You hit that on the money, because I never really understood what was causing me to think and to react the way I did. But it was the ego I built up, wanting to be the best. Consider myself the best.
Is it also you want to go out on your terms at the end of the day? Is it
On
tough?
my terms,
Is it tougher to walk away in boxing if you had a couple bad losses, or you got knocked out, or maybe you weren't 100% for that last fight? Or are you in a place where I just want to go out, I still have it in me, I still got the energy and the juice, mind, body, and soul. When I'm ready, I'll know when I'm ready. Does that make sense?
That's exactly where I'm at. And like I said, this is all for my kids. Of course, things are gonna arise where I'm gonna get big shots and big fights because of who I am, how I train, how I discipline myself. So man, that's it. I'm not coming back because I want to be world champion. Man, if I become world champion, I do. But I'm just coming back just to spread light and to show these kids how they can be whatever it is they want to be.
Yeah.
That's it, and that's
man. Hey, man, listen, man. I can talk. I randomly just
definitely,
all the
man.
time,
I'm gonna let
man.
you go.
Check up on my guy.
Man, thank you for having me on, brother. Please, I mean, I really appreciate.
What are you talking about? It? You gave us great content, man. We're just sitting here. I turn on the mic. It's all you, brother. They don't want to hear me. They want to hear you. I just got worried. I thought all of a sudden you were going to pull into like the drive-through. You got to get that balanced meal. I didn't know if you were going to the signal, a bad area. I don't know what the hell was going on.
Right. Hey, the next time we're on, man, we're going to be on celebrating. Trust me.
Absolutely, man. Hey, man, I'm a fan. You know that, brother. I appreciate you, man.
Definitely.
All right,
I
D.
appreciate you too, man. All right, gentlemen, have a blessed one.
Thank you, brother. You too, man.
All right, be well, man. All right, there you have it. My guy, Damon, the best at it, Nichols. Listen, kidney survivor, right? Advocate, Kidney Foundation. You talk about having a backstory. I mean, he is one tough friggin' cat. I mean, he really, and he's a hell of a fighter too, man. He's a hell of a fighter. And, I would love to see him in the ring. I just, as a friend and calling his fights over the years and a big fan and supporter, you just want to make sure these guys are healthy and happy and sound. And it's very hard to tell an athlete, especially in the sport of boxing, Angel, when they hang up the gloves.
No, I've noticed that we saw that with Sugar Ray. We saw it with even with Muhammad. God bless him and God bless him forever. But
you have one too many fights, and it's funny he mentioned with the TCL that I do. And listen, I love the experience calling the fights for Team Combat League. I think it's a wonderful concept, but I do understand that he was 100% correct when he mentioned for fighters, fringe contenders had an opportunity for title. You're seeing a lot of those fighters in this league because they want to remain relevant. They want others to see that they still have something left where maybe they can get a shot for a regional belt and then a world ranking and then a higher payday. I mean, think about it. How many do you think fighters, right?
Right.
Out of 100 kids boxing right now that have 10 wins, 15 wins, 20 wins, how many of those do you really legitimately say in 2, 3, 4 years, we can sit there and say this kid fought or this girl fought for a world title, world championship, which means millions of dollars and being set for life?
Not many.
There you go. That's exactly my point. That's why I love the sport, but sometimes I just can't. I can't stand the sport sometimes because of the politics, the way they do fighters dirty. You can be a hot prospect, 10-0, and get knocked on your ass, and then all of a sudden your promotional company decides we don't need you anymore. Listen, I learned this years ago. What players make, what athletes make, what fighters make. Years ago we'd sit there and say, I can't believe they're paying this guy. Man, go make it. I mean, we might not agree with the contract and think it's a waste of money, but ultimately go make it,
Yep.
Go make it. I know we're tight. Did you want to do an extended? I don't know. It's your call, man.
You can extend it if you like.
I just wanted to make a quick comment or two about the games last night. You mentioned when we were crossing over in the NBA with Dallas and Minnesota, I think we need to just pump the brakes when it comes to talking about teams and face of the league and the face of the franchise. I mean, we saw Towns, we saw Edwards, we saw Minnesota just basically no show at home against the Dallas Mavericks. I think we're very quick to just Christian these teams right away based off of a playoff series or a nice little run. And I thought last night was a prime example of veteran guys and Luka and Kyrie basically saying enough is enough. I mean, that's really just kind of what I wanted to pinpoint on the NBA. As far as the NHL, I just think the Rangers are gassed. Florida Panthers are an exceptional team. They can score shorthanded goals, power play. You got the goalie standing on his head, no pun intended. The Rangers, I'm not a fan of the lineups. I think they have to scratch and claw every time they take a lead. Florida comes right back. And then when Florida takes a lead, the Rangers have to exert themselves so much. That series ends tomorrow night. But I am looking forward to the NBA Finals. And not a bad, quick little mini soft launch the last 3 days, huh? A lot of fun.
That was fun. Today you got to figure, even though I felt bad because we put Nick on the spot there, but he was sitting there. What else am I going to do? I'm going to bring him up. I know he was waiting patiently. I'm like, nope. Listen, there's no one's doing what is being happening here on Broad Street South, especially on the digital sports station, Sports Radio 102.9 FM, the game, and with the Reptile Media Network. No one's doing this stuff. I don't care who you are. I don't care how many years you've been watching different content, everything else. No one is doing it the way it's being done right here. And so
our crossovers are not crossovers. They're
sure
clusters.
That's exactly what it is.
We got the guys in the Q room, the green room, laughing because they know it's like we're clicking on MySpace, right? All of a sudden, we're gonna have Tom from MySpace flash up. I always see they put that on social media. Was that really the guy that created MySpace?
But I don't think so. Supposedly, it was going back in the story was supposedly it was a girl who just wanted her space, literally, and then it kicked off.
Wow.
Just like that. Yeah.
So like, hey, give me my space. Back off.
Yep.
That's like in the social network. And by the way, I know you always laugh when I do this. And by the way, just drop the. Just think. It sounds cleaner.
It's always good. No, but you got to figure. Listen, it was a great soft launch for 3 days, and then we ended the way we're ending it here, which is it was phenomenal. Damon was great. He talked about his boxing. The only thing I was worried about, just like you, was that he wasn't driving and using his phone at the same time. So it's a good thing. I understand he was trying
to. Guys all the time, man. Just pull over. Just call. We'll book it another day. Like I don't need somebody to get a ticket or get it. Oh, speaking of which, did you see that? Wait. We got to close on this. Did you see the guy that was supposed to get on a Zoom call regarding his suspended license.
Oh, yeah.
What if this jackass gets on the Zoom call while he's driving? And the judge is like, wait. So this is a call to go over the case of the fact that you have a suspended driver's license. You shouldn't be driving. The dude's jaw dropped like he was in amazement that he did something wrong.
Yep. Moron. What a complete moron. I mean, how stupid can you be? That's almost like getting arrested for a DUI. It's like, were you drinking? No. But would you like some Budweiser? Like, it's the same stupidity.
Yeah, I had a bunch of my buddies text me. They're like, you do the same thing on the phone to everyone. And they're like, it's just convenient when you start talking. It's like, go. But then when you have to shut up, I'm sorry, I'm in a bad area, a bad signal.
It is a funny conversation though, but no, it was good. And by the way, I did reach out to Nick and told him my apologies for bringing him on. And he said, no, it's okay. I would just make sure that I was ready, but it was, listen, things happen in a moment. And that's why this was what makes radio and TV and broadcasting so much fun, because you can't make the stuff up. You can't. And the fun part is when it's just something you throw together and you go from one to the other and switching across. This is why something I envisioned many, many years ago. And thanks to, a lot of people with the opportunities along the road, especially now with the collaboration, myself, Riptide Media Network, all this stuff happens for a reason. And this is what I've been wanting to put together for the longest. And you're not going to get a show anywhere, I don't care where you are, that's going to bleed from 7 in the morning until 1 o'clock in the afternoon to be able to keep everybody entertained as well on the digital sports app. So it's been a fun week. We had a great slew of guests all week long between Pete, myself, and then obviously with you here with Middays with Q. And I'm happy. I'm content. It's a true professional network. No, I don't care who says what. I know there's naysayers out there. You can talk all the shit you want to. I'm telling you right now, you're not going to get any freaking better. Sorry. I've never talked about it ever in my lifetime, but it's been a work of art. It's been working my ass off, and I'm glad the things are coming together the way they should.
Yeah, listen, you guys, Pete did a phenomenal job, man. Carrying 3 hours, great guest. You're doing a great job with Martinez and company. We know Riptide Media Network's going to grow. I'm excited to be on board in the early stages. You guys have done all the heavy lifting. And like I said, I mean, I know you've already gotten visions 5 days a week, expand the show. Listen, man, I'm on board. I love what you guys are doing. I appreciate everyone with the comments, the tweets, the Facebook post, and the messages as well. You got no Predators this weekend, so anything else sports related or just kind of?
No, I've got a lot of work to do on the station because you end up missing it, bro. You probably heard it earlier this morning. So for those who listen in, now that we have our 3 shows here lined up in the morning, and then there'll be more editions a little bit later on, there'll be the replays afterwards. But because I'm on with Rich as far as producing the show for him. In the morning, I produce and co-host with Pete. So when the shows are done, the immediate attempt is to be able to get the shows downloaded, audioed, cut it, and then put it on the digital radio station so you guys can hear the replays as it goes along. So that stuff I have to work on the weekend. I have to add new music over to the station itself. As I've been just busy working so many different avenues, and then added with the Predators has been a lot. So there's a lot of work. I'm missing my lady because she's in Chicago for a baby shower for her niece. And it's weird because when she's not around, she pops in and out of the studio and lets me know if something sounds good, looks good. So, I can't thank her enough. You guys might get tired of me talking about her, but at nauseum, I love the woman to death. She's my absolute world. And I appreciate her here until the end of the world. But there's a lot of work. There's also some research that I have to do for someone who asked me on request to put something together. There's going to be more Spanish content that's going to be coming. There's a lot, and I'm just going nuts and my head's ready to explode, but I wouldn't do it if I didn't love it.
Now, listen, keep it up. You're doing a fantastic job. And like I alluded to, I'm fortunate. I'm excited. I'm humbled to be part of the network. And we're going to take this to another level. Got to remind everyone, follow Pete on X at Pete Shep 326. Don't forget Pete Sheppard Show, Monday to Friday, 7 to 10. Angel Martinez in the co-host chair, producing as well. Then Martinez and Company. You already know to follow Angel on social media platforms at Broad Street South, and it's ST South Pod. So we'll retweet it on my handle as well, at Rich Q on Q. Appreciate the guests this week, Lloyd Vance, Nick Costco, Jonathan Marshall, Damon Nicholson, Angel Martinez, Mio Mano producing the show, keeping us on the air as we are wrapping up on a Friday edition of Middays with Q. As always, download the app 102.9 The Game. Follow Broad Street South. Keep supporting Riptide Media Network as we friggin' blow this thing up and keep growing it. I want everyone to have a good sports weekend. We'll be back in the saddle Monday from 12 to 1 on the East Coast. As always, be safe, be sound. I'm Rich Quinones. Hasta luego, buen día.